Su Ming, if you can't produce 300,000 today, I'm not marrying you. At the Jiangzhou hotel, lanterns and streamers decorated the halls, creating a scene of jubilation. Today was the day Su Ming was to marry Li Na, his girlfriend of 2 years. However, with Li Na's sudden declaration, the expressions on Su Ming and the gathered relatives' faces instantly changed. Nana, didn't we already pay the betrothal gift? You know very well that the 200,000 took everything my parents had. Where would we find more money now? Clad in a suit and handsome as ever, Su Ming's face was filled with bewilderment. The betrothal gift had already been given. 200,000 was a heavy burden on his family, part of which was even borrowed from relatives. That's not my concern. Today, if I don't see 300,000, don't expect me to get in your wedding car. Li Na turned her head aside, her face filled with displeasure. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please talk some sense into Nana. So many relatives are watching. Helpless Su Ming turned to Li Na's parents for support. However, the couple sat composedly in the parents' seats, their expressions unchanged. Li's father spoke indifferently. Su Ming, you know Nana has always been a woman of her own mind, and we have always supported her. A fire of indignation rose in Su Ming's heart, but remembering it was his wedding day, he forcefully suppressed the anger. Nana, can you give me a little time? Let's get married today. First, the relatives are all here. Let's not make a spectacle of ourselves. Give you time. Su Ming, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If I agree today, you'll probably find 100 ways to avoid paying that 300,000, won't you? Li Na looked at Su Ming and sneered. Su Ming fell silent at a loss for words. In-laws, can we discuss the betrothal gift later? The auspicious hour is approaching, and we are waiting for the bride. Su Ming's second uncle, Su Changwei, stepped forward. But before his words had even settled, Li Na's mother immediately shouted, "Watch your mouth. Who is your in-law? It's still uncertain whether this marriage will happen." Su Shangwei's face immediately darkened, and the expressions of Su Ming's relatives grew heavy. Hey, Su Ming, why are you dithering like this? Give us a straight answer. Are you paying the money today or not? Su Ming's prospective brother-in-law, Li Chao, questioned him with evident displeasure. Su Ming suppressed his rage, ignoring Li Chao to look at Li Na instead. Nana, I just want to know, why the sudden demand for an extra 300,000 in betrothal gifts? Fine, if you want to know, I'll tell you. Xiao Chao has a girlfriend, and our parents have met. My parents are very satisfied with her. They want a 500,000 betrothal gift. Assuming my parents didn't have it easy raising me, I plan to use my betrothal gift to cover Xiao Chaos 500,000. Now you know. Today, if I see the 300,000, I'll marry you. Hearing Li Na's words, the anger Su Ming had suppressed surged back instantly. He wondered why she suddenly increased the bride price. Now he realized it was the mentality of sacrificing everything for her brother at play. Li Na, don't go too far. At this moment, Su Ming's closest friend Gao Xiang could no longer stand by and stepped forward. Too far. Su Ming, let me tell you, if you want pay the 300,000, plenty of others will. Whether this wedding happens today is up to you. Li Na glanced mockingly at Gao Xiang, then turned and sat down on a chair. Want a wife with no money? Li Na's brother Li Chao snorted coldly and found a stool to sit beside her. Bastard. Gao Xiang clenched his fists tightly, his heart burning with rage. If these people weren't going to be his brother's family, he would have struck them down right then. Sigh. Xiaoming, let's think of a solution. I have some savings. Call your parents now to scrape together what they can and let's get the marriage done first today. Su Changwei sighed deeply and approached Su Ming. Gao Xiang slowly unclenched his fist and stepped forward, saying in a low voice, Brother Ming, I have 100,000 here. It was a loan I just got to open a barbecue shop, but you need it urgently now. Take it first. No. Second uncle, that is your retirement money. Oh, I cannot touch it. Xiangzi, I certainly cannot take your money either. Hearing their words, Su Ming was moved, but he shook his head with firm resolve. Xiao Ming, this is no time to be stubborn. Su Changwei appeared anxious. Brother Ming, let's just get married first. Gao Xiang also urged. Ding. The strongest choice system has been successfully bound. Option 1, abandon the marriage, angrily denounce Li Na's behavior of sacrificing everything for her brother. Reward 3 million in cash. Option 2, compromise for the sake of peace, accept the kindness of your brother and uncle, gather the bride price to proceed with the marriage. The system will automatically unbind. Su Ming was stunned, but not overly surprised. Having read plenty of novels, he had some understanding of systems. He just couldn't believe he had bound a system under such circumstances. After hurriedly confirming the system's presence in his mind, Su Ming felt a great sense of relief. At this moment, he released all suppression on his anger. Second Uncle Xiangzi, thank you both, but today I am absolutely not getting married. What? Xiaoming, don't be foolish. Su Changwei was startled. Brother Ming. Gao Xiang was also shocked. To be honest, he couldn't stand the Li family's behavior, but he didn't want to see his brother regret this either. Gao Xiang knew that Su Ming loved Li Na deeply. She was the only woman he had ever loved. Su Ming, What did you say? Have the guts to say that again. Hearing Su Ming's words, Li Na stood up abruptly from her chair and roared. Heh, didn't hear clearly. He'll say it again. Li Na, listen to me well today. I am not marrying you. The 200,000 betrothal gift already emptied my parents' savings of many years, part of which was borrowed from relatives. Now you demand another 300,000. Sorry, I Su Ming cannot produce it. And even if I could, I wouldn't give it to you. Oh, I mean for your brother. Su Ming had completely let go, speaking without a shred of mercy. Bastard. Su Ming, you actually dare say that? Is this how you love me? You won't even part with a mere 300,000, you liar. Li Na screamed hysterically. He'll give you nothing. Do you think my parents' money was blown in by the wind? Your parents didn't have it easy raising you. Was it easy for my parents to raise me? What does your brother's marriage have to do with me? Why should my betrothal gift to you pay for his wedding? Oh, what if on your brother's wedding day the bride demands extra money, just like you claiming she has a brother to marry off too? Would you then expect me to pay even more for your brother? Su Ming roared continuously. After finishing, he felt an immense sense of relief. Su Ming, do you still want to get married or not? Screw that. Whoever wants to marry can marry. I'm done serving you today. Su Ming said with undisguised impatience. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the option. 3 million in cash will be delivered via express delivery in 10 seconds. Ding. Reminder, please ignore normal logic. The system is omnipotent. Additionally, the source of funds is guaranteed legal. Please use with peace of mind. As the system prompt sounded, Su Ming felt his entire body lighten, as if the world had brightened. You bastard Su Ming, are you looking for death? Li Chao was completely enraged. He grabbed a chair and charged forward from the back. Oh my. No one to pay the bride price for you, so you're getting desperate, huh? Come on, step forward and try it, see if I don't kill you today. While Su Ming was startled, Gao Xiang's burly body blocked his path. Li Chao stopped abruptly, looking at Gao Xiang with a flickering gaze. Honestly, with Gao Xiang's height of 182 meters coupled with his rippling muscles, ordinary people wouldn't dare act rashly before him. Su Ming, don't you regret this? Li Na shouted, seeing her brother intimidated. Is Su Ming here? Delivery for you, sign please. Su Ming was about to speak when a loud shout came. Everyone turned to look. A courier carrying a large box walked in from the entrance. The box was sealed in a black courier bag wrapped in layers of yellow tape, looking incredibly heavy. Over here, Su Ming responded. The courier briskly carried the box in front of Su Ming and gently set it down. Taking the pen offered by the courier, Su Ming quickly signed his name. Brother getting married today? This must be for the wedding. Shall I open it for you? The courier's service was exceptionally thoughtful. Sure, open it up. Su Ming nodded. He was eager to know if the system truly had the power to give him 3 million. Humph. No need to open something so embarrassing, it won't be used anyway. Li Na sneered coldly. Keep opening it. Su Ming couldn't be bothered with her and spoke to the courier instead. The courier nodded, quickly tore open the black bag and peeled off the tape on the box. He reached out and lifted the lid of the box. Holy crap. The courier's eyes widened. Oh, lacking a sophisticated vocabulary, he used a classic phrase to express his current feeling. Meanwhile, all the guests turned their gazes over. Holy crap. Holy crap. Instantly, everyone at the scene lost their composure. Inside the box, stacks of 100 yuan bills were neatly arranged. Every detail was mesmerizing. On the scene, only Su Ming remained calm, as he was mentally prepared. While everyone stared in stunned silence, Su Ming reached out and took a stack. Swish, swish, swish. He pulled out 3 bills. Here, thanks for your hard work. Thank you, bro. No thank you, boss. Boss is generous, long live. The courier excitedly took the bills. This was worth 2 days of his wages. Brother Ming, is this money? Gao Xiang finally snapped back to reality, asking in disbelief. Su Ming nodded gently. Honestly, even he felt it was somewhat unreal. How much is this? Before Su Ming could speak, the courier immediately replied. Each brand new bill weighs about 15 grams. 10,000 yuan is 100 bills, so that's 115 grams. Based on my years of experience delivering packages, this money plus the bag and box should weigh around 35 kilograms. Calculating at 35 kilograms or 3500 grams, the cash here should be around 3 million. Right, brother? Holy crap. With your skills, isn't delivering packages a waste of talent? This time it was Su Ming who was shocked. I'm not particularly talented, just a senior accountant. Worked at a bank for 2 years, found it boring, I yearn for freedom more. Holy crap, I have a pile of deliveries to make him off, bro. The courier left like a gust of wind. Damn boring and yearning for freedom. Su Ming couldn't help but mock as he watched the courier's fleeting figure. Did you hear that? 3 million, that's 3 million. Who knows if it's real? Heh, poverty limits your imagination. Didn't you hear what the courier said? Senior accountant, 2 years at a bank. Do you think he can't tell real money from fake? The Li family has struck gold with a tycoon. Tycoon. Does that have anything to do with the Li family? Did you forget what just happened? Finally, everyone at the scene realized the situation. Brother Ming, this is yours. Gao Xiang snapped back to reality. Who else's? Never seen it before, right? Come help me carry it to the car. You got it. Gao Xiang agreed, stepping forward excitedly. He scooped up the box, his face beaming with joy. 3 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. Everyone, let's go. To our own turf, we aren't welcome here. Su Ming waved his hand, leading the wedding procession to leave. Wait, Su Ming. You have that much money, yet you wouldn't take out a mere 300,000. Li Chao shouted from behind. Tisk, are you kidding me? Su Ming sneered disdainfully, not bothering to waste words on this idiot. Su Ming, wait. Li Na rushed up and grabbed Su Ming's hand. Su Ming, is this the surprise you prepared for me? I'm sorry I was wrong earlier. I apologize, please forgive me. All right, we're still getting married. Let's finish the ceremony. No, there's no time, let's go straight to your place. Looking at Li Na, Su Ming sneered internally. Where was your toughness just now? Where did that adamant attitude go? Still thinking about getting married? Go marry whoever you want. Get lost. I already looked down on you, don't make me feel disgusted. Su Ming waved his hand and shook off Li Na. Su Ming. However, Li Na screamed and threw herself on the ground, grabbing Su Ming's ankles tightly. Su Ming, I was wrong, I know I was wrong. I apologize, forgive me, please forgive me. I beg you, marry me, marry me. Su Ming, you wouldn't be so cruel, would you? You love me, don't you? Li Na looked utterly pitiful in this state. Anyone else would have softened their heart by now. But Su Ming remained unmoved. Everything that happened before had shown him too much. Ding. Choice triggered. Option 1, kick Li Na away, turn and leave. Reward, 3 million in value, a Porsche 911. Option 2, forgive Li Na, continue the wedding. Reward, a forgiveness hat. Su Ming was stunned. Is there even a choice? System, I choose 1. Ding dong. Choice successful. Rewards issued. Car key is in the host's pocket. The car is parked at Jiangzhou Hotel parking lot. Documents are in the glove compartment. Please complete the selected action as soon as possible. If violated, the system will reclaim everything. Get out. You disgust me, just as you are now. Su Ming kicked hard. Li Na instantly lost her grip, her balance shattered, and she crashed onto the floor. Su Ming, perhaps having exerted too much force, inadvertently sent the keys to his newly acquired Porsche 911 flying from his trouser pocket. Fate played a cruel trick. The keys landed directly before Li Na's eyes, the Porsche emblem gleaming straight into her gaze. Silver, I love it. Su Ming glanced down at the elegant keys lying on the ground, bent, and picked them up. Let's go. With a single sweep of his hand, the entire wedding procession, relatives and friends alike, marched out of Jiangzhou Grand Hotel behind him. Before departing, every onlooker cast mocking glances toward Li Na's family. That's a Porsche? Are those keys for a Porsche 911? Damn, it's Su Ming. How obscenely wealthy is he? 3 million in cash, and now a Porsche 911. That's another 3 million, isn't it? No one without tens of millions in personal wealth would dare play so recklessly. Damn it. Old Li's family just suffered a catastrophic loss. Why on earth did they push so hard? For 30,000. Li Na's relatives began murmuring aloud, stunned beyond restraint. What? A car worth 3 million. Another 3 million. Li Na froze, stunned. Her parents and younger brother rushing forward to help her up stood, equally paralyzed. Big sister. Get up, quickly. Chase after him and beg his forgiveness. You must marry him today. My wedding gift depends entirely on you, big sister. Yes. Nana, get up. Be extra polite this time. He's a true tycoon. Don't let him slip away. Li Chao and Li Na's mother snapped back to reality and urgently urged her. Right, I'll chase him. I'll catch Su Ming. He loves me. Li Na suddenly regained her senses, scrambled to her feet, and dashed out, her wedding gown billowing behind her. In that instant, her entire entourage surged forth in a chaotic tide. Su Ming, wait. Su Ming, I love you. Su Ming, I can't live without you. Li Na shouted while sprinting. Meanwhile, Su Ming, just seated inside the car, cast a look of utter disdain toward her. At that moment, Gao Xiang, fiddling with the vehicle, lightly tapped the convertible roof button. Instantly, the soft top retracted, revealing the Porsche 911's opulent interior. Every pursuer who caught sight of it shimmered with raw, unmasked envy. Whoa, Brother Ming, this car is absolutely stunning. Gao Xiang exclaimed, running his hands over every surface. It's nothing special. You're welcome to drive it any time. Su Ming delivered the line with effortless nonchalance. He couldn't possibly reveal how deeply he cherished the car himself. After all, he now possessed a system. Acquiring such luxuries would soon be as trivial as pouring water. Really? Haha, then count me in. My happiness for the rest of my life rests on this very car. Gao Xiang's cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Absolutely real, brother, through and through. Su Ming clapped Gao Xiang firmly on the shoulder. Their bond had always run deep. But ever since Gao Xiang had offered to lend him his own loan, Su Ming had regarded him not merely as a friend, but as family. And what belonged to family was shared without reservation. Su Ming. Su Ming. Li Na finally reached the Porsche, her delicate face streaked with tears. Yet beneath the sorrow, an unmistakable hunger burned fiercely in her eyes. Mine, all of this is mine. I will keep Su Ming, no matter the cost. In that moment, Li Na resolved. She would become his wife before day's end. Yet Su Ming's next words shattered her fantasy utterly. Xiangzi, we're leaving. He first addressed Gao Xiang, then turned coldly toward Li Na. Return my 20,000 yuan, immediately. That money belongs to my parents' blood and sweat. If I haven't received it within 2 days, I will pursue legal restitution, without hesitation. Roar. As Su Ming's voice faded, the Porsche 911 roared to life, a primal, thunderous growl. In an instant the sound swelled, and the car shot forward, vanishing into the distance. Watching the receding figure, Li Na felt every ounce of strength drained from her limbs. She collapsed onto the pavement. Meanwhile, beside Li Na, her parents clutched Su Changgui's arms tightly. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, what a magnificent match. Please take the trouble to persuade Su Ming. We admit our earlier missteps. Pray don't hold them against us. Su Changgui sneered, inwardly yanked his arm free with contemptuous force and retorted, don't call me that. What makes you think we're kin? This marriage isn't sealed yet. Not by a long shot. Everyone, let's go. At Su Changgui's command, the Su family's entourage flooded into their vehicles, engines revving as they sped off like the wind. Li Na's parents stood frozen, Su Changgui's words echoing relentlessly in their ears. How familiar they sounded. Only moments earlier those very words had issued from their own mouths. Truly, karma turns full circle, heaven spares no soul. And retribution arrives with terrifying swiftness. You wretch. Li Na, what good are you really? Such a golden son-in-law. Gone just like that. Now, what about my wedding gift? Will you cover it? Damn it. Unexpectedly, Li Chao erupted, shouting wildly at Li Na. Onlookers exchanged awkward, speechless glances. What an absurd spectacle, still obsessing over his wedding gift, even now. Li Chao, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'd be in this mess if it weren't for you? Li Na flared up, leaping to her feet. Slap. How dare you say that? Didn't you swear Su Ming adored you? Would grant any request you made? So where is he now? 50,000. Get it for me by any means necessary. Sell yourself, if you must. Fail to produce it, and I'll end you, permanently. Li Chao's voice cracked with fury as he struck Li Na across the face. Li Chao, you monster. Clutching her burning cheek, Li Na lunged at him, heedless of everything else. In seconds, brother and sister were locked in brutal, desperate combat. Stop it. Stop it. Their parents rushed in to separate them, only to plunge the scene into further chaos. At Jiangzhou Grand Hotel's entrance, a grotesque spectacle of familial betrayal unfolded. Had Su Ming witnessed it, he'd have savored every second. Serves them right. Not a single bystander stepped forward to intervene. As guests of the bride's side, they had already endured unbearable humiliation. How utterly bizarre, to demand increased dowry on the wedding day itself. Everyone present had children of their own to imagine. If it had been their daughter, how could they possibly bear such shame? Regardless of the turmoil unfolding at Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, Su Ming and his group had already arrived at the entrance of Marriott Hotel on the other side of town. Marriott Hotel was merely an ordinary establishment, no match for the prestige of Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. Finding a parking spot at random, Su Ming and Gao Xiang stepped out of the car. The moment Gao Xiang alighted, his gaze fell upon the wedding poster bearing Su Ming and Li Na's names, and his expression soured instantly. Brother Ming, what kind of absurd situation is this? We didn't even bring the bride home. We came back empty-handed. Tear it down. This thing is an eyesore. Let's go inside. Su Ming waved dismissively, unwilling to dwell on the subject. Got it. Gao Xiang complied without hesitation, kicking the poster aside with a sharp, contemptuous motion. Just seeing Li Na's face on it now made him physically ill. The groom has arrived. A shout rang out at the entrance of Wanhao Hotel. Moments later, the master of ceremonies' voice echoed from within. Dear family and friends, let us welcome the bride and groom with warm, thunderous applause. Clap, clap, clap. An earth-shaking ovation erupted instantly. Yet the moment the grand doors swung open and Su Ming and his entourage stepped inside, the applause ceased abruptly. All eyes turned toward them in bewildered silence. Where is the bride? The master of ceremonies stood frozen on stage, utterly flustered. He had never encountered such a situation before, and for a moment words failed him entirely. At that instant, Su Ming strode confidently onto the stage and took the microphone from the stunned host. Uncles, aunts, elders, I sincerely apologize. Today's wedding has encountered an unforeseen complication. This marriage will not proceed. What? Xiaoming, you're not joking, are you? Xiaoming, tell us what's happened. We'll help you find a solution. Marriage is no trivial matter. How can it simply be called off? From the audience, Su Ming's relatives surged forward with anxious questions. Son, what on earth is going on? At that moment, his mother Zhang Sumei and father Su Changhe rose hastily from their honored seats, faces etched with deep concern. Dad, Mom, the situation is complicated. We'll discuss it in detail later. But all our relatives have already gathered here. Ding! A choice has been triggered. Option 1, cover all expenses for the guests. Catering proceeds as planned, with a reward of 100-fold cashback on all expenditures. Option 2, cancel everything immediately and dismiss all guests. Reward title, Petty Man. System, I choose option 1. Su Ming dismissed option 2 without hesitation. Even without the system's prompt, he would never have considered abandoning his guests so callously, though having a choice certainly made things easier. Choice confirmed. Reward will be processed upon settlement. As the system's chime faded, Su Ming gave his mother Zhang Sumei a reassuring glance, then raised the microphone once more. Uncles, aunts, elders, I offer my deepest apologies. Today's wedding has suffered an unexpected disruption. The marriage cannot go forward. However, I, Su Ming, will not let any of you leave empty-handed. Please enjoy the banquet as planned. It is my treat, my heartfelt gesture of gratitude. Xiao Ming, this won't do. We can't possibly accept a free meal. Indeed, Xiao Ming. We may not know why you've suddenly called off the wedding, but we can guess surely the bride's family imposed unreasonable demands. Your family has endured enough hardship. Let's waive the meal entirely. Exactly. Let's pack up and head home. To be fair, every one of Su Ming's relatives spoke from genuine care and empathy. Friends, your goodwill alone means everything. Please dine and drink as planned. The cost is none of your concern. Absolutely. Relax and enjoy yourselves. Brother Ming is no stranger to wealth. Gao Xiang chimed in, lending his voice to the persuasion. Enough, Xiangzi. These are all hard-working farmers. Don't stir up trouble. You little rascal, trying to ruin Xiao Ming. I'll beat you black and blue if you don't watch your tongue. Gao Xiang's father strode forward, eyes blazing with authority. Dad, please grant me just a sliver of dignity. Brother Ming truly possesses immense wealth. Though towering over 1 meter 80, Gao Xiang instantly shrank under his father's glare, a look that resurrected memories of childhood discipline enforced by leather belt. Please, uncles and aunts, if you wish to leave, I won't stop you. But the banquet has already been ordered. Should you depart, the hotel will still serve every dish. Wasting such effort would truly be a shame. Su Ming continued into the microphone. At the word waste, every relative's expression shifted instantly, faces tightening with quiet dismay. All right, it's already been booked. The hotel won't care whether we stay or go. Fine, let's stay. Otherwise, we'll hand over our red envelopes and ensure Brother Ming's family suffers no loss. Exactly. That's the perfect solution. Relatives finally settled back into their seats. Yet hearing their words, Su Ming could only offer a wry, resigned smile. Of course, he had resolved not to accept a single red envelope. Son, now is the time to explain. What exactly happened? Seeing calm restored, Su Changhe and Zhang Sumei pressed again. Dad, Mom, let's second uncle explain. Su Ming deftly passed the burden to Su Changhe. Brother, sister-in-law, I'll speak plainly. Without delay, Su Changhe recounted every detail of what had transpired earlier. What a despicable scoundrel. How dare such shameless arrogance exist in this world? Gao Xiang's father, known for his fiery temper, was visibly incensed. Crawling on his knees begging Xiao Ming to stay, only to be kicked aside. Satisfying. Utterly exhilarating. Still, Xiao Ming, how did you come by such wealth? 3 million in cash, and a sports car worth another 3 million. Gao Xiang's father stared at Su Ming awestruck. Xiao Ming, you'd better not have done anything reckless. Su Changhe and Zhang Sumei exchanged grave, troubled glances. Mom, Dad, rest easy. Every yuan is earned lawfully and honorably. There's no cause for concern. Su Ming had already consulted the system, every cent traced cleanly with no hidden complications. Still, he hadn't yet decided how to explain it to his parents, for one lie inevitably demands another. Well, fine. You've always had your own mind. I won't pry into where the money came from. As long as it's clean, it's acceptable. Su Chang had declared. Su Ming exhaled inwardly. His parents' trust had held. Thereafter, the gathering resumed, feasting continuing until dusk before dispersing. When guests attempted to present red envelopes, they found no one to receive them, eventually being gently but firmly escorted out by Su Changwei and Gao Xiang's father working in tandem. Xiangzi, let's settle the bill. After the last guest departed, Su Ming led Gao Xiang to his car, retrieved several bundles of cash, and returned to the hotel to pay. Mr. Su, your banquet totaled 38060 yuan. We'll round down. 380 yuan, please. Understood. Su Ming withdrew 2,000 yuan from the stack and placed the remainder, 380 yuan, on the counter. Ding! Option 1 completed. Expenditure 38000 yuan. 100-fold rebate 38000 yuan. Deposited into the host's designated bank account. Ding dong. No sooner had the system's chime faded than Su Ming's phone chimed with a notification 300 yuan credited. His composure remained steady. No outward sign betrayed the magnitude of the moment. Once all concluded, Su Ming arranged transport to return his parents Gao Xiang's father and second uncle to their homes. His parents and extended family did not reside in the city. They lived in a rural village just beyond its outskirts, farming the land. Before parting, Su Ming transferred 500 yuan to his parents' account. He had intended to send more, but the elder couple refused outright, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce. Brother Ming, where are we heading now? And when everything was over, everyone had left. Only Gao Xiang and Su Ming remained at the entrance of Wanhao Hotel. Both men were already in the city. Su Ming had been working while Gao Xiang had been learning barbecue techniques. Su Ming planned to change jobs after his wedding. He had already resigned. Gao Xiang, meanwhile, had mastered his craft and was preparing to launch his own barbecue stall. Thus, both were currently unemployed. And, let's go, grill skewers. I didn't eat enough earlier. I was too busy toasting everyone. Fine by me, but Brother Ming, we've both had drinks. What about the car? And leave it here. We'll pick it up tomorrow. It's not going to fly away. But Brother Ming, what about that money? And, what's there to fear? No one knows it's in the car, and besides, the banks are closed now. Are we supposed to carry it with us while grilling? That'd be far more dangerous. Fair point. Then let's go. And they hailed a taxi and headed straight for Jiangzhou's most famous barbecue street, choosing a stall at random, sitting down and diving into skewers and cold beer. Yet barely half an hour had passed before Gao Xiang's expression suddenly shifted. And what's wrong? Drink up. Su Ming lifted a bottle of beer, frowning impatiently at Gao Xiang, who stood frozen in place. Brother Ming, disaster. A fishbone is stuck in my throat. And what? Quick, eat some vegetables. Maybe it'll dislodge. Su Ming panicked. No use. I've already eaten so much. What do we do, Brother Ming? Gao Xiang grimaced, his neck burning with sharp discomfort. And damn it, what else can we do? Let's go. Straight to the hospital. Su Ming sprang up, paid the bill, called another taxi, and the two rushed directly to Jiangzhou People's Hospital. Soon after a flurry of procedures, the fishbone was finally removed. And all better now, Brother Ming. Let's go grab another bite. Eat? Forget it. Let's get some sleep. As they prepared to leave, neither realized that along the road they'd just taken Li Na's parents and her brother Li Chao were locked in a furious argument. You monster! She's your elder sister. How could you raise a hand against her? Li Na's father roared, slapping Li Chao hard across the face. Who gave you the right to hit me? You ask how I could do it. Then what about her? Didn't she always claim to love me most? She ruined my betrothal gift, my 50th annual dowry. And look at my face, my body. She clawed me raw. Li Chao yanked up his shirt, revealing livid crisscrossing welts, ghastly and horrifying. And so she scratched you. So what? You're a man, can't you yield to your elder sister? And besides, you struck first. Do you think we're blind? And Li Na's mother shouted at Li Chao. In truth, moments after Su Ming and Gao Xiang departed, Li Na and her brother had erupted into a violent brawl, one their parents couldn't even restrain. Fueled by rage, they abandoned all restraint. Li Chao somehow seized a jagged stone and slammed it full force into Li Na's face. By cruel fate, the stone's edge was razor sharp. The blow split Li Na's entire face open, a deep, gory gash slashing diagonally from her left temple down to her right jawline, flesh peeled back grotesquely. The family instantly abandoned their quarrel, rushing Li Na to the hospital. After preliminary treatment, her condition stabilized. Yet the doctor warned full recovery, scar-free, would cost no less than 500,000 yuan. And indeed, Li Chao's brutality knew no bounds. And so over this the three of them began screaming at each other inside the hospital. And you monster! Your sister lies broken before you, and still you show no remorse. 50,000 yuan for her treatment. You tell us, how will you pay it? Li Na's father bellowed, eyes bloodshot. And I don't care. It's her fault. Don't touch my 50th annual dowry. I won't let you spend it on her. If you won't treat her, then don't. Truly, Li Chao was heartless as a wolf and treacherous as a dog. Ni's words nearly sent his parents into apoplexy. And wretch. Despicable wretch. Li Na's father pounded his chest, consumed by bitter regret. How had he raised such a monster? And, husband, what if we ask Na to call Su Ming? Ask him to cover the cost. And he must still love her. He was furious today, but deep down he cares. Let's ask Na first. And after a moment's hesitation, Li Na's father nodded gravely. Call me for what? To pay. Pay what? Just as the parents moved toward Li Na's ward to consult her, Su Ming and Gao Xiang happened to pass by. Puzzled by the commotion, they froze upon hearing their names and the demand for money. Su Ming stared dumbfounded. Unbelievable. Utterly shameless. At a time like this, still trying to fleece me. Su Ming, you're at the hospital. You already know about Na Na. Of course you do. I knew you loved her. Li Na's mother burst into elation. Click. And the ward door swung open, and Li Na, her face swathed in bandages, rushed out. Su Ming, it's really you. Thank you. Thank you so much. She lunged toward him. Wait. Hold on. I'm not here for you. What happened to you? Su Ming raised a hand, halting her mid-step. Had her voice not been unmistakable, he wouldn't have recognized her. Su Ming, you don't know. The curse of this vile creature. Li Na's father sighed deeply, then recounted the whole sordid tale. When he finished, Su Ming and Gao Xiang stood utterly speechless, stunned into silence. Finally, their gazes converged unblinking on Li Chao. Truly, his audacity left them awestruck, bowing in reluctant, incredulous reverence. Su Ming, you know the situation now. Just 500,000 yuan. The doctor guarantees my face will heal perfectly. No scars at all. Su Ming, I was wrong earlier at the ceremony. So here's my offer: heal my face and we'll marry, immediately. This time I'll take no dowry. Agreed. From now on I'll obey your every word. Please, please, do it for me. Li Na clutched Su Ming's arm, her single visible eye brimming with desperate entreaty. Su Ming studied her suspicion, etching his features. And do you take me for a fool? Pay to fix your face, and then marry you. So you can demand more dowry on our wedding day. Again. Get lost. Ding. Option triggered. In option 1, forgive all past grievances and fund Li Na's treatment. Reward virtue card. Option 2, refuse payment outright and demand immediate return of the dowry, preventing its use for medical expenses. Reward Warrior King physique, Warrior King skills. I choose option 2. And within his mind, Su Ming made his decision. And instantly a torrent of vast, unfamiliar memories flooded his consciousness, embedding arcane skills deep into his being. Moreover, a surge of raw, unprecedented power coiled within his body, like a slumbering beast gathering strength in silent, lethal anticipation. Should it awaken, it would strike with devastating, fatal force. Step aside. Gao Xiang reached out and forcefully pulled Li Na's hand away from Su Ming's. Where were you earlier? Now that trouble has struck, you suddenly remember Brother Ming. You actually expect Brother Ming to pay for your facial treatment. Have you forgotten how you humiliated him this morning? What kind of person do you think you are? A deceitful schemer. Brilliant move. True brotherhood. Su Ming silently commended Gao Xiang in his heart. Li Na stood stunned by Gao Xiang's sharp words, but she knew she couldn't afford to yield. If Su Ming refused to consent and refused to pay, her fate would be sealed utterly and irrevocably. Woo-woo. Su Ming, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. 3 years of love. Can you really cast it all aside so easily? You promised me we'd watch the sun set over the Aegean Sea. You vowed we'd bask beneath the tropical sun in Sanya. Yet none of those dreams have come true. Woo-woo. Tears streamed down Li Na's cheeks. Her voice trembled with raw, heartbreaking sincerity. In the past, such pleading might have softened Su Ming's heart. But after everything he endured that day, his resolve had hardened beyond measure. Her desperate performance stirred not a trace of pity within him. As Gao Xiang had said, she was precisely the kind of manipulative schemer whose greatest talent lay in acting. Enough. Playing on sentiment now is useless. Su Ming spoke without hesitation. His voice paused briefly as he drew a quiet, deliberate breath, then continued cold and unwavering. Li Na, I demand you return the betrothal gifts I gave you, immediately. Otherwise, I will pursue legal recourse to recover my losses. What? Su Ming, are you truly this heartless? Look at me. I'm already broken, yet you still choose to kick me while I'm down. Li Na froze. Then fury erupted within her like a storm. Her fragile, pitiful composure shattered entirely, replaced by a face twisted with savage rage. Su Ming, could you grant us just a little time? After all, look at how Nanan is right now. Li Na's parents, panic-stricken, interjected anxiously. Impossible. Return them now, or we'll call the police. Li Chao snapped, his voice ringing with sudden authority. What? Return the betrothal gifts. Then what about my dowry? No, absolutely not. Not a single cent. Li Chao's face flushed with outrage as the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. Oh, you refuse. A faint frown crossed Su Ming's brow, and then an invisible aura surged from him. In that instant he transformed, no longer a man but a predator. Chills swept through Li Na's parents, her siblings, and even Gao Xiang. Yet Su Ming's gaze locked unerringly onto Li Chao. Li Chao's body seized rigid. In that moment he felt the icy stare of a wild beast. His blood turned to ice, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Su Ming's eyes gleamed like twin blades, piercing straight into Li Chao's soul. Overwhelmed, Li Chao collapsed onto the floor, urine spreading beneath him, its acrid stench filling the air. Xiao Chao! Li Na's mother cried out and lunged forward to help. only to freeze mid-step under Su Ming's chilling gaze. An unprecedented terror bloomed in her chest, spreading swelling, until she stood paralyzed, unable to take even a single step forward. Li Na's father and Li Na herself stood equally frozen, motionless, breathless. This overwhelming presence was the unmistakable hallmark of the elite warrior's skill. To earn the title of elite warrior demanded countless battles and the slaying of countless enemies. The sheer weight of that battlefield aura forged over a lifetime was unbearable to those who had only known the glittering illusions of urban life. One final time, I ask, will you return the betrothal gifts or not? Su Ming's voice cut like frost, lowering the very temperature of the room. Silence hung heavy. The Li family recoiled inwardly. Thousands of reasons screamed no. Yet Su Ming's presence was terrifying beyond reason, they sensed. If they dared utter refusal, catastrophe would follow. Oh. At the critical moment, Li Na's mother shrieked and crumpled backward onto the floor. Jiafeng, what's wrong? Her husband rushed to support her, calling out urgently. Mom, are you okay? Li Na cried, frantic. But the fallen woman remained silent, only giving her husband a subtle, urgent pinch. Her husband blinked, then comprehension flashed across his face. He bellowed instantly, help. They're assaulting people. Damn. Su Ming and Gao Xiang stared dumbfounded. That maneuver left them utterly speechless, truly breathtaking in its audacity. Heaven bore witness they hadn't moved a muscle. What's going on here? What are you doing? This is a hospital. At that moment, two tall, broad-shouldered security guards in crisp uniforms burst in, rubber batons raised. They attacked us. Li Na's father pointed accusingly at Su Ming and Gao Xiang. The guards glanced around. Li Na's mother, lying unconscious, Li Chao, sprawled on the floor, soaked and bleeding, and recoiled in shock. Don't move. Stay right there. Instantly, both guards raised their batons, aiming them squarely at Su Ming and Gao Xiang. One guard snatched up his walkie-talkie and barked, Shaoli, call the police, immediately. Disturbance at surgical ward, second floor. Received. Hey officers, there must be some misunderstanding. We didn't lay a hand on anyone. Gao Xiang raised his palms, exasperated. Su Ming merely shrugged and stood still, calm, unmoved. The guards exchanged glances. This did not look like the behavior of aggressors. We don't care what happened. We have surveillance footage and we've already called the police. Say nothing now. Wait for them and explain everything to them. Fine, let them come. We welcome the cameras. Gao Xiang lowered his hands and dropped unceremoniously onto a nearby bench. Su Ming too saw no point in further argument and sat beside Gao Xiang. The two guards exchanged another glance. Suddenly they began to believe Gao Xiang's story. At the word police, panic flickered across the Li family's faces. Yet with matters having escalated this far, they had no choice but to cling stubbornly to their roles as victims. The police arrived swiftly, within 10 minutes of the guards' arrival. 3 uniformed officers strode purposefully toward the surgical ward elevator, their expressions stern and resolute. Leading them was a woman officer. Her cap perfectly centered her raven black hair, drawn back, tightly revealing a striking, composed face. All who glimpsed her were instantly captivated, not merely by her beauty, but by her luminous eyes, flawless features, and the unmistakable air of authority radiating from her brow. Her uniform only heightened that commanding elegance. Who is causing trouble? The female officer stepped forward, her voice as clear and melodious as an oriole's. Officer, he claims those 2 young men beat them. The security guard reported at once. Oh, gentlemen, come with us for a moment. The young woman with her head bandaged, and that aunt need not come along. The officer's brow drew together slightly as she looked at Li Na and Li Na's mother, who, supported by Li Na, had somehow already regained consciousness. All right. Gao Xiang rose immediately. Su Ming shrugged and stood as well, then said, Officer, I suggest we retrieve the surveillance footage. The officer glanced at Su Ming, nodded, and instructed, fetch the surveillance footage from that period, well, return to the station to take statements first. Having said that, she turned and left. One of the other officers departed with the security guard while the other escorted Su Ming, Gao Xiang, and Li Chao and his father downstairs. Soon the group arrived at the police station. The female officer entered the interrogation room first, and the other policemen ushered Su Ming and the others in one by one. Before long, Gao Xiang and Li Chao and his father came out of the interrogation room, and Su Ming rose and walked in. Su Ming, the officer read from a sheet of paper. Su Ming nodded. Introduce yourself, Ning Fengqing. Ning Fengqing did not rush into questioning as she extended her hand towards Su Ming. Officer Ning, hello. Su Ming took her hand. It felt delicate and almost without bone, cool to the touch. Then we may be acquainted. Tell me, Su Ming, were you really asked for extra bride price at the wedding by that bandage-wrapped woman? And the reason was that her brother's girlfriend's family demanded a 500 bride price. Su Ming froze and glanced about. They were in an interrogation room. How is it that instead of questioning they were indulging in gossip? Uh, huh. I'm simply curious. It is astonishing that a plotline from a novel would unfold in real life. Don't misunderstand Su Ming. I know those two framed you, you needn't be nervous. Come, let's talk. Ning Fengqing said this, then unceremoniously sat down and crossed her legs. How did you know? The footage hasn't arrived yet. Su Ming asked in puzzlement. A minor matter, Ning Fengqing said casually. Their statements don't match. It's obvious a lie. Ning Fengqing spoke with indifferent ease. Is that so? Su Ming nodded, then added. Yes, as you know, this was likely put forward by Xiangzi. He wouldn't have let anything slip. Wow, really? Ning Fengqing laughed. You've been terribly unlucky to meet such a family. But tell me, Su Ming, you borrowed the bride price for your marriage, didn't you? How did you suddenly come by so much money? Must I say? Su Ming was uncertain whether Ning Fengqing truly wanted to chat or was fishing for information. After all, Su Ming had come into a large sum overnight and felt insecure. Although the system assured him nothing would go wrong, suspicion still lingered in his heart. It's not that. If you don't want to tell, you don't have to. I mean no offense, I'm merely curious about this sort of reversal of fortune trope, Ning Fengqing said lightly. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's not that I can't tell. It's just rather troublesome to explain. Never mind, then, and no need to trouble yourself. Ning Fengqing waved her hand and added, You've had bad luck. When the footage arrives, and this is resolved, shall I help you reclaim your bride price? You can do that. Su Ming was taken aback and felt a surge of goodwill toward Ning Fengqing. Of course. It's a few words. The Li family's attitude is truly contemptible. Then thank you, Officer Ning. Su Ming hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Those outside did not know that Su Ming and Ning Fengqing were chatting merrily in the interrogation room. Soon the officer who had been tasked with retrieving the footage returned. After stepping out of the interrogation room with Su Ming, Ning Fengqing went to review the surveillance. When Ning Fengqing had gone, Li Chao and his father grew nervous. Very soon she returned, frowning, a stiff file folder in her hand. With a sharp slap, Ning Fengqing threw the folder onto the desk. Li Chao, Li Hui, do you have anything further to say? Li Chao and his father jumped, realizing they had been exposed, and scrambled to their feet. Officer, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have accused Su Ming unjustly. Li Hui trembled like a man in a sieve. After all, he was just a low-level clerk and had never faced such a scene. Do you know malicious defamation can land one in prison? Ning Fengqing snorted coldly. Su Ming watched astonished. Ning Fengqing was no ordinary woman. Earlier an inquisitive presence, now a steely officer, the contrast striking. Officer, I know I'm wrong. I won't do it again. Please spare me. The thought of prison terrified Li Hui. Whether I spare you is not for me to decide. You must see whether the aggrieved party will forgive you, Ning Fengqing said, turning to Su Ming and giving him a wink. Su Ming understood at once. Li Hui reacted immediately and pleaded with Su Ming. Su Ming, spare me. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have framed you. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Spare him is simple. Return the bride price to me, and I will act as if nothing happened. All right, I'll return it. I'll transfer it at once. Li Hui did not hesitate. He pulled out his phone, opened Alipay, and quickly transferred 200 to Su Ming's account, even adding an extra 200 as a conciliatory gesture. Su Ming watched the incoming transfer and immediately understood that the extra 2,000 was a little sweetener. Received. Let this matter be settled then. Officer Ning, please don't make things difficult for them. Very well. Since the aggrieved party will not press charges, you may go. A reminder, do not repeat this. If you provoke someone with a bad temper, you could easily spend several days behind bars. Yes. Thank you for the warning, officer. Li Hui muttered, and he and Li Chao hurried out of the station. What a relief. Watching their flustered retreat, Gao Xiang laughed. Su Ming smiled as well and immediately transferred the 200 to his parents, adding a note that it was the bride price returned by the Li family. It was his parents' hard-earned money, and Su Ming would not touch it. That's quite filial of you, Ning Fengqing teased, having glimpsed Su Ming's phone. One must know gratitude, Su Ming replied with a smile. Unknown to him, Ning Fengqing's eyes brightened at the remark, and her fondness for him grew a little more. Finally out. This day has truly been exhausting. Outside the police station, Su Ming and Gao Xiang were waiting for their ride. Su Ming's words made Gao Xiang roll his eyes. Brother Ming, I've told you to read fewer novels. Look at you, you've gone crazy. Enough of the sarcasm, Xiangzi. Aren't you planning to open a barbecue restaurant? How about I sponsor it? Gao Xiang's eyes lit up. Su Ming nodded slightly and continued, it'll cover all the expenses, you just need to manage it and provide your skills. They'll take a 30 cut, how does that sound? What? That's not fair, Brother Ming. I've calculated it, the total investment will be around 300,000, and if you cover all of it, how can you only take 30? I know you want to help me, but we need to be clear about finances, at least 50 seems fair. Gao Xiang shook his head immediately. Xiangzi, you're thinking too small. Listen to me first. am prepared to invest $3 million initially. It's not just barbecue, you also need to develop cold drinks, self-service Western cuisine snacks, and other linked industries. Of course, we can expand later. You can decide what to add. What? $3 million. A food city. Gao Xiang was stunned. He did not expect Su Ming to have such ambition. However, he quickly furrowed his brow. Brother Ming, if we want to create an integrated food city, $3 million might not be enough. Don't worry. I'm saying I'll invest $3 million at first. You won't have to worry about the subsequent funding. The place we looked at before was quite good. Although it's not in a bustling area, it has parking and several main roads intersecting there. The building we saw is new, so renting the whole building will save a lot. The initial investment of $3 million should be enough. You'll need to handle the renovation and design yourself, so my 30 cut is reasonable. Don't feel any psychological burden. Su Ming elaborated on the pros and cons thoroughly. After listening, Gao Xiang pondered for a moment and said, Brother Ming, even though you say this, I know you are still contributing less. You're doing this to help me. Thank you, Brother Ming. All right, enough with the sentimentality. The car is here. Let's go back and get some sleep. Su Ming patted Gao Xiang and walked towards the car that had just stopped. Gao Xiang looked at Su Ming's back, filled with gratitude, silently vowing to do well and not let Su Ming down. The two returned to their rented apartment in silence. Although it was simple, it was clean. It's time to change places. Let's go look tomorrow. With money now, I shouldn't treat myself poorly. Of course, although Jiangzhou is not a first-tier city, housing prices aren't cheap either. Su Ming didn't intend to get a large house, just enough for him and Gao Xiang to live, and they could always move later. Brother Ming, there's a class reunion tomorrow night. Are you going? At this moment, Gao Xiang suddenly asked. What class reunion? Oh, I didn't tell you earlier because you were busy with your wedding. It's organized by Zhang Jiaming, a high school reunion. It's been about 7 or 8 years since we've seen each other. Once Zhang Jiaming mentioned it, most of our class agreed. Oh, never mind, I don't like crowds, and with Zhang Jiaming's personality, he might just be trying to show off. I don't want to see him. Zhang Jiaming was their class monitor and sports committee member in high school. He was tall and handsome, and his family owned a small supermarket with assets of a few million. Back in high school, he was quite arrogant and looked down on poor students like Su Ming. That's true, but Brother Ming, if the goddess Lin appears in the group, she even asked if you would go and later expressed a desire to see you. Are you really not planning to go? Su Ming was taken aback as a figure sealed in the depths of his memory suddenly surfaced. Lin Yixue, that was her name. In high school, Su Ming and Lin Yixue were desk mates, both being top students and having considerable mutual affection. However, in the end, neither of them broke that layer of glass. Until the graduation party arrived, Su Ming planned to confess to avoid regrets. But that night an accident occurred. Lin Yixue's father found him and even confined him. He couldn't even attend the graduation party. After that night, Su Ming never saw Lin Yixue again. Later, he heard that Lin Yixue had gone abroad. Ding. Choice triggered. Option 1, attend the class reunion and face past regrets, reward charm 10. Option 2, decline to participate, reward 30 million. Su Ming was stunned for a moment, a bit dazed. Brother Ming, what's the decision? Don't just stare blankly. Gao Xiang had no idea that Su Ming was caught between 30 million and meeting the goddess. 30 million, I really want that. No, it's just 30 million. With the system, 30 million will be a trivial amount in the future. I need to think big. Imin. Ultimately, Su Ming spoke. Ding. Congratulations on the successful choice charm 10. In that instant, Su Ming felt a notable lift in his spirits. Brother Ming, why do I suddenly think you're looking much more handsome? Did you get tipsy? That shouldn't be the case. You should be sober now. Looking at Su Ming, Gao Xiang was puzzled, not knowing this was the effect of charm 10. Forget it, who cares? Brother Ming, since you haven't gotten married yet, why not ask if the goddess Lin has a boyfriend tomorrow? Maybe you two can rekindle your past romance. Gao Xiang's demeanor turned lewd. Get lost. Sleep. Su Ming kicked him away and collapsed onto his bed, yet in his heart, he was silently contemplating. In the past, he lacked strength and didn't dare to dream, but in the future, he would never miss any opportunity and leave behind any regrets. Clearly wanting to see yet pretending to be aloof. Gao Xiang looked at Su Ming disdainfully and returned to his bed to lie down. Soon the two fell asleep. This sleep was quite deep. They went to bed around 5 in the morning, and when they finally woke up, it was already 2 in the afternoon. There was no choice. The events of the day had been too complicated, and both were exhausted. Let's go first, drive the car and conveniently deposit the money into your account. Once the class reunion is over, you'll need to get busy. Gao Xiang had no objections. The two left the rented apartment, and their plan to look for a new house was also disrupted. After eating, retrieving the car, and depositing the money, it was already 5. After checking the time, Su Ming and Gao Xiang drove straight to Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. Indeed, the class reunion was taking place at Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. However, this time it was not in the banquet hall, but in a private room. Brother Ming, Brother Xiang. Look, hurry over here. Na familiar voice rang out, and both men instantly turned their gaze toward its source. And the speaker stood just over 5 feet 3 inches tall, petite and slight, dressed in a neatly tailored child-sized suit. "Monkey, are you starving? After all these years you're still this thin, and this short." Monkey was his nickname. His real name was Li Gao. Back in high school the three of them had been inseparable. "Get lost. What we've got is concentrated excellence. Unlike you all brawn and no brain, and oh, have you forgotten how I used to beat you single-handedly back in the day?" Gao Xiang and Li Gao immediately began trading barbs the moment they laid eyes on each other. "Let bygones be bygones. Step aside. Brother Ming, please take a seat." Li Gao pulled out a chair and gestured courteously towards Su Ming. "What about mine? Come on, little monkey. Are you disrespecting me, or what?" Gao Xiang chimed in again, playfully provoking. Brother Ming, ignore him. Come have some water first." "All right, enough. You two act like sworn enemies the second you meet." Su Ming's words finally doused the flames of their rapidly escalating banter. "Fine, I won't stoop to your level." Gao Xiang grabbed a stool and sat down himself. "Brother Ming, heard you got married yesterday. And you didn't even invite me. Do you not consider me your brother anymore?" Li Gao interjected, his expression brimming with genuine grievance. "Enough, monkey, drop it. Lucky you didn't show up, things would have gone sideways." Su Ming, flustered, was swiftly rescued by Gao Xiang's timely intervention. Gao Xiang then recounted yesterday's events, leaving Li Gao equal parts furious and vindicated. "Damn it, karma strikes hard. That's enough, let's drop it. Monkey, it was my fault not to invite you. I'll drink 3 cups as penance, right now." Su Ming cut off their exchange. "Deal. It's on you." And just then the private dining room fell into sudden silence. "Everyone, look who's here." A woman's voice rang out, bright and playful, and the door swung open to reveal a vivacious young woman. And then another figure stepped inside. "Wow!" An awestruck murmur erupted across the room. The newcomer stood statuesque, draped in an exquisitely bespoke gown, clutching a Prada handbag, her makeup delicately applied. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her teeth gleamed like pearls, her hands were soft as tender shoots, her skin smooth as congealed cream. Her raven tresses cascaded freely down her back. By any standard of beauty, she scored at least 98 out of 100. Su Ming stared, his entire body jolted, as the cherished visage he'd longed for night and day began merging seamlessly with the woman before him. "Welcome, Goddess Lin. Welcome, Goddess Lin." The crowd roared in unison. Lin Yixue smiled radiantly, her lips parting with effortless grace. "Thank you, everyone." Her gaze swept slowly across the room, then halted instantly upon Su Ming's face. A flicker of sharp brilliance flashed in her luminous eyes, and without hesitation, she strode straight toward him. "May I sit here?" Her familiar voice washed over him. But before Su Ming could react, Lin Yixue had already taken her seat. He snapped back to reality, eyes meeting hers, and an unfamiliar warmth unfurled deep within his chest, finally settling into a quiet, resonant phrase. "It's been a long time." Indeed, it's been 7 years, 3 months, and 17 days. Lin Yixue smiled gently as she spoke, but beneath that smile Su Ming detected something else, quiet, unmistakable weariness. Without thinking, Su Ming looked away. He feared he might lose control and pull her into his arms. A shadow of disappointment flitted across Lin Yixue's eyes, yet she masked it in an instant. "I heard you got married yesterday," her voice trembled, just slightly, but Su Ming heard it clearly. In that moment, he could no longer contain the storm surging within him. Turning back, his eyes blazing with resolve, he declared firmly, "There was a complication. The wedding didn't go through. Let me reintroduce myself, Su Ming, currently single." Lin Yixue visibly froze. Then in the next breath, her eyes lit up with pure, unguarded delight. "Hello, everyone." Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a booming voice interrupted. The door burst open. Zhang Jiaming entered, accompanied by a portly, middle-aged man. Nas murmurs rippled through the room, wondering who the stranger was. Zhang Jiaming stepped forward to introduce him. "Everyone meet Mr. Luo Bo, General Manager of Hongdao Real Estate. I've secured a special benefit for you today. Anyone interested in buying a home can enjoy a minimum 70% discount." "Whoa, 70% off. That's over 100,000 yuan saved. Thanks, class rep." "Thanks, Mr. Luo." "Thank you, class rep." "Thank you, Mr. Luo." And the former classmates erupted into cheers. "No need for thanks. We're all classmates of Jiaming's, so naturally friends of mine too." Luo Bo replied with an affable smile. Su Ming glanced briefly at the two men, quietly committing Hongdao Real Estate to memory. Already resolved, he would never purchase a home from them. Unseen by Su Ming, Lin Yixue, seated beside him, flinched almost imperceptibly at the sight of Luo Bo, her eyes flashing with unmistakable revulsion. And at that very moment, Luo Bo seemed to notice her and walked directly toward their table. "Director Lin, It's truly rare to catch you in person, and we're all busy. Opportunities to meet are inevitably scarce. And Lin Yixue responded coolly, her tone polite but distant. Precisely, Director Lin. And Luo Bo offered a faint practice smile, then seated himself uninvited in the chair beside Lin Yixue. And Su Ming, let's switch seats. To everyone's surprise, Lin Yixue rose immediately and turned to Su Ming. Yes. Su Ming didn't hesitate. He understood perfectly her aversion to Luo Bo ran deep. Luo Bo showed no embarrassment, merely nodding politely at Su Ming. Oh, Su Ming, heard you tied the knot yesterday. So you looked down on us old classmates. Didn't even send a single invitation. Zhang Jiaming's voice chimed in right on cue. Yes, Su Ming, you really shouldn't have done that. Exactly. We're all classmates. Such a major life event, and not even a word. Su Ming, that's not acceptable. Zhang Jiaming's remark instantly drew murmurs of agreement. Su Ming frowned. Why stir that particular pot? It felt deliberately designed to humiliate him. Gao Xiang and Li Gao glared fiercely at Zhang Jiaming. All right, enough. Don't pile on. Su Ming must have had his reasons for not inviting anyone. After all, even I wasn't invited. Lin Yixue suddenly rose, drawing every eye in the room. Well said. If even his former fiancée wasn't invited, why should the rest of us expect one? Their past relationship had been common knowledge. Nearly everyone knew the story. Forget it. Water under the bridge. It's a reunion tonight. Let's eat, drink, and enjoy ourselves. Zhang Jiaming, sensing Lin Yixue's intervention had shut down further mockery, wisely shifted the subject. Soon after the first course arrived. Five-star hotel service proved impressively efficient. The dishes appeared swiftly one after another. Amid laughter, clinking glasses, and lively chatter, time slipped effortlessly by. Class rep, heard you upgraded your car recently. A BMW 7 Series. Must have cost over 1 million yuan, right? At last, the true theme of the class reunion had surfaced. It's just a little broken car worth over 1.2 million. Zhang Jiaming laughed proudly. Oh, you're jealous, aren't you? Just a little broken car for over 1 million. Sigh. Comparing people can kill you. All right. Everyone has different uses, so it's natural they can't all be the same. I primarily need it to take clients to see houses. Only by providing good service can I sell more houses. Though he said this, anyone could see the slight smugness at the corner of Zhang Jiaming's mouth. At that moment, Zhang Jiaming suddenly turned to Su Ming and asked, speaking of which, Su Ming, everyone has talked about their cars, but you haven't mentioned what you drive. You're married now, you should have some assets, right? With Zhang Jiaming's words, everyone's attention shifted to Su Ming. Sigh. I can't escape this, I didn't want to show off. Su Ming sighed, inwardly feeling that there were always petty people trying to harm him. Ding. Choice activated. Option 1, slap Zhang Jiaming's face, reward a luxury villa at Yunshan Uefu. Option 2, silently endure, reward the title a prime minister's heart can hold a boat. System, I choose option 1. Su Ming was initially a bit displeased, but when the system offered him a choice, his displeasure vanished. He wished for such choices to come more often. After making his choice, Su Ming sat up straight. Cough. Actually, it's nothing much. I just got a new 911 and the car is quite nice, but I feel the key isn't very appealing. Isn't that right, Lin Yixue? As he spoke, Su Ming took out a silver-white, perfectly designed key and winked at Lin Yixue. Lin Yixue's gaze flickered with surprise before she quickly calmed down and softly replied, No, I think the design of the key is perfect. Really? If Yixue likes it, then I'll reluctantly like it too. Su Ming sighed helplessly. However, his action left everyone in a moment of silence. Everyone had been out in society for a few years. While not everyone knew each other, most of them still did. The Porsche 911 has a price tag of over 3 million, a sum that could support many people for a lifetime. Zhang Jiaming's expression turned sour, and he muttered jealously, show off, who knows if it's even yours. Zhang Jiaming certainly didn't believe that Su Ming could afford a car worth 3 million. Oh, Mr. Su, you're actually here. At that moment, a waiter suddenly approached Su Ming. You are. Su Ming looked at the waiter, puzzled. Mr. Su, you don't recognize me. I'm a waiter here. Mr. Su, I was going to find a chance to contact you, but I didn't expect to run into you today. Oh, is there something? Well, Mr. Su, I filmed what happened yesterday and posted it on Douyin. Many netizens are curious about you, and they all want me to follow up. Could you answer me one question? It won't take much of your time, I promise. The waiter said eagerly. This matter isn't troublesome, you can ask. Good, thank you, Mr. Su. The waiter quickly took out his phone and opened the recording function. Mr. Su, we're starting. After Su Ming nodded, the waiter quickly asked, Mr. Su, may I ask if you delivered 3 million cash to the scene via express delivery yesterday to surprise your fiancée? Ms. Lina. Hearing the waiter's words, everyone gasped in shock. 3 million cash delivered by express. Isn't that risking losing it? For a moment, everyone felt it was somewhat absurd. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, that should be the case. Su Ming thought for a moment and nodded. That's really too bad, Ms. Lina doesn't have that fortune. Everyone, this is the follow-up to the video. Don't forget to like and follow after watching. Thank you, Mr. Su. You carry on or I won't disturb you. After finishing the video, the waiter thanked him and hurried off, clearly ready to upload it. Wait, what's your Douyin account? I want to follow you. Just as the waiter was about to leave the private room, Zhang Jiaming called out to her. Oh, sure. The waiter quickly took out her phone and Zhang Jiaming operated it for a moment before quickly following her. Class monitor, send me a push notification. Oh, I'm very curious about what happened at Su Ming's wedding yesterday. Also push me one. Everyone followed the waiter's Douyin account. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted with numerous videos, starting with the blessing videos. However, the more they watched, the more uneasy their expressions became. Damn, who is this person increasing the price even on the wedding day and still asking for more bride price? Damn, if she were to marry me, I would beat her half to death on the spot. As the follow-up of the video continued to roll out, everyone's expressions changed again, growing somewhat peculiar. Shanzi, what does it feel like to carry 3 million? I'm so jealous. Li Gao looked at a certain video protagonist beside him. It doesn't feel like much, but it's just quite heavy. Gao Xiang said lightly, but only he knew how excited he had been yesterday. Damn, I suspect you're showing off, but I have no evidence. Li Gao gave a thumbs up. Damn, a hidden big shot. Su Ming, you're incredible. Damn, I thought you were just showing off. Turns out you're really impressive. I bow down to you, big shot Su Ming. I was initially skeptical about Su Ming being able to drive a 911, but now I believe it. Someone who dares to send 3 million in cash via express delivery, what's so strange about driving a 911? What a lavish display. Hail to big shot Su Ming. All the classmates turned into little fans, showering him with compliments. Zhang Jiaming's face turned ashen. He never expected that trying to show off and suppress Su Ming, whom he found unpleasant, would end up benefiting Su Ming instead. Ding. Congratulations, host choice completed. You have received a luxury villa at Yunshang Ufu. All documents have been stored in the villa and the smart recognition system has been installed. The intelligent cloud app is now installed on the host's phone for viewing everything about the villa at any time. Smart recognition, quite advanced. No need for keys anymore. Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim, blaming himself for previously being too poor to imagine the life of the wealthy. This bride price is quite impressive. At that moment, Lin Yixue beside Su Ming suddenly spoke, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a different light as she looked at Su Ming. That's right. Su Ming also looked over, and the two exchanged smiles. I say, you young people, what is there to boast about cars? They will depreciate eventually. Zhang Jiaming's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly agreed. Yes, that's right. Cars, unless they are limited editions, depreciate very quickly, so there's no need to envy too much. That's true, after all, they are luxury items. What the class monitor said is right. As soon as Zhang Jiaming finished speaking, it immediately drew agreement from everyone. Su Ming curled his lips, too lazy to engage with them. They shifted topics without any sense of shame. Haha, it seems that General Manager Luo has done his research. I wonder what direction General Manager Luo thinks young people should strive for. Zhang Jiaming laughed, and then asked Luo Bo. In my opinion, it's definitely housing. The population continues to increase, and the demand for home purchases will only grow. Cars are always consumables, whereas houses are different. Once you buy one, it will appreciate over time, and can be considered solid personal assets. Luo Bo spoke eloquently, which made Su Ming's classmates' eyes light up. Good. As expected of General Manager Luo. Zhang Jiaming led the applause, and soon the sound echoed throughout the private room. Luo Bo smiled proudly and raised his hand slightly, causing everyone to immediately stop applauding. Now you all should understand the importance of housing. May I ask how many of you present own your own homes? With that one question, all the classmates immediately lowered their heads. Zhangzhou, although not a first-tier city, is considered the pinnacle of second-tier cities. In such a place, housing prices average around 20 to 30,000, and most of those present have only been working for a few years, so how could they afford a house? Unless their families have some assets, it would be different. None of you. Look at you all, your money is spent on enjoyment and consumables like cars. If you had bought a house with the soaring prices, you might have already made a profit enough to buy another house. Listening to Luo Bo's words, everyone felt even more ashamed. However, Luo Bo clearly wasn't done, continuing, Jiaming, you all know right. He is himself in the real estate industry and has a considerable understanding of the housing market. Perhaps you don't know, but Jiaming bought that BMW with the money he made from selling houses. Now he still has a fully renovated apartment, a spacious 180 square meters worth over 3 million. In the next 5 years, that apartment will be worth at least 5 million, netting him a profit of 2 million. Wow, that's incredible. Class monitor, you got rich all on your own, without me. The classmates got lively again, starting to flatter Zhang Jiaming. Huh. There's no need to envy everyone. I brought General Manager Luo here today, and he promised that everyone present can get a discount. If you are interested, you can talk to me in detail later. Zhang Jiaming's face was beaming with joy. Damn, just now you failed to show off, and now you're starting in another direction. Exactly, can't you just not show off? Gao Xiang and Li Gao could no longer stand it, and couldn't help but started to complain. However, their words were overheard by Luo Bo. Luo Bo furrowed his brow slightly, looked at the two, and then spoke. It seems you both have better insights, or do you both have potential properties in your hands? At this moment, Luo Bo was undoubtedly the focus of the room. Every move he made attracted everyone's attention. With his words, everyone's gaze immediately turned to Li Gao and Gao Xiang. The two suddenly felt embarrassed and were left speechless. They had no properties coming from rural backgrounds, and although they made a living in the city, they could only get by with no spare money to buy houses. It seems that neither of you have a house, so you probably can't understand what I just said. Well, ignorance breeds fear. Luo Bo mocked them with a glance. Su Ming frowned, feeling a surge of disgust towards Luo Bo. I say, General Manager Luo, is this the extent of your temperament as a big manager? Su Ming, how can you speak like that? General Manager Luo is here to bring benefits to everyone. Zhang Jiaming immediately became anxious and shouted. Benefits? Are you sure it's benefits? The so-called discounts and offers are just marketing tricks by developers, right? They raise the price first, then give discounts. What you actually need to pay is probably even higher than the original price, isn't it? Su Ming frowned in displeasure. Hearing this, everyone else also realized and kept a cautious eye. Indeed, such tricks are rampant nowadays. Su Ming, what nonsense are you talking? Zhang Jiaming shouted angrily. This young brother seems to have quite a bit of knowledge about real estate. May I ask if he has ever purchased a house? At this moment, Luo Bo also turned to Su Ming. Who spends their time researching those messy things? Whether I buy a house or not has nothing to do with you. Su Ming showed no regard for Luo Bo. However, Luo Bo was not angry at all, casually saying, since you haven't bought a house, then saying these things is pointless. Since you're an outsider, I kindly ask you to speak cautiously and not to hinder others' judgments. Since you can drive a 911, you must have some capital. A house is a significant matter in life. Without a home, how can one establish a family? You might as well research this when you have time. Ding. Option triggered. Option 1, showcase real estate. Encounter Luo Bo, reward of 30 million. Option 2, stay humble and accept reward of 5 million plus the title of a coward. Originally, Su Ming didn't want to care about Luo Bo anymore, but with the new options appearing, he immediately became energized. I choose option 1. After silently making his choice, Su Ming spoke. General Manager Luo, I only said that whether I buy a house or not has nothing to do with you. I never said I haven't bought a house. Oh, then it seems I misunderstood you, young brother. You seem to be an insider. May I ask where your property is located? Is it under Hongda? If you don't mind sharing, I could estimate its future appreciation potential. Luo Bo became interested and pressed for more. At the same time, he sneered, inwardly not fearing if you had a house, having one would be even better. Just say it, and wait for me to see how to belittle you. In Luo Bo's eyes, dealing with a small nouveau riche was an easy task. No need for you to worry, General Manager Luo. The properties under Hongda don't meet my expectations. However, what Luo Bo did not expect was that Su Ming's words were extremely arrogant. Su Ming, right? Anyone can boast. The properties under Hongda are top luxury homes worth nearly 30 million. In all of Jiangzhou, only Lin and their Changhe can slightly surpass it, but you won't tell me your property is in Yansheng Yufu, right? Luo Bo's expression visibly darkened. Yansheng Yufu was not something that could simply be bought with money. Although Su Ming could afford a Porsche 911 and handle 3 million in cash like a package delivery, he did not believe that he could buy a house in Yansheng Yufu. In Luo Bo's eyes, Su Ming was merely a nouveau riche. Perhaps his family had benefited from a demolition or had some land taken by a national project resulting in a bit of money. Lin Yixue furrowed her brows slightly. Indeed, she was currently serving as the general manager at Changhe Real Estate, and Yunxiang Yuefu was the top luxury series developed by Changhe. Inside, there were exclusively detached villas complete with gardens and swimming pools luxuriously decorated, sold not by the square meter, but as entire buildings. Among them, the cheapest ones were an astonishing 40 million RMB, while the top-grade villas numbered only 3, each priced around 80 million RMB. Yunxiang Yuefu was truly the residence of the top tycoons of Jiangzhou. In Lin Yixu's impression, there was no property belonging to Su Ming in Yunxiang Yuefu. After Luo Bo finished speaking, he coldly looked at Su Ming. However, the drastic change in Su Ming's expression that he anticipated did not occur. Instead, Su Ming slightly raised his head and said, General Manager Luo, you truly are a well-known figure in the real estate industry. Indeed, my property is in Yunxiang Yuefu. What? How is that possible? Zhang Jiaming exclaimed in surprise. Su Ming, don't joke around. The cheapest second-grade villa in Yunxiang Uefu is priced at 40 million each, while the first-grade villas start at 50 million and the top-grade villas are worth 80 million. Even though you can afford a 911, I Zhang Jiaming admit I am not as good as you, but if you say you own property in Yunxiang Uefu I'd rather die than believe it. 40 million, 80 million. Damn, I could never afford even a toilet after working a lifetime. Is this what a wealthy person's home looks like? They had seen it for themselves. A group of classmates began to exclaim in amazement. Little brother, at your age having a house is already impressive, but don't boast recklessly for the sake of face. Forget it, I'll pretend I never said that, and you need not mention your property. After all, in the entire Jiangzhou besides Changhe, no one else can compare to our Hongda. Luo Bo smiled as he looked at Su Ming, once again referring to him as little brother, indicating that he had lost interest in him. Why bother with someone who boasts for the sake of face? Everyone knew it in their hearts. Hey, I'm saying it's just Yunxiang Uefu, is it really that important? Fine. Since you don't believe me, let me show you so you can understand what short-sightedness really means. As Su Ming spoke, he took out his phone and began to scroll. Su Ming, is this really how you showcase something? Are you trying to find a couple of pictures to show us? What can that prove? Who knows if those pictures aren't downloaded? The crowd began to jeer. The saying "the wind blows the wall grass" perfectly described these people. Su Ming ignored them, flipping to the last page of his phone applications where he opened the Smart Cloud app. Welcome to Smart Cloud. A voice echoed, and everyone turned to look at Lin Yixue. No other reason this voice was too familiar. It was none other than Lin Yixue, the goddess. However, they had not seen Lin Yixue speak. Su Ming, this is the Smart Cloud developed for villas in Yunxiang Uefu, which can only be installed by villa owners. You really do have a house in Yunxiang Uefu, how did I not know? Lin Yixue moved closer, her pretty face full of surprise. What? Goddess Lin, you can't be mistaken, right? Yeah, Goddess Lin, how could this be possible? Lin Yixue waved her hand and said, everyone, there's no mistake. I personally added the welcome message for this app. Hiss. No way. Gasps filled the room, and everyone hurriedly gathered closer. At that moment, as the app opened, a cute little robot appeared on the screen. Master, welcome to your home. I am the smart butler of Villa No. One of you can call me Xiaolo. I will now present the panorama of Villa No. One to you. If you wish to view other areas, simply command me. As the smart butler Xiaolo finished speaking, images immediately appeared on Su Ming's phone. The so-called panorama was a live broadcast from different camera angles. Among them, the garden, swimming pool, and the villa as a whole were all displayed on screen. This is really Villa No. 1. Su Ming, when did you buy it? How come I didn't know? Lin Yixue looked at the familiar scenes and couldn't help but cover her mouth. Not long ago, I haven't even been inside yet. Su Ming replied nonchalantly, who knows when the system bought it, but it was his now. Impossible, Su Ming, how could you afford a villa in Yunxiang Uefu? Zhang Jiaming stared at Su Ming as if he had seen a ghost. Luo Bo's eyes also revealed a hint of incredulity. After all, this was Yunxiang Uefu, and despite being a real estate general manager with an annual salary in the millions, he knew he couldn't afford it. But Yunxiang Uefu was truly beyond his means. The annual property fees alone were in the hundreds of thousands. There's nothing impossible about this, Zhang Jiaming. Can you stop measuring others with your own standards? If you don't believe me, you can try asking the smart butler to check the interior and see if it responds to you. Our Yunxiang Uefu's smart butler only listens to the owner and is authenticated by identity verification and voice recognition. If you're not the owner, you can't even open the app. Lin Yixue frowned, expressing her displeasure. Zhang Jiaming was left speechless, his face turning ashen. This is too interesting, let me give it a try. However, Gao Xiang became interested directly, taking Su Ming's phone and saying to it, I want to check the situation in the living room. However, there was no response at all. Let me give it a try. I want to check the situation in the living room. Li Gao shouted excitedly, but like Gao Xiang, there was no change. Let me try. Su Ming took back the phone and said, check the situation in the living room. Dear Master, I am now live broadcasting for you. Finally, the phone responded, and in the next moment, the scene changed. Suddenly, a highly technological living room appeared before everyone's eyes. The television occupied the entire wall, fully embedded within the structure. The sofa was unidentifiable in material, but without a doubt, it was a high-end custom brand. All other items were also from the top-tier brands. Even someone unfamiliar could see that the contents of this living room were probably worth over $1 million. Everyone stared blankly at the images on the phone, their eyes filled with envy. At that moment, no one doubted Su Ming's words, including Luo Bo and Zhang Jiaming. Ding! Congratulations, host option completed, receiving a bonus of 30 million, which will be transferred to your personal account. At the moment the system notification ended, Su Ming's phone also received a text message. Suddenly, everyone's attention focused on the text message. Upon seeing the transferred amount, they all widened their eyes. This is too much. While we were still envious, he had unknowingly received 30 million. Life. Why bother? Mingu, I suspect you are pretending, but I have no evidence. Is that 30 million you've received part of a scheme? Gao Xiang and Li Gao said with expressions that conveyed you are so bad. Huh, this is a surprise. Fortunately, I arrived in time. I was running low on funds. After subtracting that 30 million, I only have a little over 3 million left. Su Ming's words struck the attendees like a barrage, especially Zhang Jiaming, who suddenly clutched his heart, feeling a sharp pain. After working so hard for years, feeling proud of earning a BMW 7 Series from flipping houses, he found himself hearing someone else say they had over 3 million left and were running out of money. Heaven, please let him be human. Lin Yixue chuckled softly, and at that moment, she seemed to see that confident young man once more. Mr. Luo, what do you think? My property should catch your eye, right? If not, could you estimate its value? In 5 years, how much can this property appreciate? Su Ming did not intend to let Luo Bo off easily and brought his phone closer to Luo Bo. Luo Bo's expression fluctuated. Ultimately, his strong rationality suppressed everything. He forced a smile that was more pitiful than crying and said, Brother Su, you flatter me. How could a small real estate manager like me dare to make random guesses about a top luxury residence at Yunshang Ufu? Oh, well, in any case, I'm not planning to sell it. Even if it appreciates by 10 to 18 million, it doesn't matter. If I don't live there anymore, I can just keep it to raise birds. Su Ming's light-hearted words nearly made Luo Bo spit blood. An 80 million luxury house, and you want to keep it to raise birds. Please be a human. I have some matters at home, so I'll take my leave. Right, I'll leave 2 night shift. At that moment, the classmates could no longer bear it and began to leave one after another. There was no choice. It was a class reunion after all, where everyone came to show off. However, they did not expect a powerhouse to casually overshadow them, leaving them utterly defeated. If they continued to show off, they would just look foolish. They wished they could sprout 8 legs to leave this place of strife quickly. In less than 2 minutes, only Zhang Jiaming, Luo Bo, Gao Xiang, Li Gao, Lin Yixue, and Su Ming remained in the private room. All right, most of the people have left. Mr. Lin, we should discuss serious matters now. At this moment, Luo Bo spoke up. Mr. Luo, if you prefer, I can send someone to your company instead. Lin Yixue said lightly. Mr. Lin, you understand my meaning. Unless I agree, you Longha cannot take that project. Luo Bo's tone shifted from that of a good-natured person to one of aggression. No one knew that Luo Bo's heart was already filled with rage. The emotions he had suppressed earlier erupted completely at this moment. Humph. Luo Bo, do you know that you disgust me? Lin Yixue coldly snorted. Is that so? It doesn't matter. Lin Yixue, I'll give you one last chance. Agree to my request, and I'll sign. Your Longha can take the project. If you don't, just wait and see. Su Ming frowned, sensing that the atmosphere was off. Yixue, what's going on? Before Lin Yixue could speak, Luo Bo spoke first. Su Ming, this is none of your business. You should stick to what you do. I admit you have some money, but some matters can't be solved just by having money. Do you understand? Luo Bo's anger was primarily directed towards Su Ming. He originally just wanted to enjoy showing off and achieve his goals for the night. However, he never expected Su Ming to emerge midway and completely disrupt his plans. Su Ming's frown deepened as he shot a cold glance at Luo Bo and asked again, Yixue, what exactly is going on? Su Ming could sense that Luo Bo had ill intentions. It's just some business matters, nothing much. Lin Yixue pondered for a moment and quickly began to explain. It turned out that Hongda Real Estate controlled a piece of land in the suburbs, and now the government issued a document stating that an airport needed to be built on that land, as the original airport had reached the end of its service life. Meanwhile, Longha had spent some resources to secure the development rights for that land from Hongda. Everything was going well until it happened that Luo Bo had been in charge of that land. When Lin Yixue approached Luo Bo, he refused to sign, no matter what. Lin Yixue had discussed with him several times, but there was no result. He wants me to sleep with him. In the end, Lin Yixue whispered this into Su Ming's ear. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. Upon hearing Lin Yixue's last words, Su Ming became furious. His gaze turned icy as he looked at Luo Bo. Su Ming, don't look at me like that. Such things are common in the business world. You can't interfere in this matter. I advise you not to ask for trouble. Luo Bo was unbothered by Su Ming's glare. All right, Su Ming, don't worry. He wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Let's go. I won't interfere with this project anymore, and we'll leave it to someone else to negotiate. Lin Yixue felt warm at Su Ming's actions. At that moment, she made a decision that she had contemplated for a long time to give up this project and hand it over to someone else. Although this would cause her to lose some benefits and prestige, it was of little importance to her. With her talents, she could quickly make up for these losses. It would just take more time. Su Ming nodded, withdrew his gaze, and stood up from the chair. Gao Xiang and Li Gao immediately stood up as well, and the 4 prepared to leave. At that moment, Zhang Jiaming opened the door to the private room, and 4 strong men in suits walked in. Oh, what does this mean? Su Ming's gaze turned dangerous. It means nothing, Su Ming. I told you earlier that some matters are beyond your reach. I'll give you one last chance. Leave here and continue your life. You are young and wealthy, I believe you have some skills. Don't ruin your bright future for trivial matters. Luo Bo said lightly, waving his hand. The four strong men immediately approached the four. Zhang Jiming, you bastard. This class reunion is just a pretext, right? Your real goal is Lin Yixue. Gao Xiang and Li Gao glared angrily at Zhang Jiming, their hands already resting on the chairs beside them. Still calling her a goddess. You two are living in the past. Zhang Jiming scoffed disdainfully. He had lost so much face tonight, and anger had filled him inside. At this moment, he actually hoped that Su Ming would stand firm like a man and not leave in shame. That would be interesting. What a focus on interests. Zhang Jiming, I previously underestimated you. Su Ming looked at Zhang Jiming, his gaze growing increasingly dangerous. Su Ming, just as I underestimated you, you have vastly underestimated me, in far more ways than one. Zhang Jiming smiled, faintly, neither confirming nor denying. It seems your line of work is rife with such underhanded affairs. Perhaps it's time you reconsidered your profession. Su Ming ignored Zhang Jiming entirely and turned instead to Lin Yixue. Not so many. Merely an isolated incident I happened to stumble upon. If I quit, will you support me? Lin Yixue laughed, her smile blossoming like 1,000 flowers, intoxicating and radiant. Of course I will. No problem at all. 2 meals a day guaranteed. I'm not sustained by 2 meals. Then I'm afraid I'm powerless. Do find your own path forward. Heartless wretch. Lin Yixue pouted, clearly displeased. Yet their utter disregard for everyone else present ignited Luo Bo's fury beyond restraint. Do you two take us for invisible? Move in. Disable those 3 boys permanently. The girl, just restrain her. For burly men exchanged no further words, quickening their pace toward the group. Luo Bo, do you truly believe you've already cornered me? Lin Yixue's expression hardened instantly. Her phone trembled faintly in her palm as a message shot forth. Since I've decided to act, did you truly think I'd leave myself unguarded? The men you brought are no longer able to aid you. As Luo Bo spoke, a flicker of genuine alarm finally surfaced on Lin Yixue's face. Boy, we warned you not to meddle. Now don't blame us. By then the 4 men had closed in. One lunged forward, his hand snatching straight for Su Ming. Son of a bitch. Brother Ming, watch out. Li Gao and Gao Xiang sprang into action, without hesitation heaving chairs and hurling them forward. Yet the 4 seemed to have anticipated precisely this. 2 of them raised their hands, effortlessly catching the airborne chairs mid-flight before tossing them aside with casual disdain. The man who seized Su Ming succeeded, but the moment he attempted his next move, he found himself utterly paralyzed. His gaze snapped to Su Ming, only to lock onto a pair of feral, unblinking eyes fixed upon him. A terrifying aura surged forth, sharp and lethal, as though a blade now pressed cold against his throat. Remove your filthy hand now. Su Ming's voice cut through the air, icy and absolute. In the next breath, the burly man felt his wrist seized in an iron grip. A wave of monstrous force radiated from that single point of contact. He blinked in shock, then strained desperately to wrench free. To his horror, every ounce of strength proved futile. Crack! A sharp, sickening snap echoed. Agony exploded through his arm. He shrieked, and crumpled helplessly to the floor. Third brother. Damn it, you little bastard, what did you do? One of the remaining men roared, surging forward with a thunderous punch aimed straight at Su Ming's face. Su Ming's gaze remained calm, detached. His foot shifted, effortlessly evading the blow. In the same instant, he struck back, fist clenched only halfway, index finger jutting forward like a spear. Thud! His knuckles crashed into the man's throat. Then, astonishingly, the man's eyes widened in sheer terror, and he collapsed backward, rigid and lifeless. Damn it, what did you do, Zhang Jiming recoiled, visibly shaken as he stared at Su Ming. Nothing serious, just induced temporary asphyxia. He'll survive. Su Ming replied offhandedly. The moment the words left his lips, he pivoted, grinning darkly, as he charged the 4th thug. 4th brother, watch out. A cry rang out. 4th brother leapt backward instinctively. But Su Ming moved faster than sight. In a blink, he stood before him and drove a fist toward his face. The thug reacted swiftly, raising his forearm to block. Yet Su Ming's fist veered midair, crashing instead into his abdomen with brutal precision. Ugh! Pain flared. 4th brother reflexively doubled over. And in that split second, Su Ming's elbow slammed into his temple. Darkness swallowed 4th brother's vision. He slumped unconscious. In mere moments, Su Ming had neutralized 2 foes. The first attacker now sat curled on the floor, clutching his shattered arm, utterly incapacitated. Fine attire, but beneath it nothing but chickens and earthen dogs. Su Ming shook out his fist, his gaze sweeping lazily over the lone remaining thug. Zhang Jiming stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. Is this creature even human? How could I have never known he was this formidable? Luo Bo too stood stunned, his expression twisted with incredulity. For rigorously trained operatives, defeated before they could even land a single blow. Is this man even mortal? Lin Yixue's luminous eyes shimmered with astonishment, as if seeing Su Ming for the very first time. And while they remained rooted in awe, Su Ming struck again, closing the distance in an instant. The last thug didn't even register the threat before collapsing senseless. Luo Bo, Zhang Jiaming. Sometimes overconfidence isn't merely foolish, it's fatal. Su Ming's voice pierced the silence, jolting them all back to reality. By then he was already walking steadily toward Luo Bo and Zhang Jiaming. You, don't come any closer. Zhang Jiaming staggered backward trembling, until his spine met the edge of a table, halting his retreat completely. Su Ming, I yield. Let this end here. No further consequences. Luo Bo appeared outwardly composed, his eyes locked unflinchingly onto Su Ming. Su Ming paused, slightly startled, not by Luo Bo's words but by the intensity in his gaze. It stirred something deeply familiar. Yes, familiar. Every instinct forged in the crucible of elite warfare whispered the truth. Such a look belonged to no ordinary man. Only those whose hands bore the weight of bloodshed wore such eyes. Has he killed someone? A chilling thought flashed through Su Ming's mind. Ding. Choice triggered. Option 1. Deliver criminal Lu Mingliang to justice. Reward 30% equity in Hongdao real estate and full authority over the Liyuan project. Option 2. Pretend ignorance and later exploit this knowledge for illicit gain. Reward 100 million yuan in cash. Lu Mingliang. Who is Lu Mingliang? Could it possibly be him? Su Ming stared at Luo Bo, disbelief rippling across his features. Ding. System notification. Luo Bo's original identity is Lu Mingliang, a fugitive who slaughtered an entire family of 3 in a single night. After fleeing, he underwent cosmetic surgery and deliberately gained massive weight to erase his former appearance, living freely under a fabricated identity. Murder to silence witnesses. Such monsters still exist. Su Ming's inner world reeled. He'd always believed such horrors belonged solely to cinema, not reality. Yet here it was, before him. A searing wave of fury rose within him, molten and unrelenting. At that moment, Zhang Jiaming began inching sideways, only to be caught instantly by Su Ming's piercing gaze. Without a word, Su Ming closed the gap in a flash and drove a devastating punch. F. Zhang Jiaming screamed once, then flew sideways, slamming hard onto the floor 2 meters away, curling into a broken, shuddering heap. Su Ming, I can overlook your interference in business affairs, but are you truly determined to exterminate me utterly? Luo Bo, or rather Lu Mingliang, spoke in an unervingly low voice. System, I choose option 1. Su Ming ignored Lu Mingliang's words entirely and struck without warning. The obese man was utterly unprepared. In an instant, he was subdued. Crack. A grating, teeth-clenching sound echoed as Su Ming wrenched Lu Mingliang's arm sharply backward, dislocating it in a single brutal motion. Su Ming, you'll die a wretched death. Lu Mingliang screamed in agony. You cur, just who among us is doomed you know full well. Su Ming spat the curse, then turned to the other arm. Crack. That familiar sickening sound rang out once more, and Lu Mingliang shrieked anew. Lin Yixue, Gao Xiang, and Li Gao stood frozen in shock. Yet beneath their awe bloomed a chilling undercurrent of fear. Yet Su Ming did not pause after shattering both of Lu Mingliang's arms. Instead, he shifted his focus to the man's legs. This time as violence escalated, he raised his foot and delivered a devastating kick. Terrifying force erupted. Lu Mingliang's knee shattered, his leg twisting grotesquely at the joint. You bastard, I'll kill you. I'll slaughter your entire family. His screams now pierced the air with even greater torment. But Su Ming paid him no heed. With another swift, merciless kick, he crippled the second leg. Only then did he finally cease. Su Ming, you deserve death, deserve it. Lu Mingliang convulsed in unbearable pain, drenched in sweat, his face as pale and lifeless as bleached parchment. Su Ming, you. Lin Yixue's trembling voice came from behind him. Su Ming turned, his gaze calm, silent, and withdrew his phone. He opened WeChat, found Ning Fengqing's contact, and dialed. The call connected swiftly. Poor thing, what's wrong? Why call me out of the blue? Ning Fengqing sounded genuinely perplexed. She'd added him on WeChat out of idle curiosity, never imagining he'd actually call. Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, 7th floor, private room, 888. Murder suspect Lu Mingliang. Su Ming's words were stark and precise. What? Lu Mingliang, the fugitive who vanished 13 years ago. Are you certain? Su Ming, this isn't something to joke about. Ning Fengqing's voice faltered, then hardened into steely gravity. I'm not joking. Understood, I'm on my way. She ended the call. Su Ming pocketed his phone. A murderer? Su Ming, are you mistaken? Who is Lu Mingliang? Lin Yishue's eyes darted frantically across the four black-clad bodyguards. Not them. Su Ming shook his head. How could you possibly know? At that moment Luo Bo, nearly unconscious from pain, gasped out in sheer terror. Heaven's net is vast, wide-meshed, yet nothing escapes it. Did you truly believe that by altering your appearance and fattening yourself into oblivion, you could evade justice? Man acts, heaven watches. Su Ming spoke with icy detachment. No, it's impossible. How could you know? How? No. Within Lu Mingliang's heart surged utter disbelief. He had been absolutely certain. No one knew. Otherwise, how could he have evaded capture for 13 years? He could not fathom how Su Ming had uncovered the truth. A murderer. President Luo. Is he the murderer? Zhang Jiaming, regaining some composure, heard everything and instantly turned ashen. Zhang Jiaming, pray you've never conspired with him in crimes that outrage heaven and earth. Otherwise your life will be spent behind bars. Oh, I nearly forgot. Crimes like today's. You've likely committed many. Apologies, Zhang Jiaming, but your life as you know it is over. Su Ming gazed upon Zhang Jiaming with cold indifference. Since high school he'd held no fondness for the man, and today's events had only deepened his revulsion. Once a man abandons his humanity, he sinks lower than beast or swine. No, it can't be. It's not true. You're lying. You're lying. Zhang Jiaming shook his head, wildly muttering incoherently to himself. Su Ming ignored him completely and calmly pulled up a chair to sit. Lin Yishue and the others remained silent. What had just unfolded had shaken them to their very cores. Over 10 minutes later, the private room door swung open. Ning Fengqing entered first and froze upon taking in the scene. Did you do this? Her voice carried quiet uncertainty. Su Ming shrugged, then pointed toward Luo Bo. The man you seek just confessed. These three all heard it. If confirmation is needed, they can testify. Are you absolutely certain? A person may alter their appearance, but DNA remains immutable. Confirmation would be straightforward. Ning Fengqing still struggled to believe it. Police records held every detail on Lu Mingliang, but the file depicted a lean man with facial features vastly different from the man before her. Officer Ning, we all heard him confess. Gao Xiang, who recognized Ning Fengqing, spoke up. Understood. She nodded faintly, then gestured to her team. Collect biological samples for forensic comparison. I'll handle everything here. An officer stepped forward, immediately gathering specimens with practiced efficiency. Su Ming, until results are confirmed, please remain here. You'll accompany us to the station shortly. Should your claim prove true, you'll bear no liability, and may even be commended. But should this prove erroneous, this incident will be classified as aggravated assault and prosecuted accordingly. Understood. Su Ming replied without hesitation, his confidence unwavering. He no longer doubted the system's infallibility. Ning Fengqing gave a slight nod, then immersed herself in her duties. An hour later, everyone boarded police vehicles and arrived at the station. As they entered, a forensic officer in a white lab coat hurried forward. Captain Ning, the results are in. It's confirmed he is Lu Mingliang. Ning Fengqing paused, her beautiful eyes shifting to Su Ming, filled with stunned disbelief. Lin Yishue and the others stared at him as if he were a specter risen from legend. Actually, my ancestors were fortune tellers. They foresaw 500 years past and 500 years ahead. Su Ming improvised flippantly. Really? Brother Su, give me a reading. When will I find a girlfriend? Gao Xiang blurted out, utterly oblivious to the others' incredulous stares. Ahem. Brother Xiang, divine insight reveals itself only to those bound by fate. Alas, ours is not such a bond. Unfathomable, utterly unfathomable. Su Ming coughed awkwardly, inwardly cursing Gao Xiang's denseness. Ning Fengqing rolled her eyes and walked away, refusing to indulge his nonsense. Lin Yishue stifled a giggle, her cheeks flushed rose pink. How is that possible, Brother Su? Does fortune-telling exact a price? Gao Xiang pressed on, still clueless. Yishue, this is your first time here, isn't it? Look, the environment's quite pleasant, the staff speak courteously, and every one of them is remarkably talented. Su Ming, thoroughly done with him, turned instead to Lin Yishue and began introducing her to the station with practiced charm. Gao Xiang was utterly bewildered, staring at Su Ming with profound confusion. Li Gao, observing his expression, shook his head helplessly, as if ashamed to be associated with him, and strode briskly into the police station. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the selection and acquired a 30% equity stake in Hongdao Real Estate, along with full authority over the Liyuan project. The relevant documents have been placed in your villa. Delightful. The moment Su Ming heard the chime, his mood lifted considerably. Hongdao Real Estate, valued at over 10 billion yuan, meant 30%, equated to more than 3 billion. Truly a criminal well worth apprehending. Even more significant was the Liyuan project. Su Ming suspected it might be the very one Lin Yishue and Lu Mingliang had discussed. Yet he chose not to inquire, preferring instead to surprise Lin Yishue. Inside the station, everyone was questioned individually. The process was perfunctory, merely procedural. Su Ming, do you carry a curse of misfortune? Or what? It's only been a few days and you've already visited twice. Ning Fengqing remarked with amused disbelief in the station's lobby. Su Ming offered a wry smile. I can't help it, but at least each time I stand firmly on the side of justice. Cheeky. Ning Fengqing cast him a flirtatious, knowing glance. You've rendered us an extraordinary service today. Lu Mingliang has been a fugitive for 13 years, long wanted online. This arrest is entirely your doing. You'll receive a commendation banner and a reward of 100,000 yuan. Unfortunately, we can't present them tonight, but you're welcome to collect them at the station tomorrow. Agreed. I'll send Gao Xiang and Hosey tomorrow. I likely won't be available myself. Ning Fengqing nodded, then gazed at Su Ming with genuine curiosity. Su Ming, I'm curious. Did you serve in the military? The way you subdued those men is no ordinary technique. Her luminous eyes shimmered with unmistakable fervor. Su Ming sensed a surge of fierce, unbridled combat spirit. Indeed, it was combat spirit. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Ning Fengqing, radiant as a blooming flower, turned out to be a born warrior. I never served, but my ancestors did, and I picked up bits and pieces from their legacy. Is that so? Ning Fengqing clearly doubted him, then impulsively added, Su Ming, how about a friendly sparring match? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Su Ming instinctively pressed his palm to his forehead. Sure enough, dreaded outcomes always arrived right on cue. What's the harm? Let's go outside now while we have time. True to her combative nature, Ning Fengqing immediately turned toward the exit. Sergeant Ning's itching for a fight again. Look at Su Ming. He looks absolutely stricken. No kidding. None of us in this precinct stands a chance against Sergeant Ning. Spotting someone like him, she'll certainly seize the opportunity. I'd wager Su Ming won't last long. Don't let her delicate frame fool you. Last time I sparred with her, I nearly ended up paralyzed. A chorus of officers erupted into animated chatter, each tone laced with palpable trepidation. Clearly, they'd all endured her rigorous training sessions. Hearing their murmurs, Su Ming sighed inwardly. He knew there was no escaping this evening's trial. Ding. A choice has been triggered. Option 1, accept Ning Fengqing's challenge. Reward the martial art Bajiquan. Option 2, decline outright. Reward the title Ninja Turtle. As the system prompt echoed in his mind, Ning Fengqing paused mid-stride and turned back toward Su Ming. Hey, Su Ming, what are you dawdling for? Do you think I'll devour you? Fine then. Su Ming rose and walked steadily toward her. Only then did Ning Fengqing resume her outward march with evident satisfaction. Let's go, let's watch. How many moves do you suppose Su Ming will survive against Sergeant Ning? I bet he falls within 10 moves. I'll wager tonight's instant noodles. That's no real wager. I'll bet tonight's and tomorrow night's noodles Sergeant Ning subdues Su Ming in 5 moves. The officers buzzed with exhilaration. I've got a feeling Sergeant Ning isn't exactly a gentle soul. Li Gao murmured to Gao Xiang. She's certainly no ordinary officer. Ning Fengqing hails from a distinguished military lineage. Her family has served generation after generation. After graduating university, she entered elite military training and spent 2 years honing her skills before joining the Jiangzhou Police Bureau. Do you know which unit she served in? Lin Yixue spoke quietly, meeting the expectant gazes of Li Gao and Gao Xiang. The women's special forces, and she was the top performer of her cohort. Whoa, could Su Ming be in danger? Both men stared, wide-eyed, hearts tightening with silent concern. That remains uncertain. Yet Su Ming's own capabilities are clearly formidable. Let's go observe. Lin Yixue gently shook her head and stepped outside. Gao Xiang and Li Gao hurried after her. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have confirmed your choice and acquired Bajiquan. Integrate now? Yes. The moment Su Ming affirmed it mentally, a vast torrent of memory flooded his consciousness. In an instant, he beheld a solitary figure, training day after day, year after year, enduring scorching sun and biting frost, bearing heavy loads, relentlessly refining his fists. The entire transmission unfolded like a fleeting montage, yet within a breath it fused completely, granting Su Ming absolute mastery over every principal, technique, and nuance of Bajiquan. Meanwhile, the two had reached the courtyard outside the station. Officers gathered closely behind, watching from a respectful distance, eyes alight with anticipation. Come, attack first. The instant she planted her feet, Ning Fengqing assumed a poised, battle-ready stance. Su Ming instantly recognized this was no mere show of form. Though her posture appeared effortless, her entire body was coiled like a spring, every angle sealed, every opening concealed. After you, madam. Su Ming shook his head lightly, standing at ease, hands lifting with serene nonchalance. My. Ning Fengqing's gaze sharpened. Su Ming revealed not a single flaw. A spark of exhilaration ignited within her. Since leaving the military, she had encountered no one quite like him. Her vigilance deepened into razor-edged focus. I see you're quite the gentleman. Very well, I won't hold back. She shifted her stance and lunged forward in a blur. At 1 meter from Su Ming, she leapt, spinning midair, delivering a whip-like roundhouse kick. Su Ming's pupils contracted, a calm battlefield-honed composure surged through him. He sidestepped and raised his arm to block. Thud! Tremendous force reverberated, but Su Ming stood immovable. Yet Ning Fengqing had never intended that kick to land decisively. The moment her feet touched ground, another sweeping kick launched, this time aimed low, targeting his base. Su Ming, as if anticipating it, countered with an identical leg strike. Thud! Their shins collided. Ning Fengqing used the recoil to launch herself upward, her fist darting like lightning towards Su Ming's flank. Su Ming slapped it aside, blocking once more. Then, brimming with exhilaration, Ning Fengqing began feeding him combinations, each met flawlessly by Su Ming's unwavering defense. In the police station's courtyard, two figures moved in fluid, relentless exchange, leaving the onlookers utterly spellbound. How is that possible? I've never seen anyone able to spar with Captain Ning for so long. So what if it's been a long time? Can't you see that Su Ming is defending with ease? That's right, Captain Ning's attacks are fierce, but they are all in vain. Su Ming is truly a master. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Ning Fengqing herself was even more shocked. No matter how she utilized her techniques, it seemed that Su Ming could predict her moves in advance and counter them. Although she appeared to be attacking fiercely, it was not the case. From the very beginning, Su Ming had already suppressed her, and she felt that as long as Su Ming wanted, he could defeat her at any moment. This is terrifying. Such combat awareness, or perhaps even the legendary war kings, are not as formidable. Ning Fengqing's heart was filled with dread. After another round of fierce attacks, Ning Fengqing seized the opportunity to retreat a small distance. Su Ming did not attack. He simply stood still, watching her. Ning Fengqing panted slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with brilliance. Su Ming, I never expected you to be this strong. You're not bad either, Officer Ning. It's quite rare to reach such a level as a woman. It's been a long time since I felt this excited. Su Ming, if you can't handle my next attack, you must call for a stop right away. Oh, Officer Ning has a killer move. Su Ming showed interest. It's not a killer move, this is my true strength. Ning Fengqing shook her head. All right, Officer Ning, come at me with all you've got. As soon as Su Ming's voice fell, Ning Fengqing suddenly struck a pose. An extraordinarily peculiar aura emanated from her. This feeling, is it national martial arts? Su Ming was taken aback. If it weren't for his prior acquisition of the 8 Extremes fist, he might not have recognized Ning Fengqing's transformation at that moment. Be careful. Ning Fengqing's delicate voice suddenly rang out. In the next second, Su Ming saw her fist coming at him from an exceedingly tricky angle. Indeed, this is national martial arts. There's no unnecessary flair. Su Ming thought to himself as he raised his hand to block. Bang! However, this time, it wasn't so easy. For the first time, Su Ming was pushed back by Ning Fengqing. Take this. Seeing Su Ming take her hit, Ning Fengqing became even more excited, stepping quickly with profound footwork to close in on Su Ming. Who? Su Ming exhaled softly, his gaze calming as a primal ferocity surged from within him. Bang! The two clashed again, this time not wildly, but rather in a compact struggle. Every strike and move from Su Ming was extremely precise, while Ning Fengqing's transitions were exceptionally smooth, with each explosion of force being quite formidable. For a moment, the two became locked in a stalemate. Incredible! This is truly spectacular. I've never seen such an exciting fight. It's like watching a movie. A group of officers spoke excitedly, their eyes glued to the two, afraid to blink and miss any thrilling moments. No wonder it's national martial arts. With the experience of a war king, I really can't defeat her without the intent to kill. At that moment, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at the strength of national martial arts. It wasn't that the war king's abilities were insufficient, on the contrary. If it were a life-and-death battle, Su Ming was confident he could take down Ning Fengqing in an instant. But this wasn't a fight to the death, so his abilities were somewhat restrained. Forget it, he'll try the 8 Extremes fist. Only by matching national martial arts against national martial arts is the true way. With a silent determination, Su Ming's beast-like aura shifted, becoming more contained, yet ever ready to erupt. What is this? Ning Fengqing was startled. At that moment, she felt a hint of trepidation. Officer Ning, be careful. 8 Extremes Iron Mountain Strike. Su Ming roared, inwardly gathering all his strength to one side, charging towards Ning Fengqing. Danger! Ning Fengqing was alarmed and quickly raised her arms to block. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed as a terrifying force surged forth. In the next moment, Ning Fengqing was unable to stop herself from being blown backward, her heart filled with shock. Meanwhile, Su Ming, after unleashing the Iron Mountain Strike, did not stop, but stepped forward to follow. Elbow strike. Another powerful blow, his elbow striking with force. You bastard, are you trying to kill me? Ning Fengqing yelled as she flew backward. Whooshed. Just then Su Ming suddenly halted, his elbow mere centimeters from Ning Fengqing. Hoo. Ning Fengqing gasped, her heart racing with lingering fear. What the hell was that just now? I don't know, the force was astonishing. Could it be national martial arts? What? Was it really national martial arts? Su Ming looked at Ning Fengqing, withdrawing his hand as he gained a clearer understanding of the 8 Extremes fist. It was strong, overwhelmingly so. At that moment Ning Fengqing glared fiercely at Su Ming, her face filled with displeasure. Haha. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Seeing the look in Ning Fengqing's eyes as if she wanted to eat him alive, Su Ming awkwardly laughed it off. Umph. Ning Fengqing pouted in displeasure before clasping her fists in a serious manner, saying, Xingyi Ning Fengqing. Su Ming was taken aback, then returned the gesture. 8 Extremes, Su Ming. So it is the long-lost 8 Extremes fist, you bastard. Ning Fengqing's eyes flared with anger once again. The 8 Extremes fist indeed was the 8 Extremes fist. If that strike had landed, she would have been finished. Well then, Officer Ning, it's getting late, we should leave. Su Ming felt something was amiss and hurriedly called Lin Yixue and the others to escape the police station. Ning Fengqing glared at Su Ming's retreating figure, unable to quell the fire in her heart. In the end, seeing the crowd of officers watching, she exploded. What are you looking at? Don't you have anything better to do? Or does anyone want to spar? Damn, let's go, hurry. I can't see anything, I can't see anything. The officers fled in a panic, terrified that when Ning Fengqing went crazy, it would cost them half their lives. After everyone had left, Ning Fengqing finally calmed her anger, murmuring to herself, a descendant of the 8 Extremes, I didn't expect to see one again. The world of national martial arts is bound to become restless. But that makes it interesting. With that, Ning Fengqing glanced again at the direction where Su Ming and the others had left, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth before she walked back into the police station. Meanwhile, just a short distance from the police station, 2 Mercedes-Benz vans stopped in front of them. 4 burly men in black stepped out of the vehicles. One of them quickly approached Lin Yixue. Ms. Lin, I'm sorry. The man bowed his head, looking remorseful. It's not your fault. I underestimated Luo Bo. It's all right. Lin Yixue waved her hand and turned to Su Ming, saying, shall we go to Yunshang Ufu? He'll give you a ride. Sure. Let's go. Su Ming was not polite and directly got into Lin Yixue's car, leaving his own car parked at Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. At the Yunshang Ufu, the Mercedes-Benz business vehicle came to a stop in front of Villa No. 1. How about we go inside for a bit? Su Ming asked Lin Yixue, without hurrying to get out of the car. Maybe next time. I have some things to do today, and you can't keep avoiding me. Lin Yixue shook her head, then showed a fierce expression, clearly still holding a grudge. You already have my WeChat phone number and address. You've even gotten the numbers of the monkey and Xiangzi. How can I still hide? Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. Lin Yixue proudly raised her chin, putting on a victorious look. Su Ming watched her and gently shook his head. See you tomorrow, I'm going to check out my villa. With that, Su Ming prepared to get out of the car. All right. Lin Yixue nodded lightly, and then something unexpected happened. Lin Yixue suddenly leaned close to him and gently pecked him on the right cheek. Su Ming felt as if he had been electrocuted, and his gaze involuntarily turned towards Lin Yixue. In the spirit of reciprocity, shouldn't you let me kiss you too? A lewd glint suddenly appeared in Su Ming's eyes. You wish? I'm leaving now. Are you coming down or not? If not, you're coming with me. Lin Yixue said proudly. All right. You just don't want to take responsibility, I understand. Umph. Women. Su Ming scoffed as he got out of the car, completely ignoring Lin Yixue's behavior, which resembled that of an angry little cat. Watching the 2 Mercedes-Benz vehicles slowly leave, he finally retracted his gaze and walked toward the villa's entrance. Welcome home, master. As soon as he reached the door, the voice of the smart butler Xiao Lu rang out. Click. The door then automatically opened. Wow, this is really high-end. No need for keys, this is amazing. Gao Xiang and Li Gao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Lu, make a note of them. Remember to open the door for them in the future. Understood, esteemed master. Thank you, Minggu. I never imagined that one day Gao Xiang could live in such a high-end place. Gao Xiang was beaming, practically bursting with enthusiasm. Li Gao was similarly excited, but soon he lost his enthusiasm and sighed. Minggu, you don't need to record me, right? I still have to go to work, and this place is a bit far from my job. Just open the door for me when I come over. What are you talking about, monkey? I'm successful now. How could I not take you along? How about you quit your job? Coincidentally, Xiangzi and I are planning to create a food city. Why don't you join us? The 3 of them walked inside, chatting along the way. Sure. Okay, but I just remembered something. Li Gao hesitated. Minggu, I don't have any funds to invest in the food city. Doesn't that require a lot of money? Don't worry about that. I'll cover the expenses. However, you 2 will handle the operations, and it'll take 30%. Saying this, Su Ming looked at Gao Xiang and added, Xiangzi, our shares will be divided into 3 parts. You don't mind, right? Minggu, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? If Monkey can join us, that would be fantastic. Then it's settled. I'm going to rest now. You guys feel free to pick a room. Su Ming nodded and went straight up to the 2nd floor. Although it was his first time at the villa, he had already seen the layout on his phone and naturally knew where the entertainment areas and sleeping quarters were. Thanks, Minggu. Thank you, Xiangzi. Li Gao was overwhelmed with emotion. All right, stop being so sentimental. You should quit your job early. We need to get busy tomorrow. Gao Xiang patted Li Gao on the shoulder. No problem, I'll fire my boss right now. I can't stand it anymore. He treats employees like they're nothing. Li Gao said this as he took out his phone and began dialing. In just a few minutes, he had already become a free man. Afterward, the two wandered around the villa, checking out the gym and entertainment room, and eventually even jumped into the swimming pool, swimming around without caring it was nighttime. In the end, neither of them went to their rooms. Instead, they fell asleep on the living room sofa while watching the giant television. Su Ming had already entered the master bedroom, enjoying a nice bath before lying down on the bed. Ding! A new WeChat message suddenly flashed on the phone screen. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Lin Yixue. Are you asleep, big fool? Not yet. I'm just thinking about when he'll get back at you. Pak. Scumbag. Big fool, do you have time tomorrow? Come with me to Hongdao Real Estate. Sure. I happen to be free. Then it's settled. Tomorrow at 10 you come pick me up at Chang'e Gate. Okay. Then get some rest. Good night. Good night. After putting down his phone, Su Ming couldn't help but think about Lin Yixue's expression when she would find out that he not only owned 30% of Hongdao, but was also the project leader for the Pear Garden project. It should be quite interesting, right? With this thought, Su Ming drifted off to sleep. The next morning, years of habit led Su Ming to open his eyes promptly at 7. After getting up and washing up, Su Ming went downstairs. I say, did you two sleep on the sofa all night? Seeing Li Gao and Gao Xiang just getting up from the sofa, Su Ming was left speechless. Huh. Minggu, the big TV is just different. Oh, I fell asleep while watching. Gao Xiang chuckled awkwardly. Are you going out, Minggu? Yeah, I'm going to get the car. Later, I'm taking Yixue to Hongdao Real Estate. You two do whatever you need to do and get moving early. All right, Minggu. Su Ming went outside, called a car to Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, had breakfast, went to the mall to buy a new outfit, and then returned to the villa. Just as he changed into the new clothes, a call came from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Mr. Su, I am your personal assistant, Susan. Today, people from Chang'e Real Estate will come to discuss a very important project that you are responsible for. Do you need me to pick you up? A cold female voice came from the other end of the line. Oh, no need, I'll go over myself around 10. All right, sorry to bother you. Susan hung up the phone. Su Ming glanced at the time. It was already 9:30. He headed out and drove towards Chang'e Real Estate. Soon Su Ming arrived at the entrance of Chang'e Real Estate. Lin Yixue, dressed in professional attire, came out holding a folder. You're quite punctual. She casually opened the car door and got in. When a beauty has a date, she naturally has to be on time. All right, stop chatting and let's go. The Porsche 911 sped away. Employees at Chang'e Real Estate were left stunned. They saw what they never expected. The usually aloof Lin Zong had actually gotten into someone else's car today. Su Ming, what exactly have you been doing all these years? Why? Inside the car, Lin Yixue furrowed her delicate brows, finally unable to suppress the question that had long weighed upon her heart. Ever since she'd seen Su Ming last night, he had become utterly inscrutable to her. An 8 million yuan villa, a 3 million yuan luxury sedan, 3 million yuan in cash delivered by express courier. Then there were his uncanny combat techniques, so extraordinary that even the captain of the city's criminal investigation unit stood no chance against him. She was certain this man remained the same boy she had once cherished deeply, whose memory had lingered in her dreams for years. Yet everything about him now was shrouded in mystery, so impenetrable that she could no longer see him clearly. What force had transformed a rural youth into such an enigmatic figure overnight? Nothing much, really. Surely your capabilities are enough to uncover the truth. I'm just an ordinary office worker. I was even forced to call off my wedding on the day itself because I couldn't produce a 30,000 yuan dowry. Indeed, that was Su Ming's official life story. Yet how could such a mundane past possibly explain the astonishing reality unfolding before her eyes? Lin Yixue shook her head, trying to dispel the tangled web of thoughts, but failed. Her mind kept circling back, irresistibly drawn toward unraveling the truth. Fine, I won't pry into your secrets. But from now on, you're forbidden from hiding from me again. 7 years. You heartless man. In the end, Lin Yixue forcibly suppressed her doubts and flashed a radiant smile. All right. A quiet sigh of relief escaped Su Ming. Had the system never appeared, Su Ming would still have chosen to keep his distance, just as he had before. He knew full well her family's background, and knew with painful clarity that a penniless country boy like himself was unworthy of her. But now with the system at his side, Su Ming knew his destiny would eclipse that of any man alive. In this world, there was no person he could not attain, no one he could not match. Only choices he made or refused to make. Hearing Su Ming's reply, Lin Yixue broke into laughter, bright, unrestrained like a little girl who had just received her most treasured toy. Soon the two arrived at the entrance of Hongdao Real Estate in their car. Stepping out, Lin Yixue gently slipped her arm through Su Ming's, and together they walked inside. Lin Yixue had visited Hongdao Real Estate more than once before. She led Su Ming directly to an office. "Oh, Director Lin, please come in." A young man in his early 30s sprang up the moment he spotted Lin Yixue. Yet the instant his gaze flickered toward Su Ming, a flash of displeasure crossed his eyes. "Director Lin, may I ask, who is this gentleman?" "My boyfriend. He's accompanying me today." "Deputy Manager Chen, surely you've already heard about General Manager Luo's situation. I'd like to know who is currently overseeing the Liyuan project here at Hongda." Her voice remained calm and detached, evidently reserving even the faintest warmth solely for Su Ming. Director Lin, you've certainly asked the right person." Chunhua laughed heartily, then added, "Director Lin, as you know, this project was jointly managed by me and General Manager Luo. Now that he's stepped aside, I've been handling it exclusively. Tell me, whose hands do you think it'll ultimately land in?" "Oh, then perhaps I should first congratulate Deputy Manager Chen on your imminent promotion." Lin Yixue's tone stayed perfectly even. Chunhua's meaning was unmistakable. The Liyuan project would soon be his alone. After all, every other aspect of the project had always fallen under his purview. Within the entire Hongda Corporation, only Luo Bo knew the project better than he did. In his view, and indeed in the eyes of the whole company, the project was already as good as his. I dare not claim promotion. The project will without question be assigned to me in the end." Flattered by Lin Yixue's remark, Chunhua seemed genuinely pleased. "Oh, well, then it appears the project isn't yet yours, nor ever will be. In that case, there's no further need to discuss it." Lin Yixue spoke with serene finality. Chunhua evoked in her the same revulsion she'd felt toward Luo Bo. Director Lin." Before her words had fully settled, Chunhua interjected, "I can guarantee this project will land with me. How about this? Let's step outside for coffee and discuss the details thoroughly. Once finalized, I'll sign the contract immediately. No delays, no games. I promise." "Director Lin, what do you think?" Lin Yixue had already turned to leave but paused, seemingly weighing his proposal. By then, Chunhua had settled comfortably behind his desk, radiating smug composure. "Let's go, Yixue. The project isn't in his hands, and never will be." At last, Su Ming, who had remained silent until now, spoke. Chunhua's brow twitched involuntarily. "Brother, you may eat recklessly, but speak carefully. You're not even part of Hongda. How then can you possibly know the Liyuan project won't fall to me?" "I say it won't, and it won't." Su Ming saw no point in wasting words. The project was already in his grasp. What relevance did Chunhua hold? "Oh, what boldness. Director Lin, is this truly your boyfriend?" Chunhua scoffed. "How very much he resembles some rustic bumpkin." "Silence. Who gave you license to judge my boyfriend?" To Chunhua's astonishment, Lin Yixue's delicate brows drew tight, and in an instant her face turned glacial. Startled, Chunhua faltered beneath the sheer weight of her presence. Yet the moment he imagined her groveling before him once the project was secured, his fleeting fear dissolved entirely. With a cold smile, he remarked, "Director Lin, I find your attitude quite disagreeable. Perhaps negotiations won't proceed so smoothly once the project is officially assigned. That's of no consequence. I'll simply withdraw Changhe from the project entirely." "Su Ming, we're leaving," Lin Yixue declared, and reached for Su Ming's hand to depart. But Su Ming suddenly hesitated, because the system had just chimed. Ding. Option triggered. Option 1, discipline Chunhua. Reward 10 million yuan. Option 2, reveal your true identity and forgive Chunhua. Reward 50 points in Chunhua's favor. Wait, this project must be secured. Su Ming gently held Lin Yixue back. "System, I choose option 1. Internally confirming his selection, he strode straight toward the desk, dismissing option 2 entirely. What use was a man's favor anyway? What possible use could it serve? "Oh, what's this, young man? Do you finally grasp how vital this project is to Director Lin?" In Chunhua's eyes, Su Ming had surrendered. Perhaps sensing the project's immense significance to Changhe Group, a subtle pride swelled within him. For years he'd been forced to read others' expressions, but now with Luo Bo gone, his turn had finally come to command deference. Yet what Chunhua could never have foreseen was this. Su Ming approached the desk, and without warning raised his hand and struck him across the face. His speed was blinding, his timing flawless. Chunhua didn't even have time to flinch before the blow landed. Slap. The sharp, crisp sound echoed through the entire office, so loud that employees nearby heard it distinctly. Lin Yixue froze in place. Employees outside the office watching the scene unfold froze as well. Even Chun Hua himself stood utterly stunned. You wretched bastard, do you have a death wish? Chun Hua snapped back to reality and roared with fury. Slap. Yet Su Ming struck again, this time across his other cheek. Chun Hua froze once more, staring at Su Ming in utter disbelief. The way you looked at my girlfriend, I find it deeply offensive. Do you truly believe that now that Luo Bo and Zhang Jiaming have fallen from grace, the position of general manager automatically falls to you? Don't you find that laughable? Just who do you think you are? Deputy General Manager. What a grand title, yet in truth you're little more than a glorified errand runner. How dare you covet the general manager's seat? And how dare you presume the Li Yuan project will land in your hands? Behind him, Lin Yishua's heart fluttered sweetly at Su Ming's words. Chun Hua, however, erupted in humiliated rage. Who the hell are you? What business is Hongda's affairs to you? After bellowing that, Chun Hua turned sharply toward Lin Yishua, voice bristling with menace. Ms. Lin, let me be absolutely clear. The Li Yuan project will not proceed unless Changhe delivers a full, transparent, and unequivocal account. Not one yuan, not one document will be released until then. This is my word, Chun Hua's word. A flash of fury crossed Lin Yishua's eyes as she opened her mouth, only for Su Ming to speak first. Hey, are you truly an idiot? I've already told you, the Li Yuan project has nothing to do with you. Before Chun Hua could retort, Su Ming added, Yishua, hand me the documents you prepared. Lin Yishua had no idea what Su Ming intended, yet obediently produced a stack of files. Who's the real fool here? Boy, I've made it perfectly clear. Hongda's internal matters are far beyond the comprehension of some provincial nobody like you. Su Ming cast him a cold, indifferent glance, and chose not to waste another word. He took the project dossier from Lin Yishua, flipped through it casually, then picked up a pen from the desk, and signed his name, swift, decisive strokes, on the final page. Su Ming, what are you doing? Lin Yishua was utterly dumbfounded. Was signing one's name really so trivial? And why sign his name? Su Ming offered no explanation. He handed the dossier to Lin Yishua and said calmly, take this project, it's fully valid. You have my word. Lin Yishua stared, disbelief etched across her face. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. Ms. Lin, couldn't you at least pick a boyfriend with functioning intelligence? Fully valid. What nonsense. Boy, do you even know what this is? A multi-hundred billion engineering project. Do you think Hongda is your family estate? You scribble your name on a page, and suddenly it's binding. Chun Hua laughed as if he'd heard the world's most absurd joke, so hard he collapsed onto the desk. Hongda may not be my family estate, but 1/3 of it is mine. Chun Hua, if you leave quietly now, Hongda will honor your full salary for this month. But if you persist in your delusion, rest assured Hongda will launch a full forensic audit of your personal financial records. Let me make this clear. I'm giving you fair warning. Should this escalate, you may walk away with nothing, not even a single cent. Worse still, you may end up owing money. Chun Hua's laughter died mid-chuckle. He stared at Su Ming, bewildered and unsettled. Lin Yishua too wore an expression of profound doubt. Clearly she did not believe him either. Su Ming, we've vented our anger. Let's just leave. If need be, Changhe will forfeit the project entirely. Hearing Lin Yishua's words, Chun Hua's wavering confidence surged anew. Such arrogance. If 1/3 of Hongda truly belongs to you, then I'll write my name backward. Audit my accounts. Let me ask you again, just who do you think you are? Boy, hear this clearly, apologize now. Then get out of Hongda immediately. Let me speak with Ms. Lin in peace about the project. If she impresses me, everything can be resolved. Otherwise, expect a summons from the judicial authorities. His arrogance was staggering, blatant, unmasked, absolute. And with it his true intentions were laid bare. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Su Ming cast a calm, detached glance at Chun Hua. I offered you a chance, you refused it. Then he withdrew his phone and dialed Susan. Chairman Su. Susan's cool, composed voice echoed from the receiver. I'm currently in Deputy Manager Chun Hua's office. I hereby demand Hongda initiate an immediate full-scale forensic audit of his personal financial records. If even a single discrepancy is found, you know precisely what must follow. Understood. I'll dispatch the team at once. Chairman Su, I'm en route immediately. Susan ended the call without delay. Su Ming pocketed his phone and gently guided Lin Yishua to sit down. Well, impressive acting, boy. Mind telling us who you just called? Just so we all know where we stand. Naturally, Chun Hua didn't believe a single phone call could undo him. Su Ming, who was that? Could it possibly be? Lin Yishua's certainty wavered. Ever since yesterday, Su Ming's behavior had been shrouded in mystery. Perhaps, just perhaps, he did have ties to Hongda. She couldn't explain why the thought had taken root, though reason insisted it was impossible. You'll find out soon enough. Su Ming replied offhandedly. Click, clack, click. At that moment, sharp, rapid footsteps echoed across the floor. A tall, poised figure strode into the office. She stood at least 176 centimeters tall, clad in a sleek professional suit, her figure striking her aura icy and commanding radiating quiet, unmistakable authority. "Assistant Su, what wind has brought you here?" At the sight of Susan, Chunhua's pulse spiked inexplicably, panic flickering behind his eyes. "Chunhua, Deputy General Manager, I formally notify you your employment with Honda is terminated effective immediately. Legal proceedings have commenced. All your assets are now frozen. A full audit of your financial transactions begins forthwith. You know well what you've done during your tenure here. Reflect carefully. Review every record. Should discrepancies emerge, you'll retain limited opportunity to defend yourself in court." Boom. As Susan's words settled, Chunhua felt as though a sledgehammer had shattered his skull. Dizziness overwhelmed him, his limbs went slack. He slumped helplessly into his chair. "No, this can't be. How is this possible?" he murmured, dazed and disoriented. Then Susan's gaze shifted towards Su Ming. She stepped forward swiftly, bowing slightly in deference. "Chairman Su, please forgive my ignorance. I had no prior notice of your arrival." "It's quite all right. I didn't inform you in advance. Here is the Liyuan project dossier. Please coordinate all subsequent matters directly with Ms. Lin." Su Ming retrieved the dossier from Lin Yixue and handed it to Susan. "Understood, Chairman Su." Susan accepted the documents and extended her hand toward Lin Yixue. "Ms. Lin, it's an honor to finally meet you. I'm Susan, private assistant to Chairman Su." Chairman." Chunhua, still slumped in his chair, whispered in raw disbelief. Lin Yixue stared blankly as she reached out her hand to shake hands with Susan. Clearly, she had not yet processed how Su Ming suddenly became the chairman of Honda. However, Susan was indeed a competent personal assistant. After seeing Lin Yixue's reaction, Susan smiled slightly and explained, "President Lin, perhaps you are not aware, but just last night Director Su swiftly acquired 30% of Honda shares and demanded to take charge of the Pear Garden project." "What? Last night?" Lin Yixue was stunned. "It happened last night. Does this mean Su Ming did this because of her?" Lin Yixue turned her head, deep affection welling up in her beautiful eyes. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, sensing the weight of Lin Yixue's feelings, and pretended to be at ease as he nodded. To be honest, he was bewildered how all of this was orchestrated by the system and had nothing to do with him. Just as Su Ming was lost in thought, a shadow suddenly lunged at him. Before he could react, Lin Yixue's red lips pressed against his. They separated immediately. When he regained his senses, he saw Lin Yixue's eyes glistening with tears as she softly said, "Su Ming, thank you." No one understood how important this Pear Garden project was to Lin Yixue. This was a crucial step for her to resist her fate and rebel against her family. Su Ming gently nodded, reaching out to wipe away the tears that were about to fall from Lin Yixue's eyes. "All right, stop crying, be good." Su Ming's tender voice sounded to Lin Yixue like a refreshing breeze, so comforting. Feeling that warmth, Lin Yixue gently nodded. "Director Su, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I beg you to forgive me. I failed to recognize the greatness in front of me like a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. I beg you forgive me." Suddenly, Chunhua rushed out from behind the desk, kneeling on the floor and quickly moving forward to kneel in front of Su Ming. The warmth in Su Ming's eyes instantly faded, replaced by indifference. "I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Director Su, I was wrong. I truly know my mistakes. Please, I beg you to spare me." As Chunhua spoke, tears streamed down his face. Only he knew how much benefit he had gained over the years by relying on his position as Deputy General Manager. If this were to be investigated, he would not only face bankruptcy, but also possibly imprisonment. Right now, he just wanted Su Ming to forgive him. He didn't care about being fired without a penny, but he hoped not to be investigated for his dirty dealings, which were indeed quite numerous. Su Ming said nothing, merely casting a casual glance at Susan. Susan understood and raised her hand to beckon the security outside. The two security guards were also perceptive and rushed in immediately. "Drag him out." Susan's cold voice rang out. "Get up. Come with us." The two security guards wasted no time, pulling Chunhua away without regard for his struggles. Soon the office fell silent. "Yixue, haven't eaten yet. How about we try Hongda's work meal?" "Sure." Lin Yixue had already organized her emotions and readily agreed. "Director Su, would you like to eat in the office or in the restaurant?" Once Susan heard Lin Yixue's agreement, she immediately asked, "In the restaurant. To avoid trouble, take us there." "All right, Director Su. President Lin, please follow me." Susan led the way as the three of them passed through the office area and entered the cafeteria. It is worth mentioning that as the three walked through the office area, all the employees sat upright, but they all glanced at Su Ming out of the corner of their eyes. Clearly, they were trying to remember Su Ming to avoid not recognizing him later and following in Chunhua's footsteps. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Susan asked about their preferences before going to fetch some food. To be honest, as expected of a company worth billions, the taste of the food could rival a star-rated hotel. Soon after finishing the meal, Lin Yixue took the initiative to hold Su Ming's hand. Su Ming, I need to confirm some project details with Assistant Su later. Can we have dinner together tonight? Sure. You all carry on with your work, don't mind me. Su Ming responded, then asked, Susan, do I have anything to do later? No, Director Su will be at the company the whole time. If there's anything or any arrangements, I will inform you. Susan smiled politely and replied. Su Ming nodded. All right, I won't stay here then. Call me when you're done and they'll come to pick you up. Okay. Lin Yixue sweetly responded, and then Susan and Lin Yixue left. Su Ming also left the cafeteria, heading out towards the entrance of Hongda. Being a chairman was truly comfortable. A single assistant could handle everything, and it seemed like his task was just to come in and sit around when there was nothing to do. And when there was something to do, the assistant would notify him. If there were meetings or similar events, the assistant would also inform him. Of course, only Su Ming experienced this. Even though he was the chairman, he mostly held shares, and while he had decision-making powers, he wasn't the actual person in charge. If he were truly tasked with managing such a company, he would honestly admit that he still couldn't do it. It wasn't self-deprecation, it was simply the truth. As he left Hongda, every employee who saw him greeted him with sincere smiles, and Su Ming responded to each one. After leaving the company, Su Ming headed to the parking lot. The parking lot of Hongda was behind the office building along a main road. Looking around, he saw only one pedestrian and two people riding electric bikes approaching, so Su Ming prepared to drive away. But just as he opened the car door, a startled scream came from nearby. Oh, my bag, Robert. The scream came from the side. Su Ming's hand that was about to pull open the car door suddenly froze. Turning his head, he saw the pedestrian who had been walking earlier, now shouting in panic, while the two on the electric bike sped up with the person on the back, holding a pink shoulder bag. Ding. Choice triggered. Option 1, act bravely, reward a suite in Huashi Water Pavilion. Option 2, pretend not to see, be self-preserving and reduce goodwill from the campus belle Fan Xianxian of Jiangzhou University by 20. Oh, there's even a campus belle. A commoner campus belle, could she be here for a job? Hearing the system's prompt, Su Ming was slightly taken aback. At the same time, the two on the electric bikes approached. System, I choose option 1. Su Ming decisively made his choice. In the next moment, his figure shot out like a cheetah, directly charging onto the main road. Damn, get lost. The two on the electric bike cursed as they saw Su Ming coming. However, Su Ming ignored them completely, taking a step forward and leaping into the air, delivering a kick directly onto the electric bike. With two startled screams, the electric bike instantly toppled, and the two riders slid several meters before finally coming to a stop. The bag they had just stolen fell in front of Su Ming amidst the chaos. Su Ming stepped forward and picked up the shoulder bag, then lifted his gaze toward the two robbers. At that moment, the two men quickly scrambled to their feet. Since the electric scooter had been moving slowly, neither sustained injury. Their eyes, visible beneath their helmets, burned with fury. Sir, thank you. Truly thank you. Just then the campus beauty arrived, accepting the bag from Su Ming while expressing her gratitude. Only now did Su Ming get his first clear look at her face, and his eyes lit up instinctively. No wonder she was hailed as the campus beauty. Flawless features, willow leaf eyebrows, large expressive eyes, sharply defined facial contours, and a subtle, elegant makeup that enhanced her natural grace. Her attire was ordinary, unremarkable in design, yet radiated an unmistakable aura of purity. You bastard! Daring to ruin our business. Have you grown tired of living? At that moment, the two robbers strode over, cursing violently with every step. Su Ming's gaze turned icy. He was about to intervene when the campus beauty spoke first. Stop right there. You'd better not run. I've already called the police. The pair froze. At the word police, their composure visibly wavered. Kid, you'll pay for this. Let's go. They leapt onto their electric scooter and sped away in a burst of acceleration. Phew, we're safe. The campus beauty exhaled deeply, her earlier poise now replaced by palpable relief as she patted her chest gently. Sir, thank you so much. You saved me from being robbed today. She suddenly remembered her savior and hurriedly expressed her thanks again. No need for formalities. When traveling alone, young women should avoid secluded areas. It's simply unsafe. Waving dismissively, Su Ming turned to leave. The mission had been completed. The house keys were already in his car. Sir, please wait. Su Ming paused and turned back, puzzled to look at her. I'm Fan Xianxian, a university senior about to graduate. Today I owe you everything. As a token of gratitude, may I invite you to dinner? Oh, I'm Su Ming. Unfortunately, I have plans this afternoon, so dinner won't be possible. Thank you all the same. He prepared to leave once more. Su, how about late-night snacks instead? Fan Xianxian called out again, unsure even to herself why she kept insisting. Perhaps it was gratitude. Or perhaps it was Su Ming's striking presence, especially that decisive kick that had struck straight into her heart. Su Ming paused mid-step, considered briefly, and gave a slight nod. Very well. Really? That's wonderful, Mr. Su. May we exchange WeChat IDs? I'll message you tonight. Agreed. They exchanged contact information, after which Su Ming drove off. Inside the car, Su Ming murmured to himself, has my romantic fortune improved since acquiring the system? Even the campus beauty keeps inviting me out, repeatedly. Truth be told, Su Ming had always possessed strong natural charisma, a textbook example of a handsome young man. The system's recent 10-point charm boost had only amplified his appeal exponentially. Of course, his was a rugged masculine charm, utterly distinct from the effeminate fresh meat trend popular in mainstream culture. With nothing urgent on hand, he navigated directly to Huashi Shuage to inspect the residence awarded by the system. A four-bedroom living room unit spanning approximately 180 square meters. Though not ultra-luxurious, the area commanded roughly 2,000 RMB per square meter, making it far from inexpensive. Not bad. I'll keep it. After a casual walkthrough, Su Ming returned to his villa. Gao Xiang and Li Gao had yet to return. He watched some television, then dozed off on the sofa. He awoke at 4:30 p.m. when Lin Yixue called. Shortly thereafter, he picked her up at Hongda, and they dined together at a nearby restaurant. After dropping Lin Yixue off at Changhe, Su Ming received a WeChat message from Fan Qianqian. Mr. Su, I'm at the snack street beside Jiangzhou University. Can you come over now? I'll be right there. And please, just call me Su Ming. Mr. Su feels oddly formal. Understood, Su Ming. Driving over, Su Ming arrived at the snack street and had barely parked when Fan Qianqian's voice rang out. Su Ming. Over here. Following the sound, he spotted Fan Qianqian waving enthusiastically from a short distance away, holding hands with another young woman. Su Ming walked straight toward them. Wow, Qianqian. So this is the guy who rescued your bag. He's absolutely stunning. No wonder you're shamelessly begging him to dinner. What nonsense are you spouting? Fan Qianqian flushed crimson, playfully scolding her friend before introducing her. Su Ming, this is my best friend Zhang Lin. You can call her Lin Lin. Don't mind her, she's just talkative. Hello, I'm Su Ming. He offered a courteous greeting. Hello, hello. Zhang Lin, evidently outgoing, extended her hand eagerly. Su Ming shook it lightly and withdrew. Su Ming, let's head over there. That barbecue stall is incredible. After introductions, Fan Qianqian pointed toward a direction. With Su Ming's quiet nod, the three set off together. Hey, chicken feather, look. Isn't that the kid from today? Nearby at a barbecue stall, two men were eating skewers. Huh, it is him. And that girl's with him too. Damn it, what rotten luck. Come on, Big Ox, we're settling this score. Chicken Feather rose, but Big Ox grabbed his arm. Hold on, Chicken Feather, I think this kid isn't ordinary. What's so extraordinary about him? Scared Big Ox. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. This guy and us. Blood enemies. No, Chicken Feather, didn't you notice? His speed charging at us today, and that kick. One side of our scooter was crushed inward. How much raw power does that take? Now that you mention it, it was terrifying. So what do we do? Just let it slide? Absolutely not. Judging by his clothes, he's got some money. Let's round up the brothers. We'll make him vomit back 10 times what we lost tonight. Agreed. Let's go. Having settled their plan, the two stood, mounted their electric scooter, and sped off. Unaware of the approaching threat, Su Ming and the two women continued chatting as their dishes were being grilled, having already placed their order. Brother Ba, this kid's got cash. We're bleeding him dry tonight. Chicken Feather and Big Ox now stood beside a burly man. A faint blue dragon tattoo coiled along the man's neck. Relax, you two. Anyone who dares harm my brothers answers to me. Even heaven's sovereign must kneel before me. Let's move. At Ba Ji's command, over a dozen hooligans surged towards Su Ming and the two women. Brother Ba, over there, look. That's the kid, and that girl's with him too. Oh, didn't notice her earlier today. She's quite a stunner. Ji Mao's gang quickly located Su Ming and the two women. Upon spotting Fan Qianqian, their eyes gleamed with lecherous intent. Indeed, she's quite something. Let's go. A sinister glint flickered across Ji Ba's eyes as he gestured for his men to advance. Around them, numerous patrons hastily rose and fled upon recognizing Ji Ba's group. Clearly, this gang had long been a blight upon the area, widely known, universally feared. Only Su Ming and his companions remained seated, waiting for their meal and chatting idly, oblivious to the approaching threat. Bang! A beer bottle smashed onto their table, making the two women shriek in alarm. Su Ming frowned, lifted his head, and met Ji Ba's cold, glaring stare. What is it? He arched a brow, speaking coolly. Heh, kid, forgotten who we are. Come on, let your big brother Ji Mao jog your memory. Ji Mao covered his face with both hands, leaving only his eyes exposed. Beside him, Daniel mimicked the gesture exactly. Oh, I remember now. Su Ming recalled them instantly. Yes, it's you. What do you want? Not only Su Ming, but Fan Qianqian recognized them too, the very two who'd snatched her bag earlier that day. What do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea how fast we'll call the police? Zhang Lin pulled Fan Qianqian close and shouted defiantly. Bang! Her words had barely left her lips when a thug kicked her phone off the table and sent it flying. The thug smirked down at her. Go ahead, call them. I dare you. My phone. You bastard. Fury flared in Zhang Lin's eyes. She surged to her feet. But Fan Qianqian grabbed her arm urgently. These were street thugs. Zhang Lin, bold and forthright by nature, couldn't remain calm in such peril. If she acted rashly, she might well be harmed by these scum. At that moment, Ji Ba strode forward, planted one foot atop their table, and fixed Su Ming with a venomous glare. Kid, ever heard the saying, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents? Had you looked away, none of this would have happened today. So what's your solution? Think carefully before you speak, kid. Don't make Brother Ba unhappy. If he's displeased, things won't end with mere words. Ji Mao added, eyes brimming with smug triumph. Su Ming regarded Ji Ba calmly. Gentlemen, this is a society governed by law. What you're doing constitutes mob assembly and provocation, punishable by imprisonment. Haha, listen to this kid. Kills me, imprisonment. Kid, let me tell you plainly, every one of us has done time. You think legal threats scare us? You're sorely mistaken. Oh, the rule of law, how utterly terrifying. Su Ming's words drew jeers and mocking laughter from the entire gang. Su Ming shook his head inwardly. These men were societal parasites. Having served jail time had become a perverse badge of honor among them. Enough talk, kid. No need to waste breath on nonsense. Since you offer no resolution, I'll propose one for you. 100,000 yuan, and that girl spends tonight with me. Then this matter ends here. Ji Ba pointed casually at Fan Qianqian. You bastard, what did you say? Before Su Ming could respond, Zhang Lin erupted again, her face blazing with fury. Oh, I'd nearly forgotten about you. Never mind. You may not be as beautiful, but you'll do. Add you in too. Plenty of brothers to go around. If they fancy you, you'll entertain them. Ji Ba's gaze locked onto Zhang Lin, eyes burning with predatory malice. Even Zhang Lin, normally unflinching, felt a chill of fear creep into her heart. Hey kid, speak up. Do you accept Brother Ba's terms? Give us a straight answer. None of that hesitant girlish dithering. Ji Mao slammed a heavy palm onto Su Ming's shoulder, his eyes sharp with menace. Su Ming, don't agree to them. At that critical moment, Fan Qianqian stood tall. This has nothing to do with Su Ming. Leave him out of it. Oh, little sister, you're volunteering to bear it all yourself? Fine, but we'll take our money, and we won't spare the girl either. That's how things work on our side of the street. Ji Ba cast a sidelong glance at Fan Qianqian. At those words, her face paled, her jaw clenched tight, teeth biting down hard, as if holding back tears born of sheer terror. Ding. Choice triggered. Choice 1, annihilate the thugs. Reward, secret barbecue recipe. Choice 2, flee with Fan Qianqian while deliberately sustaining injury. Reward, 20 Fan Qianqian favor points. Friendly reminder, at 80 favor points you may proceed without obligation. Silently, Su Ming selected choice 1. Not because he rejected choice 2, but because he believed such a feat required no system's aid. He could accomplish it effortlessly. Remove your filthy hand now. Su Ming's voice cut through the air, icy and absolute, chilling the very atmosphere around them. What did you say, kid, eh? Ji Mao's eyes blazed with rage, his voice rising sharply. Su Ming spared no words. His hand shot out like lightning, seizing Ji Mao's wrist where it rested on his shoulder, then twisted with quiet, devastating force. Crack. F. A sickening snap echoed alongside Ji Mao's scream. You bastard, let go of Ji Mao. Seeing danger, Dinyo snatched up a stool and hurled it at Su Ming, then charged forward himself. Su Ming tilted his head slightly. The stool whistled past, soaring harmlessly behind him. Ignoring Ji Mao's shrieks, Su Ming rose, still gripping the man's wrist, then lashed out with a blinding kick. Thud. Dinyo's slender frame launched backward, crashing into several tables before slamming hard onto the floor, shattering a wooden table into splinters. Dinyo lay convulsing, unable even to lift himself. Holy hell, that was brutal. Did you see that? A full-grown man kicked clean across the room. Yeah, I'm not blind, you know. The crowd that had gathered, drawn by the commotion, now gasped in stunned disbelief. Dinyo. Ji Ba shouted, a flicker of genuine shock crossing his face, before vanishing, replaced by cold fury. He struck first. Brothers, take him down. Kill him. Let go of Ji Mao. Kid, you die now. At Ji Ba's command, over a dozen thugs surged forward, some wielding stools, others brandishing beer bottles. Su Ming, watch out. Su Ming, duck. Fan Qianqian and Zhang Lin cried out in panic, faces drained of color. But their cries ceased almost instantly, replaced by expressions of utter speechless astonishment. On the snack street, a bizarre scene unfolded. Ji Ba and over a dozen hooligans surged towards Su Ming, each brandishing beer bottles, stools, and other crude weapons. Su Ming, one hand gripping a chicken feather, moved with fluid grace, dodging every strike with uncanny precision. Each evasion ended in a split-second pause, then a lightning-fast kick. Instantly, another hooligan would fly backward, crashing several meters away, utterly unable to rise again. Within mere seconds, all but one, the trembling Ji Mao, lay sprawled motionless on the ground. Even he remained upright only because Su Ming held him by the wrist. Though still standing, Ji Mao's face had turned ashen, a sweat poured down his brow, as agonized cries tore from his throat. What in the hell is this guy? Is he even human? 10 people, just wiped out like that. Could he actually be a martial artist? Crowds scrambled for their phones, snapping photos, recording videos, even live-streaming the spectacle. The scene rapidly spread beyond the street. On one live streamer's screen, comments flooded in, "Whoa, this isn't a movie set. It feels terrifyingly real." Exactly. That young man is stunning. No celebrity compares to him. He puts those boy idols to shame. Wait, this doesn't look like a film shoot at all, right? Isn't this the snack street beside our university? Seriously, would a film crew even choose this location? Comments cascaded across the screen. The streamer finally grasped the truth and hastily clarified, "Everyone, this is real, not staged. Location: the snack street adjacent to Jiangzhou University." No way, you're kidding. How can one person take down over a dozen, barely lifting a hand, just kicking them down one after another? My friends and I are absolutely stunned. Watching the deluge of comments, the streamer sighed wryly. "Brother, please, I beg you. I've made a mistake. Let me go. I'm dying." Ji Mao, nearly fainting from pain, choked out a plea for mercy. Meanwhile, Su Ming ignored him entirely and called out to Fan Qianqian, "Call the police." "Oh yes, right away." Fan Qianqian snapped back to awareness and urgently dialed emergency services. A sharp thud echoed through the air. Only then did Su Ming deliver a final kick, sending Ji Mao flying, before calmly settling onto a nearby stool to listen to the system's chime. Ding. Congratulations, mission completed. One authentic barbecue recipe has been awarded and deposited in your bedroom. Perfect timing. It'll serve the food city well. I wonder how it compares to Xiangzi's culinary techniques. Su Ming mused inwardly. By then, Fan Qianqian had finished her call and approached. Zhang Lin, meanwhile, sat quietly on a stool, blinking wide-eyed at Su Ming. "Su Ming, do you practice martial arts? Will you take me as your disciple?" Zhang Lin blurted. Su Ming's lips twitched. He replied helplessly, "Why would a young woman train in martial arts? Wow, you didn't deny it. So you are a true martial master. Allow me, humble apprentice, to pay my respects." She bowed formally, fists clasped in salute. "All right, Lin, let's thank Su Ming properly. Without him, we'd have been in serious trouble." Fan Qianqian couldn't bear it any longer and rolled her eyes. "Ha ha. A true hero acts selflessly and asks for nothing in return. Why thank him at all?" Zhang Lin's quip earned another exasperated eye roll from Fan Qianqian. "Su Ming, I'm truly sorry. We meant to express our gratitude, but then..." Su Ming waved her off. "No need to apologize. Nothing happened after all." Fan Qianqian nodded gently and fell silent. Moments later, police arrived, and remarkably, Officer Ning Fengqing led the team once again. "Su Ming, are you cursed or something?" Ning Fengqing stared dumbfounded. For 3 consecutive days, she'd responded to incidents involving him, each escalating in severity. "I'm the victim," Su Ming said, innocently shrugging. Ning Fengqing glanced at the groaning hooligans strewn across the pavement and rolled her eyes again. These fools must have lost their minds, picking a fight with Su Ming, a man whose combat prowess rivaled elite special forces, and who mastered Baji Quan, the most ferocious and feared style of Chinese martial arts. "Standard procedure, come with me." Ning Fengqing gestured, and officers swiftly loaded Ji Ba and his gang into patrol cars. "Take them with you. My car's parked over there. I'll drive separately." Ning Fengqing gave Su Ming a brief nod, then beckoned Fan Qianqian and Zhang Lin before stepping into the cruiser. The 2 women hurried after her. Su Ming located the snack stall owners, settled the damages for broken chairs and tables, then drove toward the police station. Soon after completing statements, Su Ming and the 2 women departed the station, leaving the fate of Ji Ba's gang to official proceedings. From what Ning Fengqing implied, they were repeat offenders, several having been released on bail only recently. This latest incident would likely land them behind bars for 2 years. "Su Ming, try to stay out of trouble. Honestly, I dread seeing you again. Every time does bring disaster." Su Ming offered a wry, helpless smile. Truth be told, he felt the same, but somehow trouble always found him. Was this the legendary protagonist aura? Outside the station, Su Ming watched the ride-hailing car carry Fan Qianqian and Zhang Lin away before getting into his own vehicle and heading home. Meanwhile, back at the Villa Gao Xiang and Li Gao had already returned. Exhausted from the day, they lounged on the sofa watching television. "Xiangzi, I think we should move out of Brother Su's place and relocate to the food city instead. It's comfortable here. But what if Miss Lin visits? Us staying here would be terribly inconvenient." "Exactly what I was thinking. Brother Su treats us so well, we ought to show him consideration." But the food city has no housing. Maybe we rent an apartment. Rent an apartment. Why? Just then Su Ming walked in and heard Gao Xiang's words. Brother Su. Perfect timing. We need to talk to you. They sprang up and eagerly shared their plan. Su Ming paused thoughtfully, then nodded in agreement, but added no need to rent. I happen to own a fully furnished unit nearby. Move right in. As he produced the keys to Huaxi Shui, Gao Xiang blurted, Brother Su. What other identities are you hiding? You haven't done much these past years yet. His voice trailed off as he stared at Su Ming with open suspicion. Since you figured it out, I suppose I'll stop pretending. Fine, I'll reveal everything. I'd hoped to live among you as an ordinary man. Hold on, we get it. Before Su Ming could finish, both men cut him off, snatched the keys and vanished into the night, executing their move with such astonishing speed that Su Ming stood utterly speechless. However, the two had not walked far when Su Ming received a call from Su Ming summoning them back. Afterwards, Su Ming went to his bedroom and handed the barbecue secret recipe awarded by the system to Gao Xiang before allowing them to leave. After the two left, Su Ming watched television for a while, then took a shower and went to sleep. The next morning, after freshening up, Su Ming went out, had a simple breakfast, returned to his previous rental apartment to check out, and moved some essential items back to the villa, busying himself for the entire morning. Taking out his phone just as he was about to ask Lin Yixue if she had eaten and wanted to join him, Fan Qianqian called him again on WeChat. Su Ming, have you eaten yet? On the other end of the line, Fan Qianqian's shy voice came through. I was just about to go eat. What's up? Could she be inviting me to dinner? Su Ming thought to himself. Sure enough. In the next moment, Fan Qianqian said excitedly, I made it just in time. I haven't eaten either. Let's go together. I'm really sorry for messing up the dinner invitation last night. Can I have another chance today? Okay. Where are you? He'll come pick you up. Su Ming couldn't help but admire his own cleverness in his heart. He'll wait for you at the entrance of Jiangzhou University. All right, I'll be there in about 15 minutes. Bye. Goodbye. After hanging up, Su Ming drove towards Jiangzhou University. A little over 10 minutes later, Su Ming arrived at the entrance of Jiangzhou University and saw Fan Qianqian dressed in a light yellow long dress waiting by the roadside from a distance. As he approached, Su Ming couldn't help but brighten up. Today, Fan Qianqian seemed to have deliberately applied exquisite makeup. Her light yellow dress, while not a designer brand, perfectly highlighted her youthful aura. You look really beautiful today. Su Ming stopped the car and sincerely complimented her. Thank you. Fan Qianqian's face turned red as she opened the car door and got in. Seemingly nervous about sitting in such a high-end car for the first time, Fan Qianqian said, I feel a bit tense. I'll fasten my seatbelt. Su Ming kindly reminded her. Fan Qianqian relaxed a bit, quickly fastened her seatbelt, and then said, Su Ming, do you mind going to a street food stall? I don't have the money to take you to a fancy restaurant. Huh? What are you talking about? I'm just a country person, but I'm living a bit better now. Eating is the same wherever you go. Su Ming chuckled, chatting with Fan Qianqian as he drove. Really? Wow. I feel like I'm in an inspirational drama. Can you tell me about your life? What kind of inspirational drama and life are you talking about? I'm just an ordinary person. Su Ming thought to himself that he wouldn't be in this situation if it weren't for the arrival of the system. He might have ended up giving up on marriage because he couldn't provide a bride price and continued looking for a job elsewhere. Perhaps he would never have lived as exciting a life as he had in recent days. All right. I won't pry anymore. The two chatted and laughed as they left. However, unbeknownst to them, at the entrance of Jiangzhou University, a young man was glaring intensely at the departing Porsche 911, his eyes filled with an overwhelming fury. In the next moment, the young man seemed to make a decision, quickly running to the roadside, hailing a taxi, and instructing the driver to follow them. Su Ming and Fan Qianqian arrived at a street food stall, aptly named Street Food Stall. Wow, you actually know this place. As soon as the car stopped, Fan Qianqian exclaimed. Yes, I used to come here often when I was in school. Oh, by the way, I also attended Jiangzhou University and graduated 2 years ago. Oh, so that means you're my senior. Senior, could you please take care of me, your little junior? Of course. As they chatted, they entered the street food stall. The young man also arrived by taxi, got out, and didn't immediately go inside. Instead, he found a spot where he could see everything inside the stall. Fan Qianqian, I was wrong about you. You are just like those materialistic women. In the end, you'll be reduced to a plaything for these wealthy men relying on them for a better life. Watching Su Ming and Fan Qianqian laughing together, the young man's teeth were clenched tight, his eyes filled with rage. Naturally, Su Ming and Fan Qianqian were unaware of this. After ordering their dishes, they began to chat leisurely. The speed of serving dishes at the street food stall was quite fast. In just over 10 minutes, a table full of dishes was brought to them. Su Ming, eat as much as you want, don't hold back. Okay, then I won't hold back. Su Ming replied with a smile, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating, while Fan Qianqian did not immediately start eating, but instead watched Su Ming with a smile. This scene was noticed by the young man outside, who clenched his fists tighter, his anger intensifying. Eat. Why are you just staring at me? Although I know I'm quite handsome, you looking at me like that will not embarrass me at all. Su Ming said, eating and mumbling. PFF. Thick-skinned. Fan Qianqian's face turned slightly red as she scoffed, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat. By the way, Qianqian, how come you were there that day looking for a job? While eating, Su Ming brought up the topic. Yes. I studied architectural design, and most architectural firms and real estate companies are located in that area, so I was checking them out. I was on my way to Hongdao when I ran into you. I took that route as a shortcut and unexpectedly encountered that incident. Sigh. If I hadn't run into you, I would have definitely been robbed. Thank you so much, Su Ming. Fan Qianqian said, feeling very grateful. Even now she still felt a bit of fear. No need to be polite, you just treated me to a meal. So have you heard any news? A few companies did call me to come for interviews, but I haven't heard back from Hongda yet. I don't know what's going on. Actually, I really want to go to Hongda, as it's a large company worth billions, and the benefits are definitely better than those of smaller companies. As Fan Qianqian spoke, she shook her head in disappointment. Ding. Choice triggered. Option 1, help Fan Qianqian get a job at Hongda, reward with increased favorability by 20. Option 2, pretend not to hear, no reward. Su Ming frowned. This is ridiculous. Fan Qianqian, you must be plotting something, as both choices you triggered come with a favorability reward. I suspect you have ulterior motives towards me, but I have no evidence. Even so, Su Ming still honestly thought to himself, system, I choose option 1. Then Su Ming stopped eating, turned to Fan Qianqian, and said, how about I help you out? I happen to have a friend who works at Hongda, and perhaps it could improve your chances. Really? That's great. Thank you, Su Ming. Fan Qianqian exclaimed in delight. No need to be polite, just wait a moment. Su Ming said, taking out his phone and dialing Su Shan directly. Chairman Su. The call was answered after a single ring. A university student named Fan Qianqian has submitted a resume to the company. Keep an eye out for her. Su Ming replied tersely. Hold on, Chairman Su. Su Shan answered and began to operate the computer. After a few seconds, she said again, Chairman Su, I can see her now, a student of the architectural design department at Jiangzhou University with excellent grades. The information matches. It's her. Su Ming nodded lightly. Yes, Chairman Su. Chairman Su, does she need a position? Su Shan asked once more. Do as you see fit, as she is a friend of mine. Understood, Chairman Su. Soon after, Su Ming hung up the phone. How did it go? How did it go? Fan Qianqian looked at Su Ming with bright excitement. It should be fine, Su Ming smiled. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Su Ming. When I get the job and receive my first month's salary, I'll treat you to a meal. Fan Qianqian's face brimmed with happiness. She had intended to invite Su Ming after she was hired, but then realized she had little spare money and felt embarrassed. I'll be waiting then. By the way, Hongda staff meals are quite good. Why don't you take me to Hongda for a meal? Su Ming wore a teasing smile. I would feel awkward. Fan Qianqian's cheeks reddened. Just then her phone vibrated. Fan Qianqian hurriedly picked it up. Seeing an unfamiliar number, she answered without much thought. Hello? Is this Fan Qianqian, Miss Fan? Yes, it's me. May I ask who is speaking? Hello, I'm the HR manager of Hongda Real Estate. Miss Fan, we've reviewed your resume and find you a rare talent. Would you be available to come to Hongda for an interview tomorrow? Oh, Fan Qianqian could not help but cry out in surprise. The next moment, her pretty eyes turned to Su Ming, who was smiling at her. Hello, Miss Fan, can you still hear me? Fan Qianqian immediately came to herself and hurriedly replied, I am available. I'll come first thing tomorrow morning. Oh, very well, we will not keep you then. Goodbye, goodbye. The call ended and Fan Qianqian remained dazed for a long while. Oh, Su Ming. Suddenly Fan Qianqian cried out in delight and grabbed Su Ming's hand. Thank you, Su Ming. Thank you. Hongda called me and asked me to come for an interview tomorrow. How did you do that? That was so fast. Ding. Option complete. Fan Qianqian's favorability increased by 20. Su Ming paused at the system chime, feeling the fragile, almost boneless little hand in his a private pleasure stirring within him. Hongda is a big company and my friend there has a bit of pull. It's a small matter. So that's how it was. Who are you? Let go of your filthy hand. Before Fan Qianqian could finish speaking, a loud shout cut her off. Fan Qianqian froze. A flash of panic crossed her eyes as she realized that in her excitement, she had unconsciously grasped Su Ming's hand. She tried to let go, but a strong hand seized her and cruelly tore her hand away from Su Ming's. The force made her cry out in pain. Su Ming furrowed his brow and turned to the newcomer. He was a young man of about 23 or 24. Luo Jin, you hurt me. Fan Qianqian forcibly withdrew her hand. The young man Luo Jin paid her no heed and fixed a furious stare on Su Ming, shouting, Who are you? Don't you know she has a boyfriend? Su Ming's brow tightened in displeasure. Fan Qianqian hastened to say, Luo Jin, what are you doing? Who is my boyfriend? I don't have a boyfriend. Besides, we're just friends. It's not as sordid as you imagine. Luo Jin's face burned with anger as he roared, "Sordid. Me? How am I sordid? Fan Shantian, we've been together since we were 8, for 15 years now. You still won't admit him your boyfriend?" Fan Shantian was startled, but replied, "Luo Jin, I've told you before. I have always regarded you as a brother." "Ha ha ha. Fan Shantian, I see you through and through. Brother. You only despise me for being poor, don't you? Fan Shantian, you are a materialistic woman. What makes you different from those green tea vixens? The moment you see someone rich, you climb into their car. Do you understand him? Do you know whether he has a wife or children? Don't be naive, Fan Shantian. He might merely think you are pretty and want to toy with you. Aren't there so many living examples of that?" Luo Jin raged on, his words merciless and bitter. Su Ming was genuinely angered. What sort of man was this, launching such a tirade at once? Fan Shantian too grew angry and shouted, "Enough, Luo Jin. You may say we have no relationship, but do not insult Su Ming." "Oh, his name is Su Ming. Very well, Fan Shantian. Now you defend him. You still claim you have no relationship with him." Luo Jin's fury reached its peak. His eyes reddened. "Luo Jin, stop this nonsense. Su Ming and I are just friends." Fan Shantian's eyes glistened, yet her voice fell into a subdued calm. "Friends? If you are friends, why did you hold his hand? You say you're friends. Who would believe that?" Luo Jin pressed on. Fan Shantian met his gaze and said slowly, "Believe it or not, that is the truth." Disheartened and bereft of hope, perhaps that best described Fan Shantian's inner state at that moment. Luo Jin too was a pitiable figure. At 8 years old, his parents died, and he wandered the village. Fan Shantian's parents took him in, feeding and lodging him, and paying for his schooling, though the added expense strained an already poor household. Fortunately, Luo Jin showed promise and grew sensible early. He sympathized with his elders and often helped Fan Shantian's family with chores which pleased her parents. Later, both Fan Shantian and Luo Jin were admitted to Jiangzhou University. Gaining independence eased the family's burdens somewhat. However, in university, and as they entered society, they met more people. Fan Shantian discovered that Luo Jin had changed, becoming insecure, warped, and even developing improper feelings toward her. Yet Fan Shantian had always treated Luo Jin as a brother and never considered being with him. Luo Jin would not accept this. Whenever he saw her speaking with another young man, he would roar at her and even smash things. All of this had continued until now. Fan Shantian had once hoped Luo Jin might change, but today her heart was broken as she no longer harbored any hope for his transformation. "Huh, good. Fan Shantian, do you no longer wish to explain yourself?" Fan Shantian remained silent, and Luo Jin continued to roar. "All right, I understand. Fan Shantian, I am not afraid to tell you that I have already been accepted by Changhe Real Estate. As soon as I graduate, I will be able to start working there as an assistant director. Don't you like these rich people? I tell you, it won't take long before I can become a wealthy person. Now I ask you, do you regret it?" "Oh." Without giving Fan Shantian a chance to speak, Luo Jin continued, "I originally thought that after starting work I could repay your family, but now it seems unnecessary. You, Fan Shantian, have already hooked up with a rich person and have become a phoenix from a mere crow. But Fan Shantian, you must remember that person is just playing with you. Who knows, before long they might grow tired of you and kick you aside." Luo Jin wanted to say more, but at that moment Fan Shantian could no longer bear it and began to roar in anguish. "Luo Jin, you bastard. My parents have saved every penny for 15 years, working hard every day to support your education. It's only right for you to repay them. My affairs do not require your concern." After shouting, Fan Shantian sat down and began to cry loudly. At this moment her heart felt like it was being shredded, as she felt it was unfair for her parents. After raising him for over a decade, unexpectedly, they raised a white-eyed wolf. "Ha ha ha. It's truly ridiculous. Did I ask them to save and support me for school? Fan Shantian, I tell you from now on, I, Luo Jin, have no relationship with your family whatsoever." Luo Jin laughed, seemingly quite pleased. "Ungrateful dog." Su Ming could no longer bear to watch and spoke with a cold face. Ding. Choice triggered. Option 1, punish the white-eyed wolf. Luo Jin cut off his future and make it impossible for him to survive in Jiangzhou. Reward, Fan Shantian's favorability increases by 30 points. Option 2, turn a blind eye and do nothing, resulting in Fan Shantian's favorability decreasing by 20 points. Su Ming silently thought about choosing the first option and began to ponder. "What did you say?" At this moment Luo Jin turned his head, fiery rage bursting from his eyes, looking ready to pounce. Su Ming stood up, a cold light flashing in his eyes, a terrifying aura erupting from his body. Luo Jin suddenly felt a panic in his heart, and he hesitated to look directly into Su Ming's eyes. "I say, you ungrateful dog, your parents raised you for 15 years and now, because you can't win over their daughter, you kick them aside. Are you even human? Perhaps calling you ungrateful is still too kind. You are nothing but a creature worse than a pig or a dog." Su Ming's voice was indifferent, yet every word struck Luo Jin like a heavy hammer. At this moment, everyone in the large eatery was focused on this side, pointing fingers at Luo Jin. Luo Jin felt somewhat timid but still shouted defiantly, "What do you know? All the money I earned from working while studying was given to her family, and I only kept a little for my living expenses. I have already repaid my debts to her family." "Are you sure you repaid it?" Su Ming's voice grew colder. "Do you really think that some money can settle everything? You seem to have not understood that what you owe them is not money but your life." Indeed, 15 years ago, Luo Jin was only 8 years old at an age where he could not take care of himself. If it weren't for Fan Qianqian's family, he might have starved to death on the streets. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Luo Jin's pupils contracted sharply, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. At this moment, Su Ming continued, "A white-eyed wolf like you existing in this world is simply an insult to the world." Saying this, Su Ming did not continue, but took out his phone and dialed Lin Yixu's number. "Hello, Su Ming." On the phone, Lin Yixu's gentle voice came through. "Yixue, there's something I need your help with." Su Ming's voice was soft, devoid of emotion. However, Lin Yixue sensed that Su Ming's voice was filled with intense anger. She couldn't help but become serious. "Su Ming, speak. There's someone named Luo Jin, a college student who has already been accepted by Chang'e. Now I need you to cancel his employment eligibility and notify all construction design companies in Jiangzhou. If anyone dares to hire Luo Jin, all collaborative projects will be cancelled," Su Ming stated blandly. Lin Yixue was startled, unsure why Su Ming was so furious. However, she didn't ask and directly responded, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Thank you. Don't mention it'll come to the villa to find you tonight." After Lin Yixue finished, she hung up the phone. Su Ming then dialed Su Shan's number again. "Director Su." A voice from Su Shan came through the phone. "Jiangzhou University Luo Jin Hongda is not to employ him for life. Notify all collaborating large and small construction design companies that if anyone dares to employ Luo Jin Hongda, will cancel all collaborations with them." "Understood, Director Su." Su Shan executed Su Ming's orders unconditionally. After finishing the 2 calls, Su Ming put down the phone and ignored Luo Jin, sitting down by himself. Upon hearing Su Ming's 2 calls, Luo Jin felt a surge of panic in his heart. But then he thought again and reassured himself. How could it be possible? Can one person hold such power? Just with a few words can he command someone from Chang'e and Hongda? And not only that, is he trying to make it impossible for him to survive in Jiangzhou? Don't joke about it. Such big figures do exist, but how could they be seen eating at a roadside stall with Fan Qianqian? Just as Luo Jin finished comforting himself and was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang. He took it out to see that it was labeled directorly. For some reason, Luo Jin suddenly felt anxious. However, he forced himself to calm down and pressed the answer button. "Hello. Director Li, is there something wrong?" Luo Jin had tried to calm his mood as much as possible, making his tone sound natural. "Luo Jin, I'm sorry, your employment has been cancelled. We at Chang'e will no longer be employing you. You should look for other opportunities." Director Li's voice came through. Luo Jin was stunned, but soon he reacted. Just as he was about to speak, the other side had already hung up the phone. "What's going on?" Luo Jin murmured in disbelief, wondering if this person truly had such immense power. Was it a self-fulfilling prophecy? No, it couldn't be. Perhaps there was another reason. Luo Jin quickly flipped through his contacts. Dialing. Seconds later, the call was connected. "Who is this?" "Hello? Manager Su, it's Xiao Luo Jin. Didn't you say I was hired? I wanted to ask." Before Luo Jin could finish his sentence, the other end suddenly shouted, "What, Luo Jin? What the hell, get lost? Who hired you?" Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up again. How is this possible? Luo Jin refused to believe it and dialed again. "Hello. Director Zhang, this is Luo Jin." Beep, beep, beep. "Deputy Manager Ma, this is Luo Jin, your department." Beep, beep, beep. He made 4 or 5 calls in succession. Each time he announced his name, the recipient either shouted curses and hung up, or simply ended the call without a word. Finally, Luo Jin gave up and turned towards Su Ming with stunned disbelief. At that moment, even a fool would have understood all of this stemmed from Su Ming. More precisely, from Su Ming's 2 phone calls. Who are you?" Luo Jin blurted out, his face ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Now even his disbelief could no longer hold. This man before him truly wielded a terrifying power. 2 calls, one to Chang'e Group and another to Hongda Corporation, had just severed his entire future. "You're not worthy of knowing." Su Ming cast a cold glance at him, rose, took the hand of Fan Qianqian, who had stopped crying and now gazed at him in wide-eyed astonishment, and strode away. Fan Qianqian remained dazed, offering no resistance as Su Ming led her along. Su Ming inwardly scolded the system. "Am I that kind of person? Don't remind me about what comes next." This system, he thought, was rather unseemly. Yet the system, smug and aloof, ignored him entirely. Su Ming." Just then, Fan Qianqian suddenly called out. Su Ming turned. and immediately saw her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes fixed on his hand. "Oh, sorry. Let's go." Su Ming hastily released her. Fan Qianqian nodded, but inexplicably a quiet sense of loss stirred within her. "Wait, hold on." Luo Jin's voice rang out sharply. In the next instant, he rushed forward and dropped to his knees before Su Ming with a heavy thud. "Su Ming, Mr. Su, I beg your forgiveness. I was blind to your greatness. Please show mercy." He pleaded frantically, desperation etched across his face. "Let's go." Su Ming didn't even spare him a second glance, turning instead and walking steadily toward the entrance of the night market stall. Fan Qianqian paused for a breath, but ultimately chose to follow him without hesitation. Yet Luo Jin suddenly lunged forward and seized her ankle. "What are you doing? Let go." Startled Fan Qianqian tried to pull free, but his grip was iron-tight, and she couldn't break free. "Qianqian, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I'm inhuman. I'll devote my life to repaying your family." "Qianqian, you've always seen me as an elder brother, haven't you? Brother is begging you. Please help me. I'll kowtow to you." And with that, he actually began knocking his head against the ground. Fan Qianqian's heart raced. She stood frozen, utterly unsure what to do. After all, she was simply too soft-hearted. "Let go." Su Ming's voice cut through the air, cold, unyielding. Luo Jin froze mid-kowtow and instantly released her. Such a man deserves no sympathy. "Let's go." Fan Qianqian watched Su Ming's retreating back, clenched her teeth, shot Luo Jin one last icy glance, and followed without looking back. Luo Jin remained motionless, sprawled on the ground. He knew he was finished. His entire world had collapsed. There would be no place left for him in Jiangzhou. True, he could leave, or switch careers entirely. But his job-seeking profile had likely already been posted online, a man rejected by countless enterprises. Whom would dare hire him? His fate was sealed, a lifetime of grueling labor. He lay there for several minutes, then slowly rose. Eyes vacant, movements hollow, as if possessed by nothing but the numbness of a soulless revenant. He walked out of the night market stall. He vanished gradually into the distance. Meanwhile, Su Ming was driving, delivering Fan Qianqian to the gates of Jiangzhou University. Inside the car, Fan Qianqian recounted Luo Jin's entire history to Su Ming, deepening his conviction that today's decision had been utterly justified. That Luo Jin truly was an ungrateful wretch, worse than beast or swine. "Su Ming, thank you." Fan Qianqian suddenly said, her voice sincere and warm. Su Ming blinked, shook his head, and smiled. "No need for thanks. Just work hard and repay your parents' boundless love and sacrifice." "I will, I promise." Fan Qianqian replied with unwavering resolve, then added softly, "Su Ming, you must be someone extraordinary. May I see you again?" Su Ming paused, then chuckled gently at her. "Don't you already have my number, and we chat?" A spark of light flickered in Fan Qianqian's eyes as she nodded emphatically. "Truly innocent," Su Ming murmured, watching her skip away, lightfoot and carefree. Time slipped swiftly by. After parting ways with Fan Qianqian, Su Ming returned to his villa. 5:30 p.m. "Master, a guest has arrived," the AI butler announced in Su Ming's ear. "Open the door." Su Ming rose from the sofa. No guesswork needed. Lin Yixue had arrived. He stood and saw her approaching gracefully, a sweet smile playing upon her lips. She drew near, opened her arms, and stepped tenderly into his embrace. Before Su Ming could react, she lifted her face and pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek. Just as he prepared to respond in kind, Lin Yixue asked softly, "What happened today?" Su Ming abandoned his impulse, and instead guided her to sit beside him. He recounted everything that had transpired. As she listened, Lin Yixue's brows furrowed, her expression darkening with quiet displeasure. Su Ming felt an unexpected pang of unease. "Oh, Su Ming, so you secretly dined with another girl, eh? Have you grown tired of me? Do you think I'm too old?" Her delicate brows knitted together, like a tiny, indignant feline. "Oh well." Su Ming faltered, tongue-tied and flustered. He'd meant to say, "I'm not involved with Fan Qianqian," but then recalled the system's persistent goodwill rewards and wondered what if something inevitably unfolds. "Humph, playboy." Lin Yixue snapped again, her voice sharp with indignation. "Yixue, let me explain." Before he could utter another word, she surged forward, her lips meeting his in a sudden searing kiss. His eyes widened, then slowly closed, surrendering fully to the warmth and sweetness of the moment. Minutes passed, and just as Su Ming prepared to deepen the embrace, Lin Yixue abruptly pulled away and rose to her feet. Su Ming stared dumbfounded. What on earth did that mean? It was agonizing, truly unbearable. Lin Yixue's face burned with rosy blush as she declared, "Humph, that was your punishment. Is that really necessary? Don't you feel pent up yourself?" Su Ming rolled his eyes. "Mind your own business, you rogue. I'm going swimming." Lin Yixue tossed a playful glare over her shoulder and strode toward the villa's outdoor pool. "Swimming? Wait, I haven't even tried my own pool yet. Let's go together." "No, stay away." That's no longer your choice. Su Ming became a whirlwind, racing after her in pursuit. Villa No. 1 Yunchang Ufu Residential Estate. In the swimming pool, Su Ming transformed into a tempest of unrestrained energy. Alas, at Lin Yishua's firm insistence, they refrained from crossing the line. A profound sense of regret lingered. Nearly an hour passed before they finally emerged from the water. Yishua, you're truly unfair. What you just did has left me utterly tormented. Su Ming repeatedly recited the calm mind mantra inwardly, striving to quell his turbulent emotions. Who told you to secretly date other girls behind my back? This is your punishment. Lin Yishua let out a haughty, frosty snort. Su Ming sighed helplessly. Women, truly creatures of long memory and sharp grudges. At one moment, Su Ming nearly blurted out, actually, Fan Qianqian is already on the verge of being won over. Just one final push, and she'll be completely mine. Yet he quickly stifled the thought. Uttering it aloud might well cost him his life at Lin Yishua's hands. So he held his tongue. Strangely enough, though, what was that blasted system up to? Why did it keep showering Fan Qianqian with affection points? Couldn't it offer something tangible instead, say money? If this pattern continued, who knew how many young women might soon fall for him? Would he then be compelled to establish a harem? That would certainly be exhilarating, but if word ever leaked out, the consequences would be catastrophic. At this thought, Su Ming sighed heavily once more and strode away from the pool alone. Could he possibly be angry? Lin Yishua watched Su Ming, a flicker of anxious uncertainty crossing her delicate features. After a moment's pause, she rose and hurried toward the living room. By then, Su Ming sat on the sofa smoking quietly. Lin Yishua approached, gently leaned against him, and whispered, Su Ming, don't be upset. I didn't mean to tease you. It's simply not yet the right time. No problem. Su Ming blinked, bewildered, but instinctively wrapped his arm around her. There now, smile for me. Actually, I'm not angry. Not even if you truly were involved with that young lady. I wouldn't mind at all. Her sudden declaration left Su Ming momentarily stunned. What do you mean? This was astonishing, so remarkably open-minded. Did that mean his harem scheme? Lin Yishua pouted. Exactly what it sounds like. Su Ming, I don't need you to tell me. I already know. People like you have long transcended mortal boundaries. Earthly conventions hold no sway over you. Am I right? Su Ming was dumbfounded. What? People like us? Who exactly are we? Humph. Lin Yishua wrinkled her petite nose and said, of course, the inheritors of national martial arts. Are you still pretending with me? I witnessed your battle with Ning Fengqing the other day. Others may have missed it, but I saw clearly that wasn't mere boxing or combat sports. That was Guishu, a true martial arts duel, wasn't it? Su Ming finally understood Lin Yishua and knew something. Yet in that moment, he couldn't afford to appear clueless. He had no choice but to play along, steeling himself for the charade. Fine. Since you've already guessed, I won't hide it any longer. Yes, that confrontation was fought using Guishu. I knew it. Lin Yishua beamed triumphantly. All right. I understand people like you pay little heed to mundane judgments. But Su Ming, her expression grew solemn as she continued, you must never betray me or abandon me. I've waited for you 7 full years. Su Ming froze. His heart swelled with quiet emotion. He said nothing, only drew her closer, his arm tightening around her. She too remained silent, gently closing her eyes. Yet certain things always intrude precisely when the mood reaches its zenith. Gurgle, gurgle. Su Ming's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Damn it. He hadn't eaten yet, and the atmosphere had already soared, and he'd forgotten entirely. Lin Yishua burst into laughter. Su Ming, you're absolutely hilarious. Come on, let's go feast. She skipped away, swiftly changed, and returned dressed and radiant. Earlier, you just... Su Ming pointed to his own pectorals, brows furrowed in utter bewilderment. Lin Yishua cast him a languid, teasing glance. Didn't you know your place has a dryer? Whoa, I seriously had no idea. So, does that mean you were wearing nothing underneath just now? Su Ming began gesturing animatedly. What else could it be? Lin Yishua's cheeks flushed faintly as she turned her face aside. Ugh, I'm devastated. Su Ming adopted a tragic, heaven-lamenting expression, gazing upward at the ceiling. Ugh, pervert, coming or not. If not, I'm leaving. Lin Yishua stamped her foot and hurried out of the villa. Coming. Wait while I change. Su Ming sprang up, gathered himself, dressed quickly, and dashed after her. 2 hours later, he dropped Lin Yishua off in Chang'an, then returned alone to the villa. The night stretches long, the sleep eludes me. Should I call Fan Qianqian? An odd notion flickered across his mind, yet he shook his head vigorously, banishing it at once. No, far too rash. Forget it. Just forget it. And with that, Su Ming drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, at the police station, Ning Fengqing sat pensively, chin resting on her palm. She couldn't explain it. Today felt strangely hollow, as if something vital were missing. Unbidden, her thoughts drifted back over recent days. Suddenly, Su Ming's image flashed vividly across her mind. Ning Fengqing shot upright. Right. The fact is Su Ming didn't come to the station today. Ugh. Suddenly, she sensed a dozen curious, slightly amused glances fixed upon her. Her cheeks flushed, but she swiftly regained composure and snapped, "What are you staring at? Nothing better to do." Her sharp retort instantly reassured the on-duty officers who relaxed visibly. Ning Fengqing's brow furrowed deeply. She distinctly felt slighted. She said nothing more, seized her phone and strode briskly out of the office, into the courtyard, where she dialed a number. "What is it?" A stern, authoritative voice answered from the other end. Ning Fengqing rolled her eyes. "Dad, I need to tell you something. Please stay calm." "Speak." The voice was curt, uncompromising. "Huff." Ning Fengqing exhaled softly, then declared, "The inheritor of Bejiquan has emerged. I fought him." Beep, beep, beep. A busy signal echoed, a clear sign the call had been abruptly terminated. Ning Fengqing rolled her eyes again and muttered, "Here we go again. Did he crush the phone again?" Meanwhile, far away in Moda City, a middle-aged man and a young man stood side by side atop a massive martial arena clad in loose traditional martial attire. The elder man held a smartphone, now utterly crushed in his grip. "Father, what's wrong? Was it Xiaomai's call?" The young man glanced at the middle-aged man and couldn't help asking. The latter nodded, faintly tossed his shattered phone aside, and said, "Call her back." The young man froze. What on earth had happened? His father's voice even trembled. Puzzled, he dialed Ning Fengqing's number, but dared not hand over the phone, so he activated speaker mode instead. At that moment in Jiangzhou City, Ning Fengqing pressed the answer button. "Are you certain?" Only 3 words echoed from the other end. "No mistake. I recognized it instantly. Tai Shan Cao and Ding Xianzhou. At his very first move, I couldn't withstand it. Had I not shouted to halt the exchange, that Ding Xianzhou strike would have sent me straight to the Western Paradise." Even now, recalling Su Ming's Ding Xianzhou strike, Ning Fengqing felt a chill of dread. Silence fell on the line. Then erupted a furious, thunderous roar. Who the hell is this bastard? Xiaomai, hold on. I'm coming right now. Once I find him, I'll flay him alive. Bang. Father, you ambushed me. But the line only emitted a muffled thud and the young man's indignant shout. Ning Fengqing shook her head helplessly. Neither her father nor her elder brother was remotely ordinary. What is his name? Is his background clean? Do you know his master or sect? Her father's voice returned. Ning Fengqing replied, "Su Ming, background clean. As for his lineage, no trace whatsoever." That's perfectly normal. Bejiquan inheritors have always been shrouded in mystery. In Shanghai, the young man leaned closer, listened briefly, then fell into quiet contemplation. Ning Fengqing spoke again. "Dad, I believe this time our family has a real opportunity." A pause lingered on the line before her father responded. "You mean, bringing in outside assistance?" "Yes. Let me think." With those final 3 words, the line went silent. Ning Fengqing hung up and returned to the police station. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, atop the martial arts platform, the middle-aged man suddenly declared, "That's enough for today. Train harder. You've shown no progress whatsoever." "Humph." The young man instantly grimaced, protesting bitterly. "Father, I'm only 27. I've already reached the peak of Mingjin. Name one peer in Shanghai younger than me who surpasses me, except perhaps that turtle shell slow Tai Chi scion. You're utterly humiliating me." The middle-aged man halted mid-stride and remarked coolly, "In literature, no one claims supremacy. In martial arts, only the strongest stands supreme. Anyone less is merely weak." With that, he strode away. The young man slumped in dejection, but quickly masked it. "Su Ming." He rubbed his chin, savoring the name, his gaze turning icy. Then he picked up his phone and made a call. "Young master." A voice brimmed with profound deference answered. "I'm heading to Jiangzhou immediately." "Yes, young master. Arrangements will be made at once. Also, investigate Su Ming thoroughly. I want every detail of his life. Oh, and he recently encountered my younger sister." "Understood." The young man ended the call, descended the platform, his eyes sharpening with glacial resolve. "Dared to harm my sister. Clean your neck and wait for me." Indeed, he was a legendary sibling protector, rare as a phoenix across 10,000 years. His name, Ning Fengqi. Though unknown to most within certain Shanghai circles, he was feared as nothing less than the Demon King. Meanwhile, Su Ming drifted through a blissful dream, rich with wonders beyond imagining. He had no inkling that a figure who commanded storms in Shanghai was already descending upon Jiangzhou. Dawn broke. Ning Fengqi stepped off the plane, followed closely by a dignified elderly man in a Zhongshan suit. Scarcely had they exited the terminal when a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class pulled smoothly to a stop before them. "Young master, please." The elder opened the door. Ning Fengqi entered. Moments later, the elder retrieved a thick dossier from the seat back, dense, meticulous records chronicling Su Ming's entire life. With reverent precision, the elder handed the dossier to Ning Fengqi. Su Ming. Uttering the name lightly, Ning Fengqi began to read. 20-plus years, utterly unremarkable. For days ago his wedding collapsed, 3 million yuan in cash shipped overnight. Cultivating the Tao amid worldly dust. Truly worthy of a Bejiquan inheritor. How laughable. That woman seized unimaginable fortune, yet remained oblivious. A Bejiquan inheritor could never lack mere 30,000 yuan. Yet she squandered her own brilliant destiny with reckless folly. Ning Fengqi scoffed, flicked the dossier aside, and murmured, to Yunxiang, UFU residence. The driver nodded, silently pressed the accelerator, and the G-Class surged forward. Within 20 minutes it arrived at Villa No. 1 of Yunxiang UFU. The door opened. Ning Fengqi and the elder stepped out. Master, the guests have arrived. Xiao Li's voice jolted Su Ming from bed, yanking him from lingering dreams back into waking reality. Who is it? Su Ming frowned. Lin Yixue should be at work. Xiangzi and Hozi were still occupied elsewhere. Who would visit him at this hour? As soon as he spoke, the living room's large screen lit up, revealing Ning Fengqi and the elder standing side by side. Never seen them before. Better open up. Puzzled, Su Ming walked out of the living room. By then Ning Fengqi and the elder had already crossed the threshold, advancing toward him with unhurried, deliberate steps. Ning Fengqi moved slowly, but with each step a deep, resonant aura rippled around him. The elder seemed weightless, his feet making no sound upon the ground. Their approach evoked a palpable, suffocating pressure. This sensation. Su Ming studied them, brow furrowing. Are you collecting property fees? Gah. Su Ming's words froze both men mid-stride. Didn't you feel the atmosphere we just built? This wasn't how the scene was supposed to unfold. Ning Fengqi's jaw twitched as he forcibly suppressed the rising inferno within. Truly worthy of a Bejiquan inheritor. I'm honored to meet you face-to-face. How honored? Su Ming blinked, startled and inwardly embarrassed. So they weren't here for property fees after all. Gah. At those words Ning Fengqi's restraint shattered. His mouth twisted painfully. Don't anyone stop me. I'm going to kill him. Young master, calm yourself. The elder intervened sharply. Ning Fengqi drew a long, deep breath and forced composure back into his frame. He decided to say no more. If he continued, he feared he'd die of sheer exasperation. Stepping forward, he raised his fists in formal salute. Xingyi boxing. Ning Fengqi. Xingyi. Ning Fengqi. What's your relation to Ning Fengqi? Su Ming finally caught on and looked closer. Indeed, Ning Fengqi and Ning Fengqi shared a striking resemblance in their brows and eyes. So you finally reacted. Ning Fengqi sighed in relief. He thought to himself that if he had known, he wouldn't have gone through all this fuss, but would have simply introduced himself directly. Su Ming looked at Ning Fengqi puzzled and asked, do you have something to say? Ning Fengqi withdrew his cupped fists and placed both hands behind his back, gazing at Su Ming, and said calmly, I heard you nearly harmed my sister. Oh, so you were siblings. Su Ming's brows relaxed. I sincerely apologize, I didn't expect I was this strong. Ning Fengqi's eyes blazed with fire, losing his calm demeanor as he glared, kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Go ahead and take your shot. Why? Su Ming was confused, unsure if this guy had lost his mind. Was he really looking to pick a fight this early in the morning? Why? Ning Fengqi's gaze turned cold. Because she is my sister and no one is allowed to bully her. Su Ming cursed inwardly, realizing he was dealing with a protective brother. Ding. Choices triggered. Option 1, defeat Ning Fengqi, reward increase in the 8 extremes fist realm. Option 2, kill Ning Fengqi, reward achieve mastery in dark energy. What the hell? Mastery in dark energy sounded incredible. However, Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Did this guy have a huge grudge? Didn't he know that killing is against the law? Hey, what are you stalling for? Are you even a man? At this moment, Ning Fengqi's voice rang out. What? Is the heir of the 8 extremes so pathetic that you don't even have the courage to fight? You dared to bully my sister, yet you are afraid to fight me. Ning Fengqi continued nagging, leaving Su Ming at a loss for words. He thought, is there something wrong with your intelligence? System, I choose option 1. After making his choice, silently Su Ming looked at Ning Fengqi. A powerful aura slowly rose around him. Finally, have you made up your mind? A smile appeared at the corner of Ning Fengqi's mouth as his hands moved from behind his back to the front. At that moment, the scene felt frozen. Only an old man in his 50s suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them. At the same time, a soft breeze swept through the space between the two. Whoosh. Su Ming moved like a bolt of lightning shooting forward. Ning Fengqi squinted slightly, a serious look crossing his mind. Beginning with the form intent, all his muscles tensed as he stepped back, feeling an immense weight with this movement. At this moment, Ning Fengqi stood like a towering ancient pine, unyielding. At this moment, Su Ming reached close to Ning Fengqi, unleashing a simple straight punch from the 8 extremes fist. Ning Fengqi slightly twisted his waist, raising his hand to transform his fist into a palm, striking out. Bang! As the fist and palm collided, the air vibrated noticeably, causing a faint ripple to spread out. Ning Fengqi's eyes narrowed as he quickly retreated. It was because he felt an incredibly terrifying force erupting, and if he didn't retreat to dissipate it, he might lose his balance. Yet Su Ming had no intention of letting him off, pursuing with vigor. With a leap, he soared high, raising his foot to sweep at Ning Fengqi. As expected of the 8 extremes, Ning Fengqi secretly praised a fierce battle intent rising within him. Facing Su Ming's sweeping kick, he showed no intention of dodging. He slightly leaped, using one hand to support himself on the ground, sweeping a leg from below. Boom! This time their legs clashed, producing a muffled sound as the air exploded. Su Ming landed, tapping his toes on the ground before charging again. Meanwhile, Ning Fengqi had already risen again, aided by the force of that kick. As Su Ming rushed at him, Ning Fengqi crossed his hands in front of him, then turned his palm into a fist. Crack! With a roar within, Ning Fengqi unleashed a punch. The form intent burst fist, one of the most explosive moves in the form intent fist. Su Ming's eyes lit up, clearly recognizing the unusual nature of this strike. Not daring to be careless, he gathered all his strength and retaliated with a punch. Bang! The two fists collided and both figures were pushed back. Ning Fengqi retreated for over 10 steps before finally stopping. Such powerful strength. Ning Fengqi was secretly shocked. Su Ming only took 3 steps back, a flicker of doubt passing through his mind. Ning Fengqi wasn't that strong. He hadn't even unleashed his full power yet. What's with that look? Ning Fengqi interpreted Su Ming's gaze and felt insulted. With a step, he rushed forward. Forget it, I can't be bothered to play with you. Su Ming thought to himself, stepping out as agilely as a leopard. The powerful moves of the 8 extremes fist erupted, charging directly toward Ning Fengqi. The old man in his 50s displayed a hint of astonishment, his legs bending suddenly, muscles tensing up completely. Ning Fengqi's expression turned serious. At this moment, a surge of fear rose within him. Years of combat experience warned him that he absolutely could not take this move head-on. However, Su Ming's speed was simply too fast. He had no time to react. Reluctantly, Ning Fengqi had to brace himself, both fists striking out his entire strength already gathered. As Ning Fengqi's fists exploded out, a dull cannon-like sound resonated through the air. Cannon fist. Boom. When the two collided, something bizarre occurred. Ning Fengqi's body was uncontrollably hurled away, the terrifying force causing him to be unable to stabilize himself. The 8 extremes fist is truly terrifying. In midair, Ning Fengqi was horrified. He thought, I am supposed to be a peak master of Mingjin, able to kill a cow with one punch, right? But now I was actually sent flying by one move. Not only that, he even felt that Su Ming hadn't used his full strength. Just how strong is this guy? Bang! Ning Fengqi landed several meters away, flipping over and standing up. Meanwhile, Su Ming charged at him once more. Ning Fengqi's corner twitched. This guy truly wouldn't let him off. Reluctantly, Ning Fengqi could only muster his strength to defend. Cannon fist. Still, Su Ming showed no intention of changing his move. Bang! This time, Ning Fengqi couldn't even last a second in defense before being hurled away again. Finally, the old man moved, dashing out like lightning, arriving instantly behind Ning Fengqi. He raised a hand to catch Ning Fengqi's flying body and then gently set him down. What the hell, master? Su Ming did not attack again, but stared at the old man, realizing he hadn't reacted to the previous speed at all. This old man was no ordinary person. Thanks, old Zhang. Ning Fengqi sighed in relief and turned to look at Su Ming, somewhat astonished. Are we still fighting? Su Ming looked at Ning Fengqi and said lightly, I bullied your sister. You have no objections, right? Ning Fengqi's heart surged with anger, but he couldn't utter a word. This was truly infuriating. He had traveled all the way from the Demon City to Jiangzhou, originally wanting to avenge his sister, yet he was completely outmatched. Ding. Congratulations, host option completed, reward increase in the 8 extremes fist realm. Boom. As the system's chime faded, Su Ming felt a thunderclap detonate within his mind, a torrent of colossal memories surging violently into his consciousness. Fragments of images flickered across his inner vision, and Su Ming relived, once more, the profound sensation he had first experienced upon acquiring the Bejiquan martial art. Yet this time something was distinctly different. For as each image unfolded, he sensed an arcane force stirring deep within his muscles and sinews, flowing with quiet, sovereign grace. This energy lay buried, yet remained perfectly responsive to his will. Hidden Qi. Su Ming murmured, puzzled. He possessed some rudimentary knowledge of traditional Chinese martial arts, though he knew little of their formal cultivation stages. Still, this mysterious power bore a striking resemblance to the hidden Qi described in martial fiction. Young sir, at your age, such mastery is astonishing. Among your generation, perhaps none could rival you. At that moment, the elderly man accompanying Ning Fengqi spoke up. his voice low and still as a stagnant well betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Elderly sir, you flatter me. Su Ming replied courteously. Master Zhang, must you dampen our spirit while boosting theirs? I only spare him because I choose not to kill. Otherwise victory would hang in the balance. Ning Fengqi declared. Young master, Master Zhang sighed, shaking his head, your combat experience is indeed formidable. But if Su Ming were to unleash his full strength, you would not withstand even a single strike. What? Impossible. Ning Fengqi stared eyes wide with disbelief. Master Zhang offered a wry, bittersweet smile, as if lost in memory. After a long silence, he said softly, long ago, I fought the previous inheritor of the Bejiquan lineage. I had just broken through into hidden qi, while he stood only at the peak of manifest qi. Tell me, how do you imagine that duel ended? How? Ning Fengqi asked urgently, already harboring a suspicion yet refusing to believe it. Manifest qi triumphing over hidden qi. That simply could not be. Yet Master Zhang's next words forced Ning Fengqi to confront a brutal, undeniable truth. Master Zhang exhaled faintly. I failed to block even a single blow. Surely you jest, Master Zhang. Ning Fengqi's face twisted in incredulity. Master Zhang said nothing, only shook his head gently. And in that silence, Ning Fengqi finally accepted it. Su Ming listened to their exchange with detached indifference, shrugging slightly. He did not fully grasp their terminology, yet one thing was now certain: the arcane force coursing through his body was hidden qi. Ah, little sister, you're here. Amid Ning Fengqi's stunned silence, a graceful figure entered his field of vision. Su Ming lifted his gaze to see Ning Fengqi stride through the main entrance dressed casually in everyday attire. Master Zhang turned and bowed respectfully. Young mistress. Ning Fengqi offered Master Zhang a gentle smile, then cast a fleeting glance toward her brother before remarking coolly, you lost rather ungracefully, didn't you? Hey, could you at least grant me some dignity? There's a guest present. Dignity? When did you ever possess any? Ning Fengqi tilted her head, feigning genuine curiosity, then ignoring her seething elder brother walked straight towards Su Ming. Su Ming, allow me to introduce you. This is my inept elder brother Ning Fengqi. You've likely already met. At this introduction, Ning Fengqi's jaw twitched violently. Beside him stands Master Zhang. I offer my sincere apologies for my brother's unwarranted intrusion into your home. My deepest regrets. Su Ming smiled faintly at Ning Fengqi and shook his head. No apology necessary. We are all friends. Ning Fengqi nodded lightly, then continued, Su Ming, truth be told, I've come today seeking your assistance. Oh, assistance? Su Ming frowned faintly, puzzled. From appearance alone, the siblings Ning Fengqi and Ning Fengqi were clearly no ordinary figures. Even Master Zhang's deferential address hinted at a lineage far beyond common aristocracy. Did such a venerable clan truly require help from him? Indeed we do. Shall we step outside for a proper conversation? Ning Fengqi invited. Very well. Without hesitation, Su Ming agreed. Soon the group arrived at the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel and reserved a private dining room. No sooner had they settled than Ning Fengqi began. Su Ming, how familiar are you with today's traditional martial arts world? Not at all. Su Ming answered without pause. After all his Bejiquan had been granted by the system, the broader martial arts world meant nothing to him. Ning Fengqi nodded unsurprised. Such matters held little relevance to the Bejiquan lineage after all. In truth, the traditional martial arts world remains small and insular. The favor I seek is, however, deeply entwined with it. Here's how it is. As Ning Fengqi spoke, Su Ming gradually grasped the nature of the task ahead. In Shanghai, 3 great martial families stand preeminent: Ning Fengqi's own Ning family, another preserving the Taijiquan tradition, and a third upholding Baguazhang. All 3 rank among Shanghai's most elite clans, and each traces its heritage back over centuries. Since ancient times, they have upheld a solemn covenant among themselves. Every 3 years, the 3 families hold a formal contest. Whichever emerges victorious receives, without condition, 20% of the annual revenues earned by the other 2 families for the ensuing 3-year cycle. This tradition has endured for hundreds of years, and the next contest draws near. So, you wish me to fight on your behalf? Su Ming now understood he had been recruited as a champion. Precisely, Ning Fengqi affirmed, adding, it is also my father's directive. But I am not even of the Ning family. That is of no concern. The contest permits any competitor under 30. Blood relation is unnecessary. Ning Fengqi clarified. After brief reflection, Su Ming asked, I suppose it's possible, but what do I gain? 10 billion yuan. When the contest, and the Ning family pledges 10 billion in cash. Whoa! Su Ming's breath caught. He fell momentarily speechless. 10 billion. Just like that. Granted, he held 30% equity in Hongda Group, valued at 30 billion. But those were illiquid assets, not liquid capital. Silent Su Ming watched as Ning Fengqing furrowed her brow and repeated, "If the sum feels insufficient, we may renegotiate." "Ah, no need. Just inform me when the time comes. Consider it a favor to a friend." Su Ming hastened to reply. Ning Fengqing's brow relaxed and a light, easy smile bloomed across her face. "Then my thanks begin now." "No need for thanks." With business concluded, dishes arrived, and the matter was not raised again. Su Ming and his companions were dining at the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, chatting casually. At that moment, Fan Qianqian had just exited from Hongdao Real Estate, her face beaming with a joyful smile. She had come for an interview at Hongdao early in the morning, and everything went smoothly. Everyone at Hongdao greeted her with smiles, as if welcoming a new colleague. What thrilled her the most was that at the moment she succeeded in the interview, she was already considered an employee of Hongdao. Even though she was still in school, Hongdao would still calculate her salary. Moreover, Hongdao promised that she could skip the internship and become a full-time employee directly. "This must be Su Ming's doing. I have to call and thank him." As she spoke, she took out her phone. However, just as she was about to call Su Ming, Luo Jin sent her a video invitation. Fan Qianqian initially didn't want to answer, but ultimately sighed and pressed the answer button. However, the next scene left her dumbfounded. On the call, she saw her parents bound back-to-back with a rope, their lips cracked, and their faces extremely pale. "Huh. Fan Qianqian, I thought you wouldn't answer my call. Luckily you did, otherwise you might never see your parents again." Luo Jin's maniacal laughter echoed through the phone. Tears had already burst forth from Fan Qianqian's eyes. "Luo Jin, what are you doing? You're crazy. Ha ha ha. Fan Qianqian, this is the price for underestimating me, ha ha ha." Luo Jin laughed wildly like a madman. Luo Jin, don't do anything reckless. You must stay calm." "Dad, what happened to my parents?" Fan Qianqian asked anxiously, trying to hold back her tears. "Can't you tell? Ha ha ha. Fan Qianqian, do you want to save your parents? They'll give you half an hour. If you can't make it, then I'm sorry." After saying that, Luo Jin hung up the phone. Fan Qianqian cried out in pain and hurriedly dialed back, but the call was immediately disconnected. "Dad? Mom? Whoa." Fan Qianqian instantly broke down in tears. "Luo Jin, why are you doing this? They have always treated you as their own son." Whoa. Fan Qianqian felt a wave of despair wash over her, collapsing onto the ground. Suddenly, Su Ming's figure flashed in Fan Qianqian's mind. "That's right, Su Ming. Whoa. Su Ming, you have to help me, please help me." Fan Qianqian quickly opened her phone and called Su Ming. Su Ming picked up the phone quickly. Listening to the melodious ringtone, it was the first time she felt that the sound was so annoying. Fortunately, Su Ming answered the call promptly. "Hello? Qianqian, how did the interview go?" Su Ming was eating when he saw Fan Qianqian calling. He immediately connected the call, thinking she was calling to share her good news about passing the interview. Unfortunately, he was mistaken this time. "Whoa. Su Ming." The voice on the phone was filled with tears. Su Ming furrowed his brow and jumped up anxiously, asking, "What happened?" Ning Fengqing and the others noticed Su Ming's reaction and frowned. "Whoa. Su Ming, Luo Jin has kidnapped my parents. Whoa. He said if I don't show up in 30 minutes then." "Whoa." Fan Qianqian cried as she spoke, her sobs becoming inconsolable. What audacity!" Su Ming was shocked. Luo Jin was being too cruel. After all, those were the people who had raised him for 15 years. Ding. Selection triggered. Option 1, go to Shiyuan village and rescue Fan Qianqian's parents. Reward, increase Fan Qianqian's favorability by 30 points. A friendly reminder, reaching a favorability of 100 will be permanently fixed, unwavering until death. Option 2, ignore and focus on oneself. Fan Qianqian's favorability will drop to 0. Without hesitation, Su Ming chose option 1. Even without this choice, he would never disregard the situation. "Qianqian, don't panic. Where are you? They'll come to get you." After making his choice, Su Ming immediately asked, "Whoa. I'm at Hongda." "All right. I'm on my way." Su Ming hung up the phone before Fan Qianqian could finish speaking. "What happened?" Ning Fengqing asked in a timely manner. "Something happened. It's a kidnapping. I can't explain everything right now. I need to leave first," Su Ming said as he prepared to leave. "Wait, where?" "I'm going with you." Ning Fengqing furrowed her brows. "Shiyuan village." Su Ming replied and quickly left the private room. "Let's go." Ning Fengqing called for Ning Fengqi and Zhang Lao as the three of them swiftly exited the room. In the parking lot, Su Ming jumped into the car, flooring the accelerator, and the car dashed out, drifting beautifully at the parking lot entrance before merging onto the main road. "Wow, this guy knows how to drive." Ning Fengqi, who had just arrived at the parking lot, was wide-eyed with amazement. "Don't be envious, you can't do this." "Zhang Lao, let's hurry. TCH. I practice for 7 to 8 hours every day. If not for that, I could have done this a long time ago." Ning Fengqi grumbled as he jumped into a Benz G-Class. Meanwhile, a few minutes later, Su Ming had already arrived at Hongda's entrance. Screech. The sharp sound of brakes echoed as the car came to a stop right next to Fan Qianqian. Get in the car. As Su Ming shouted, Fan Qianqian hurriedly scrambled up from the ground and got into the car while stumbling. Buckle your seatbelt. After reminding her, Su Ming pressed the accelerator and the car shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Fortunately, Hongdao was not located in a bustling area, or else they wouldn't have been able to pick up speed. A few minutes later, they had already left the downtown. We have 20 minutes left, Su Ming, can you speed up? My home is still over 30 kilometers away. Fan Qianqian kept staring at the time on her phone, feeling her heart sink with each passing minute. Don't worry. We still have time. Trust me. Su Ming reassured her and accelerated further. Ning Fengqing and the others had already taken the road to Shiyuan village and were currently passing a sharp turn. Viru. Suddenly, the deep roar of an engine approached from afar, followed by a silver Porsche 911 that drifted past them, nearly brushing against the bumper of their G-Class, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Damn, that was awesome. Ning Fengqi's eyes turned red with envy. If he could master that move, he wouldn't have to worry about continuing the family line for the Ning family. Enough. What time is it? Ning Fengqing frowned. Naturally, Su Ming's driving skills came from his military training. It should be noted that the military skills awarded by the system are quite extensive. This level of driving skill is merely a basic skill for a soldier. Su Ming, Ning Fengqing, and the others raced swiftly towards Shiyuan village. Meanwhile, at Fan Qianqian's home in the village, her family lived modestly, her parents uneducated and subsisting solely on farming. Their current residence, a single-story government-subsidized house, stood quietly under the pale light. Inside the living room, Fan Qianqian's parents were bound together tightly with a coarse hemp rope. Opposite them sat Luo Jin, gripping a kitchen cleaver, his face dark with simmering malice as he perched on a small wooden stool. The couple had been restrained all night, starving parched, their minds swimming in dizziness. Xiaojin, what's happened to you? Tell your mother. Mother. Li Hui, Fan Qianqian's mother, choked out the words despite her agony. But before she could finish, Luo Jin barked silence. You are not my mother. She died 15 years ago. Li Hui recoiled in shock, her mouth snapping shut. You monster. We raised you for 15 years. Fed you, clothed you, sent you to school. What have you done? What is this? Fan Gengxing, Fan Qianqian's father, roared in anguish. His heart shattered like brittle porcelain. 15 years of paternal devotion, nurtured as his own son, had culminated in this unspeakable betrayal. He seethed, not only with grief, but with self-reproach. Why had he softened his heart? Why had he taken him in? Suddenly, Luo Jin surged to his feet and drove a brutal kick into Fan Gengxing's cheek. A heavy thud echoed, followed instantly by Li Hui's shrill cry. Fan Gengxing and Li Hui crashed onto the floor. Blood gushed from Fan Gengxing's mouth. Oh, Lao Fan. Lao Fan. Monster. Monster. Li Hui wailed, sobbing uncontrollably. Shut your mouth now, or I'll slit your throats where you stand. Luo Jin slapped her hard across the face, then brandished his steel blade, eyes blazing with feral cruelty. Terrified, Li Hui clamped her lips shut, only whimpers escaping. Fan Gengxing coughed violently, blood mingling with saliva as it spilled from his lips. The scene was harrowing. So raw, so desolate that any ordinary soul would weep at the sight. Yet Luo Jin's gaze gleamed, not with sorrow but with perverse exhilaration. A low, chilling chuckle escaped him. Scream. Why have you stopped screaming? Go on, scream louder. Ha ha ha. He paused, then sighed mockingly. Fine. Since you beg to know, I'll tell you. None of this needed to happen. We could have lived peacefully, as we always had. This ruin, this horror, it's all your precious daughter's doing. At first his voice was subdued, but soon rose into a guttural roar. He strode forward and planted a boot squarely on Fan Gengxing's chest, snarling. Fan Gengxing, tell me, why does Fan Qianqian scorn me? Why? Is it because I'm poor? For 15 years I gave her everything, the finest things, whatever she desired. I'd break my back to fetch it. Yet she repaid my devotion with indifference, and finally climbed into the cars of filthy, wealthy men. Even the job I'd secured, she destroyed it. She has ruined my entire life. With each word his fury spiraled, until with a final savage stomp he ground his heel deep into Fan Gengxing's face. Xiaojin, I beg you, I'm sorry. Please stop stepping. Li Hui pleaded, but Luo Jin ignored her, pressing down harder still. Fan Gengxing's cheeks split open, blood gushing freely. Oh, Li Hui's heart tore apart. Her vision dimmed, her body threatening to collapse. Ha ha ha. It's all you, Fan Qianqian. All your fault. Are you satisfied now? Are you? Luo Jin's eyes burned with utter derangement. Screech. A piercing brake hiss sliced the air. Su Ming and Fan Qianqian had arrived at last. Fan Qianqian flung off her seatbelt and burst through the front door. Dad. Mom. She cried out and dashed straight into the living room. Su Ming followed close behind. Hearing the commotion, Luo Jin's frenzy momentarily receded. He seized Fan Gengxing and Li Hui, dragging them upright, and pressed the steel blade hard against Fan Gengxing's throat. Oh! Fan Qianqian froze mid-step. then crumpled her legs, giving way beneath her as grief swallowed her whole. Su Ming lunged forward, catching her just before she struck the floor. But when he lifted his gaze, his eyes ignited with white-hot fury. Monster! The roar tore from Su Ming's throat. Luo Jin flinched, his hand trembling slightly. Yet in the next breath his madness reasserted itself. He sneered, Su Ming, I knew you'd come. Ha ha ha. Take one step closer, and I'll slit this old man's throat right now. As he spoke, he tilted the blade upward, pressing its edge deeper into Fan Gingxing's neck. Luo Jin, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Fan Xianxian, regaining her breath, broke into ragged, hysterical sobs. Fan Xianxian, this is all you're doing. All you're doing. Luo Jin held wildeed and unmoored. Don't act rashly. Let's talk calmly. At that moment, Ning Fengqing and the others rushed in. Seeing the tableau in the living room, all three instinctively stiffened, their brows knitting in grim concern. Who are you? Luo Jin tightened his grip on the knife, voice sharp with suspicion. We're Fan Xianxian's friends, Ning Fengqing replied without hesitation. A seasoned officer, she knew better than to reveal her identity. Doing so would only inflame an already volatile mind. Friends? Don't lie to me. What kind of friends could Fan Xianxian possibly have? Luo Jin scoffed coldly. Look at your clothes, your shoes. Not a single item is cheap. An ordinary person would need a full year's wages just to afford one piece of your ensemble. So who are you really? Ning Fengqing blinked, surprised he'd noticed such detail. Yet her training kicked in instantly. Fine, if you've seen through us, I'll tell you plainly, we're Su Ming's friends. Humph. A flicker of grim confirmation crossed Luo Jin's face. Get out now? We're leaving. Don't lose control. Ning Fengqing agreed, swiftly signaling Ning Fengqi and Elder Zhang with a subtle glance as they began retreating slowly. Only once the trio had cleared the living room did Luo Jin exhale, then turned his burning gaze back upon Su Ming and Fan Xianxian. Luo Jin, let my father go. Let him go right now. Fan Xianxian's eyes brimmed with tears. Her entire body felt hollow, drained of strength. Only Su Ming's steady support kept her from collapsing. Let him go. Fine. Then make Su Ming kneel first. If he kneels, I'll release him. Luo Jin laughed, a cruel, unhinged laugh. If there was one person he hated above all others, it was unquestionably Su Ming. In his mind, Su Ming had shattered everything the woman he loved, his career, his very life. No, Luo Jin, don't. You can't do this. I'll kneel for you. I'll kneel, please. I'll agree to anything at all. Just let my father go. As Fan Xianxian spoke, she began to sink to her knees, only to be firmly held back by Su Ming. Her plea only drove Luo Jin deeper into madness. He roared, Fan Xianxian, even now you defend him. Do you truly love him that much? Love him? Is it because he's rich? No, Luo Jin, we're truly just friends, nothing more. Fan Xianxian sobbed. Ha! Friends? Spare me such flimsy lies. Fan Xianxian, I saw through you long ago. What separates you from those shallow, materialistic women? You're base, you crave wealth. Perhaps last night you were indulging in pleasure with him somewhere, who knows where. His words grew increasingly vile, descending into outright obscenity. Enough. Su Ming's sharp command stunned Luo Jin into momentary silence, before a sneer twisted across his face. So, I struck a nerve. Silence. Su Ming fixed Luo Jin with a cold, unblinking gaze. If I kneel, will you release him? Oh. Luo Jin paused, then smirked mockingly. Then kneel, now. No, Su Ming, don't kneel. This has nothing to do with you. Fan Xianxian cried out desperately. Don't worry, it's just a knee bend. My dignity isn't worth that much. Su Ming gently patted Fan Xianxian's hand. Her heart swelled with gratitude, and fresh tears spilled over, cascading like floodwaters down her smooth cheeks. Your word is binding, Su Ming reminded Luo Jin, then slowly bent his knees toward the floor. Outside the door, Ning Fengqing and the others stood, tense brows furrowed, eyes blazing with fury, yet utterly powerless in that instant. Luo Jin watched Su Ming descend, his grin widening into something feral, unhinged. Ha! Su Ming, what does your wealth matter? What does your dominance over Jiangzhou matter? Even now, you kneel before me. Fan Xianxian, look, this is the wealthy man you adore. The man you love must bow before me. No, Su Ming, don't kneel. Don't. Fan Xianxian crumpled onto the floor, voice breaking as she cried out helplessly. Yet no one noticed. Su Ming's eyes remained locked on Luo Jin, his fingers clenched tightly around his silver car key. In moments, Su Ming's knees neared the floor, and Luo Jin's laughter reached its feverish peak. Then, suddenly, the unexpected erupted. With a swift flick of his wrist, Su Ming sent a flash of silver streaking forward, striking Luo Jin's wrist with brutal force. The manic grin froze on Luo Jin's face, then vanished, replaced by searing pain. Ah! With a cry of agony, Luo Jin lost his grip. The steel blade slipped from his hand and clattered toward the ground. Die! At that very instant, Su Ming's voice, cold as 10th sandier glacial ice, exploded beside Luo Jin's ear. A wave of primal fear surged through Luo Jin, but before he could react, Su Ming was already upon him. Crown point elbow strike. Su Ming unleashed his full power, channeling hidden inner force, holding nothing back. A thunderous burst of compressed air erupted. The living room's currents twisted into a gale-force wind, slamming violently against Luo Jin's face, as if trying to tear him apart. Su Ming closed the distance. No doubt remained one strike would end Luo Jin's life. Don't kill him. Ning Fengqing's sharp cry pierced through Su Ming's rage, jolting him back to clarity. His inner force instantly receded, overwhelming power withdrew, leaving only the faintest residual surge. Boom. Even that sliver of force hurled Luo Jin backward, slamming him hard against the living room wall. Ah! Luo Jin gasped. His organs screamed in agony, his throat flooded with warmth, and a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. But Su Ming wasn't done. In an instant, he stood over Luo Jin, hands gripping both shoulders. Without visible motion, just raw crushing force, he squeezed. Crack! Crack! Bone snapped, followed by Luo Jin's shrieks. In that single motion, Su Ming shattered Luo Jin's scapular bones completely, beyond repair even by the most advanced medical science. Only then did Luo Jin slump from the air, collapsing limply onto the hard floor. It had all happened in under 2 seconds, from the thrown key to Luo Jin's utter subjugation. Fan Qianqian remained seated on the floor, dazed and paralyzed. Ning Fengqing, recovering swiftly, dashed inside, snatched up the fallen blade, and severed the ropes binding Fan Gingxing and Li Hui. Su Ming turned, supporting Fan Gingxing and Li Hui each with one arm. Father! Mother! At last Fan Qianqian stirred, forcing herself upright and rushing forward. Ning Fengqing pulled out her phone, dialing emergency services and the police without delay. Outside, Ning Fengqi and Elder Zhang exchanged a silent, weighty glance. Elder Zhang, was that sensation just now? Could it possibly be? Elder Zhang gave a slight nod, murmuring softly, yes. Hidden inner force. I never imagined he'd attain such mastery. Hidden inner force. I've never bowed to anyone, until now. Su Ming is the first. Ning Fengqi whispered, his eyes gleaming with fierce admiration. Father! Mother! Are you all right? Are you both all right? Fan Qianqian clutched their hands, frantic with worry. Qianqian, I'm fine. I'm fine. But your father, that monster kicked him so many times. Li Hui broke down, weeping bitterly. Auntie, please don't panic. Uncle only suffered superficial injuries. He'll be fine, Ning Fengqing said, gently stepping forward after hanging up. Yes. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Thank you all, thank you. Li Hui sobbed, her voice trembling with gratitude. No one spared a glance for Luo Jin. Not as he writhed in agony, not as blood continued to well from his lips. Soon police cruisers and ambulances arrived at Fan Qianqian's home. She boarded the ambulance with her parents and sped away. Only after Ning Fengqing's group took Luo Jin into custody did Su Ming lock the door and drive toward the hospital. Su Ming drove swiftly and soon arrived at the First People's Hospital of Jiangzhou. As he just came from the parking lot, he spotted Fan Qianqian. Fan Qianqian was holding a stack of payment slips, walking toward the payment window. From a distance, Su Ming could see that her expression was somewhat unnatural. Thinking to himself, Su Ming quickly understood what the problem was and hurried toward Fan Qianqian. Su Ming. Seeing Su Ming, Fan Qianqian instantly brightened up with joy and, disregarding the crowd, ran directly toward him, throwing herself into his embrace. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Su Ming smiled and gently patted her back. At that moment, Fan Qianqian seemed to realize something, her pretty face blushing, and she hurriedly stepped back half a position. Su Ming, thank you. Fan Qianqian's voice was barely audible. If they weren't close enough, Su Ming truly wouldn't have heard her. All right. No need to thank me. Here's your house key. You can give it to your parents later, okay? Have the test results come out yet? Su Ming patted Fan Qianqian's shoulder and handed her the key. Fan Qianqian hurriedly took the key and nodded, saying, It's fine, my mom just got overly frightened and my dad has some minor external injuries and a slight concussion. Fan Qianqian's mood had significantly improved compared to before. After all, her parents were fine, and that was the best news. How much do I need to pay? Let me see. Su Ming took the bill, glanced at it, then pulled out his phone, directly transferring 20,000 yuan to Fan Qianqian. Su Ming, this is too much. I can't accept this much. Fan Qianqian exclaimed upon seeing the 20,000 yuan. At the same time, she felt deeply moved, recalling how her life had improved since meeting Su Ming. Perhaps he is the person I've been waiting for my whole life. All right, although it's not serious, your dad should be observed for a few days. You can use it for now, and let me know if it's not enough. Su Ming gently ruffled Fan Qianqian's hair. Then, okay, I'll be starting work soon, and I already have a salary now. I'll pay you back once I get my paycheck. I'm going to pay now. With that, Fan Qianqian dashed toward the payment window. Su Ming shook his head and glanced at Fan Qianqian. 20,000 yuan. To be honest, he didn't really care at the moment, but he couldn't refuse lest it hurt Fan Qianqian's feelings. After spending a few days together, Su Ming had come to understand Fan Qianqian quite well. She was a simple girl, yet her character was stronger than anyone else with her own principles. Soon after completing the payment, Fan Qianqian and Su Ming took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Fan Qianqian's mother Li Hui was sitting by the bedside, while Fan Gingxing lay in a hospital gown on the bed receiving N4. Though it was only a minor concussion, a few days of hospitalization was unavoidable. Fan Gingxing's bed was positioned directly opposite the door. As Su Ming and Fan Qianqian entered, Li Hui quickly stood up, warmly approaching Su Ming, and soon grasped his hand excitedly. Su Ming, thank you so much today. Qianqian is so lucky to have found such a boyfriend like you. It's truly a blessing for her. Li Hui's words took Su Ming by surprise, but he soon noticed Fan Qianqian's blushing face and quickly understood. She must have said something on the way here. Without intending to call her out, Su Ming replied, Auntie, it's my fortune to have met Qianqian. She's an exceptionally good girl. Fan Qianqian's face turned even redder, but her heart felt sweet. Oh, what are you saying? Qianqian, meeting you is a blessing for our family. Come, don't just stand there. Li Hui pulled Su Ming to find a seat. Su Ming allowed Li Hui to guide him and sat down by the bedside. At that moment, Fan Gingxing also wanted to sit up, but Su Ming hurriedly pressed him down. Uncle, just rest, don't move around. Okay. Fan Gingxing chuckled in agreement, and then said, Su Ming, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we might have been in a terrible situation. All right, old Fan, don't mention him. Li Hui shot Fan Gingxing an angry glare, and he immediately shut up. Uncle and Auntie, as long as the person is fine, it's good. As for certain individuals, they will face retribution. Don't worry about it, just consider it as raising a vicious dog that bites its owner. Su Ming comforted the couple with a smile. Exactly, Su Ming is right. Li Hui immediately agreed. At that moment, Fan Qianqian spoke up. Mom and Dad, Su Ming has already paid the medical fees. Dad, you can't just run out of the hospital again this time. Don't worry, I have a job now, and I will pay Su Ming back later. Don't think about saving money. Clearly, Fan Gingxing had a history. Unfortunately, as an old farmer, there were some things he truly couldn't control. Okay. Fan Gingxing wanted to insist he was fine, but upon seeing Fan Qianqian's furious gaze, he quickly yielded. Fan Qianqian then revealed a happy smile. Next, Su Ming chatted with Fan Qianqian's family until Ning Fengqing arrived at the hospital with 2 police officers. Su Ming, we're here to understand the specific situation. You all carry on. I won't disturb you. Su Ming said, looking at Fan Gingxing and Li Hui. Uncle Annie, I'll be leaving now. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. All right, Qianqian, see Su Ming off. Li Hui instructed. Okay, Mom. Fan Qianqian agreed. Su Ming nodded slightly at Ning Fengqing and then left the hospital with Fan Qianqian. All right, Qianqian, go keep your parents company. I'm leaving now. Outside the hospital, Su Ming once again ruffled Fan Qianqian's hair. Thank you, Su Ming. Fan Qianqian gently nodded, then suddenly leaned closer to Su Ming, quickly pecking him on the lips before turning and fleeing. Ugh. Su Ming was taken aback, unable to help but touch his lips. Why am I getting ambushed so often these days? I need to be more vigilant and seize the opportunity next time. Making a silent resolution, Su Ming got into his car and left the hospital. Time flew by. The next day, Su Ming arrived at the hospital early and left just before mealtime. Just after leaving the hospital, Gao Xiang called. Where are you, Minggu? I just came out of the hospital. Oh, what's up? What? Hospital? Minggu, did you get sick? You didn't check out any special illness, did you? Didn't they say you rich folks? Su Ming's forehead was filled with black lines as he shouted, Get lost, just get to the point. Minggu, come over to the small restaurant next to the food city, and I'll tell you more when you get here. Gao Xiang said smugly. All right. After hanging up, Su Ming drove straight to the food city. At the small restaurant, Gao Xiang, Li Gao, and a girl were sitting at the table. Su Ming recognized the girl. She was Li Gao's girlfriend, and they had been together since university, having a very good relationship. Minggu. The 3 stood up quickly upon seeing Su Ming. In the past, Su Ming and his small circle consisted of just the 3 of them, and both of them always called Su Ming Brother Ming. Naturally, Li Gao's girlfriend Zhao Mingzhu also followed suit. Mingzhu is here too, long time no see. Come sit. The 3 of them took a seat. Zhao Mingzhu playfully replied, It has been a while, someone has become quite wealthy now. It's not wealth, just a bit of money. Su Ming humbly responded. TCH. Stop lying, I saw on Douyin you got 300,000 in cash delivered, that's incredible. Mingzhu. Zhao Mingzhu was about to continue, but was suddenly interrupted by Li Gao. She quickly realized and hurriedly said, Brother Ming, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. All right, it's all in the past. What did you guys call me over for? Is it that you don't have enough funds? Su Ming calculated that renting the food court couldn't be cheap, and it would definitely cost at least 2 million a year. At that time, he had only given Gao Xiang 3 million plus the 100,000 they later picked up at the police station. Now the food court was already in the renovation phase, which would also require a substantial amount of funds. Yes, Brother Ming, we've invested over 3 million. The entire building has 3 floors with 1,500 square meters, and the rent is 260,000, which is quite reasonable. For the renovation, we've hired specialists, and it will roughly need around 2 million. Then there's the design of each area and the investment in attracting businesses and rebates, which will require about 5 million more. Gao Xiang spoke with great detail, clearly having put in a lot of effort during this time. He'll transfer 7 million more to you. Don't skimp where it's not necessary, you handle it as you see fit. Okay, Brother Ming. Gao Xiang nodded immediately. Su Ming didn't waste any time, took out his phone, opened his banking app, and transferred the money. At that moment, the restaurant's waiter began to serve the dishes. Soon the 4 of them finished their meal, and Su Ming prepared to leave. However, Li Gao called out to him. What's wrong? Su Ming looked at Li Gao. Li Gao and Zhao Mingzhu seemed a bit embarrassed. After a moment of hesitation, Li Gao finally spoke. Brother Ming, hey, raced the thing I'm planning to propose to Mingzhu, but I've run into some issues with her mom and want to borrow some money from you. Oh, that's great news. No need to say borrow, just tell me how much you need. Su Ming was delighted. This was indeed good news, and after so many years their relationship was finally going to bear fruit. Li Gao was an orphan, and even during college he had been working to support himself. Now that he wanted to get married, Su Ming certainly wouldn't be stingy. Brother Ming, I want to borrow 1 million first. Li Gao said, somewhat lacking confidence. No problem, I'll transfer it to you. Su Ming didn't think there was anything wrong with it in this day and age. 1 million for a wedding, while a bit much, wasn't too unusual. Especially since Su Ming knew that Zhao Ming's mother was somewhat materialistic, as Li Gao had mentioned before. Wait a moment, Brother Ming. However, just as Su Ming was about to transfer the money, Zhao Mingzhu stopped him. Then Zhao Mingzhu looked angrily at Li Gao and scolded. Li Gao, what's going on? Didn't you say you only needed 500,000? Why are you borrowing so much? Do you think Brother Ming's money grows on trees? Su Ming frowned, somewhat confused. Li Gao, with a pained expression, explained, Mingzhu, your mom is asking for a car worth around 200,000, 100,000 in betrothal gifts, and at least a 100 square meter house. I think borrowing 1 million will allow us to buy the car, and we can pay about half for the house as a down payment, making it easier for us to repay the loan. Having finished his explanation, Li Gao awaited a response. Zhao Ming's anger did not diminish in the slightest. She said sternly, Li Gao, I told you I have 50,000 in savings. Adding my 50,000 to yours is enough for the betrothal gift, and we can just buy a car worth around 100,000. With the remainder, we can get an 80 square meter house, and the down payment won't be too much pressure. Su Ming's frown relaxed at this moment. He couldn't help but feel that girls like Zhao Mingzhu were truly rare. Li Gao must have accumulated virtue over generations to have encountered someone like her. But Mingzhu, I want to give you the best I can. Li Gao said, lowering his head. Seeing this, Zhao Ming's heart softened, and she took the initiative to hold his hand, gently saying, Li Gao, just being with you is enough for me. Ooh, I don't need these. Look, this is what a good girl is. Su Ming felt a pang of jealousy. He now had an idea to finally gnaw and give her a few slaps to vent his frustration. Why is there such a huge gap between people? Ding. Options triggered. Option 1, help Li Gao finalize the engagement matters, reward with 10 times cashback on all expenses. Option 2, lend him the money according to Li Gao's wishes, reward of 10 million. The system's prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Without hesitation, Su Ming chose the first option, and at the same time a bold plan began to form in his mind. Damn it, you two, go away. Have you considered the feelings of single dogs like me? Suddenly Gao Xiang's furious voice rang out. He was envious green with envy. Li Gao and Zhao Mingzhu exchanged a glance, and both smiled slightly. Then Zhao Mingzhu spoke. Brother Ming, 50,000 will be enough, and we will pay you back as soon as possible. All right, no need to say more. Su Ming waved his hand, and then said, Monkey, isn't Gao Xiang and I your brothers? Li Gao was taken aback, then solemnly nodded. Good, then it's settled. You have been without parents since childhood, so now as your elder brother will take care of your matters. Su Ming said. This? Of course, that sounds great. Li Gao nodded. Gao Xiang also became excited, wearing a smile that Li Gao found annoying, like that of an old father. Great. Let's head out. We're going to the car city first. Gao Xiang quickly took out his phone and ordered a ride. Shortly after, the car arrived, and the 4 of them got into the ride, heading straight for the car city. After getting out of the car, Su Ming led the 3 of them toward the BMW 4S store. Monkey, I remember your wish was to buy a BMW, right? Today, brother will help you realize that. Su Ming patted Li Gao on the shoulder. Brother Ming, will the BMW be too expensive? Li Gao hesitated a bit. All right, Monkey, whatever Brother Ming says goes. Listen to your dad. Gao Xiang waved his hand grandly, as if claiming a son. Get lost. Li Gao exploded in anger, kicking out. Unfortunately, Gao Xiang swiftly dodged his movements quick enough to shock. The four of them entered the BMW dealership and a sales associate immediately greeted them with a bright smile. Sir, which model do you like? Let me introduce you. The 7 Series. Do you have any in stock? Su Ming said directly. Yes, we have every model available. Oh, please follow me. The sales associate led the way and they headed straight for the 7 Series. Soon the four of them arrived before a row of cars, identical at first glance, yet vastly different beneath the surface. Su Ming stepped forward, cast a casual glance, and selected the one in the center. This one, how much? The sales consultant's eyes lit up instantly. Sir, you have exceptional taste. This model is our newest release this year, and it's strictly limited edition. If you purchase now, we offer an exclusive discount. The base price is 1.4 million yuan. The all-inclusive on-road price comes to approximately 1.6 million yuan. If you'd like, I'd be delighted to walk you through its full performance specifications. And, do you like it? Su Ming turned to Li Gao and asked. I do. But Brother Ming, this is far too expensive. Li Gao hesitated, his voice trailing off. If you like it, that's all that matters. Swipe the card. Su Ming briskly pulled out his bank card, leaving the consultant momentarily stunned. Sir, you're paying in full, and of course. Let's get this done quickly. Gao Xiang snatched the card from Su Ming's hand and promptly handed it to the consultant. Ah, yes, sir. Please wait just a moment. And the consultant hurried off, visibly elated. Brother Ming, this is far too expensive. Li Gao still couldn't make up his mind. Enough, monkey. You've already entrusted us with your wedding arrangements. Leave the rest to us. Su Ming waved dismissively. In truth, he thought it was a bargain. The tenfold cashback made it an outright windfall. Yet he feared Li Gao might balk at the price. And if that happened, everything would fall apart. Relax, monkey. Just trust your elders. Gao Xiang declared, his face radiating paternal warmth. That remark ignited fresh fury in Li Gao. Yet Gao Xiang sensed the storm brewing, and just as Li Gao's temper flared, swiftly ducked behind Su Ming. All right, enough clowning around. You two go sign the contract, then call me when it's done. I'll step out for a bit. With that, Su Ming walked away alone. Before long, Su Ming hailed a ride-hailing car, returned to the food city, then drove his own vehicle toward Jiangzhou Times Plaza. Such a rare opportunity. I simply must seize every advantage. Tenfold cashback. Ha ha. Muttering to himself, Su Ming strode straight into the mall, and soon emerged carrying 2 small bags, a wristwatch and a pair of bangles. The watch, worth 370 yuan, was a Vacheron Constantine intended for Zhao Mingzhu's father. The bangles were premium jade priced at 4500 yuan per pair. Having completed those purchases, Su Ming bought a suitcase, drove to the bank, withdrew 1 million yuan in cash, and placed it inside, along with the watch and jade bangles. He loaded the suitcase into his car and headed for the auto city. BMW's delivery was swift. Gao Xiang and Monkey had already begun test driving. Spotting Su Ming's car approach, the two immediately halted. Brother Ming. And they leapt from the vehicle, and Zhao Mingzhu emerged from the rear seat. Are the formalities complete? Su Ming asked. All set, Brother Ming. We were just about to call you once we finished. Gao Xiang replied. Excellent. Now that the car's secured, let's move on to buy a home. Let's go. The group departed the auto city in high spirits and soon arrived at the Hongda building. With one phone call, Susan swiftly descended from her office to the entrance. Brother Ming, why are we at headquarters? Shouldn't we be heading to the sales office instead? Gao Xiang stared bewilderedly at the Hongda sign. Before Su Ming could respond, Susan had already hurried over. Chairman Su, how may I assist you? Her title sent shockwaves through Gao Xiang and the others. They gaped, jaws slack, utterly incredulous as they stared at Su Ming. My brother is engaged and needs a wedding residence. Recommend something suitable. Su Ming said casually. Susan nodded, gently glanced at Li Gao and Zhao Mingzhu, then retrieved a tablet and began navigating its interface. Within 30 seconds, she slid the tablet across. Chairman Su. Huaxi Shuage Building 3 penthouse duplex. Total area 240 square meters. Panoramic views of the artificial lake, private elevator access, ensuring privacy and convenience in proximity to the university district. Ideal for newlyweds. Su Ming scanned the details and declared without hesitation, this one. Apply our internal pricing and deduct it directly from my account. Understood, Chairman Su. The internal price is 3.8 million yuan. Susan smiled warmly at Li Gao and Zhao Mingzhu. Would you both be so kind as to accompany me to finalize the paperwork? Yes, absolutely. Li Gao and Zhao Mingzhu finally snapped out of their daze, nodding woodenly. The group entered Hongda, and every employee who caught sight of Su Ming erupted into enthusiastic salutes. Chairman Su, leaving the trio utterly disoriented. While Li Gao handled the paperwork, Su Ming took Gao Xiang to the cafeteria for drinks. Brother, what else are you hiding from me? Gao Xiang sipped his chilled cola, gazing at Su Ming with wounded plaintive eyes. Nothing at all. I'm just an ordinary guy. You know that. Su Ming replied offhandedly, though admittedly explaining this was no simple task. Cut the nonsense. They're calling you Chairman Su. You own this billion-yuan conglomerate. Gao Xiang's eyes reddened. It's not mine. I only hold 30% equity. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Whoa. 30% means over 300 million yuan. How much annual dividend does that yield? Gao Xiang gasped, then shifted instantly into obsequious charm. Brother, honestly, I don't want to work anymore. Could you possibly? Get lost. I'm perfectly straight, thank you very much. Su Ming delivered a swift kick to Gao Xiang's shin. Amid their playful scuffle, Li Gao emerged from the office. Susan guided them back to the cafeteria. Chairman Su, all procedures are finalized. You may move in at any time. Excellent. Thank you, Susan. My pleasure. Su Ming nodded, then raised a hand. Let's go. We're off to Mingzhu's home now. Safe travels, Chairman Su. Susan accompanied them all the way out of Hongdao, watching silently as two vehicles pulled away. Li Gao drove while Gao Xiang leaned against the passenger window, gazing back at Susan's lingering figure with wistful melancholy. Such a stunning woman, her assistant. Who is Brother Ming, really? My father, Li Gao declared solemnly. Go to hell. I'd rather be his son, Gao Xiang retorted, and the quip nearly sent Zhao Mingzhu into fits of laughter from the back seat. Tianhe Residential Complex, the home of Zhao Mingzhu. Both cars arrived simultaneously. Su Ming retrieved the suitcase and handed it to Gao Xiang. The four ascended by elevator to the 7th floor, Zhao Mingzhu's apartment. Mom, at the door's opening, Zhao Mingzhu called out, only for her mother's brow to furrow and her expression to darken. Well, Li Gao has come. Have my conditions been met? Chen Jiao, Zhao Mingzhu's mother, asked, her voice edged with displeasure. Jiao, what are you saying? Li Gao, oh, and you've brought friends too. Come in, please. Before Li Gao could reply, Zhao Kuei, Zhao Mingzhu's father, called out warmly from within. Su Ming then saw Zhao Kuei, a man whose face bloomed with benevolent, approachable smiles. At last the group entered Zhao Mingzhu's home. Xiaoli, what brings you here today? If you're not busy, why not stay for dinner this afternoon? Zhao Kuei's attitude was very warm. To be honest, Zhao Kuei really liked Li Gao, but Chen Jiao was different, as she was quite snobbish and looked down on Li Gao. Before Li Gao could respond, Chen Jiao spoke up first. What are we eating? Don't you need to earn money? Don't you have time to rest? Isn't it better to earn a bit more money during this time? With you like this, how can I trust you with Mingzhu? Alright, Jiao, can you please change your bad temper? Young people just need to work hard, eh? And what's most important? Your daughter needs to be happy. Stop pulling out your old tricks. Zhao Kuei's voice inadvertently grew a bit louder. Zhao Kuei, what are you saying? What tricks? Tell me, what tricks do I have? Chen Jiao shouted loudly. Enough. Dad, Mom, please stop arguing. Li Gao is here today to discuss the engagement. Seeing that things were escalating, Zhao Mingzhu hurriedly spoke up to stop them. Discussing the engagement. Chen Jiao squinted her eyes at Li Gao. Have I met my requirements? If not, you don't need to say anything. Zhao Kuei shot a glare at Chen Jiao, and then said, Xiaoli, don't be angry. Your aunt is just worried about Mingzhu suffering. It's fine, you don't need to rush for the car or house. The betrothal gift doesn't have to be too much, just do your best. To be fair, Zhao Kuei is quite a reasonable person. It's no wonder Zhao Mingzhu turned out this way. Luckily, she didn't take after her mother. Hearing this, Li Gao felt very touched, but he still didn't forget the purpose of his visit today. Li Gao stood up and said very solemnly, Uncle, thank you for your understanding. I will definitely take good care of Mingzhu, and I will work very hard. However, Uncle, I have already bought the car and the house, and I have prepared the betrothal gift. Xiaoli, act within your means. You must not go down the wrong path. Zhao Kuei frowned, feeling a bit worried. Uncle, rest assured I will not. Li Gao assured him. Only then did Zhao Kuei relax his furrowed brow. Oh, you actually have a car and a house. What car? What house? Where? Don't try to fool us, just to marry Mingzhu. Chen Jiao's voice came at the right moment. Mom, what are you talking about? The car is a BMW worth 1.6 million. We just bought it full payment. Zhao Mingzhu couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. What? Both Chen Jiao and Zhao Kuei were shocked. 1.6 million. It's not that they couldn't imagine it. They both had stable jobs and their savings were over 3 million. The main reason was that it was too unexpected. How could Li Gao have so much money to afford such an expensive car? Mom, don't be too shocked, yet there's more. The house has also been bought at Huaxi Shuage, right next to the school district. There are kindergartens to high schools. Oh, by the way, it's a top-floor duplex, 240 square meters, with a dedicated elevator, no crowding during rush hours. Zhao Mingzhu recounted these details as if she were talking about treasured possessions. How much did this house cost? Chen Jiao couldn't hold back and hurriedly asked. Well, we have to thank Su Ming. We got it at an internal price, only 3.8 million. As she spoke, Zhao Mingzhu looked gratefully at Su Ming. Su Ming smiled in return. What? 3, 8 million. This? Chen Jiao was stunned, uncertainly asking. Zhu, you can't be lying to your mother. Zhao Mingzhu pouted. Mom, why would I lie to you? All the documents are in our car. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see it tonight. I believe. Chen Jiao excitedly grabbed Zhao Mingzhu, then immediately changed her expression to a kind smile. Shaoli, I was wrong before. Sorry for making you laugh. Chen Jiao changed her attitude faster than flipping a page. Li Gao, who had been feeling heavy-hearted, now felt better and quickly said, Auntie, you are also doing it for Mingzhu, I understand. All right. Chen Jiao smiled, her eyes squinting with joy. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly stood up. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. Li Gao has no parents, and I, along with Xiangzi, are his best brothers. Today we will formally propose on behalf of Li Gao. Su Ming said, throwing a glance at Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang understood immediately and brought over the suitcase. Su Ming directly opened it, and at the moment the suitcase opened, everyone's eyes were instantly glued to it. The bundles of red bills were simply the most healing medicine in the world. At this moment, Su Ming reached into the suitcase and took out the gifts prepared for Zhao Kuei and Xin Jiao. Uncle, I heard you like watches, so I specially chose one for you. Auntie, this is a jade bracelet. A jade nourishes people, wishing Auntie to become younger. Zhao Kuei and Chen Jiao stared blankly as they accepted the gifts. Wow, Dad, it's a Vacheron Constantine. Quickly open it. Zhao Mingzhu's eyes sparkled. Really? Zhao Kuei quickly opened it, then gasped. 37,000. This is too valuable. What? Such an expensive watch. Chen Jiao also came to her senses and opened the jade bracelet. Upon seeing the price tag, her expression was incredibly fascinating. 45,000. My God. Chen Jiao pinched her thigh hard, as she felt that all of this was simply too unreal. But the sharp pain from her thigh told her that this wasn't a dream, everything was real. And there's more. This is the betrothal gift. Annie, you wanted 100. We're giving you 1 million, not to show off, but to tell you and uncle that Li Gao absolutely has the ability to take care of Mingzhu. Su Ming concluded. 1 million. Chen Jiao looked at that suitcase full of money, her voice trembling as she spoke. Oh my, this is just too good. Shaoli, you shouldn't leave tonight. You must stay for dinner. I'll go buy groceries right now, ha. Chen Jiao laughed happily. Mom, you don't need to go through the trouble. We have things to do. Li Gao is really preparing to open a food city. You didn't believe me before, but now do you? Zhao Mingzhu hurriedly stopped the excited Chen Jiao. Chen Jiao immediately said, I believe. How could I not believe, Shaoli? Then I won't hold you up. Come by any time, just call ahead, and I'll make you delicious food. Chen Jiao even changed how she addressed him. Monkey, hurry and call people. Gao Xiang teased as he nudged Li Gao. Li Gao quickly realized and said, Okay, Mom, thank you. He turned to Zhao Kuei and shouted, Dad. Good. Chen Jiao responded happily, and Zhao Kuei nodded in joy. Ding. Congratulations, host option completed. Total expenditure of 22 million, 10 times cashback, totaling 2 million, which will be transferred to the host's bank account. The system prompt sounded, and Su Ming smiled. On this day, he made over 60 million, feeling incredibly relaxed and stylish. Su Ming was driving when he heard the notification sound of a text message. He picked up his phone and took a glance. Wow, just a few days in, and the balance is over 80 million. With a little more effort, it could break 100 million. Billionaire. In the past, Su Ming wouldn't even have dared to dream about this. But now, as long as he makes some choices, the money just keeps rolling and making it incredibly enjoyable. Su Ming did not follow Gao Xiang and the others to the food city. Instead, he went straight back to the villa. After casually ordering takeout for a meal, he started scrolling on his phone. That evening, he called Lin Yixue, and after chatting with Fan Qianqian for a while, he went to sleep late at night. The next day, he only got up when the sun was high in the sky. Now that he didn't need to go to work anymore, Su Ming had completely discarded his biological clock. After finishing his wash, he received a call from Lin Yixue. Su Ming, have you eaten yet? Not yet, just got up. Wow, how did I not notice how lazy you are before? Didn't you used to get up at 6 in high school? Is it because now that your rich persona has been exposed, you can't keep it up anymore? I've always dreamed of this kind of life with a warm and soft bed, waking up naturally and counting money until my hands cramp. Now I just need a warm and soft bed. I wonder if any beauties are interested. My bed is very soft, but it's too big. It's a bit lonely to sleep alone. Pervert. Lin Yixu's face flushed red as she spat, then said, Come pick me up at the sales department of Huajiju. I didn't drive, let's go eat together. Yes, ma'am. Su Ming hung up the phone and drove out of the villa. Half an hour later, at the sales department of Huajiju under Changhe, Su Ming parked the car. After thinking for a moment, he did not call Lin Yixue and directly got out of the car, walking towards the sales department of Huajiju. Huajiju is a medium-sized development by Changhe, fully renovated and ready to move in. Every day, countless people come to Huajiju to view properties, and the sales staff are always very busy. Finally, time to get off work. So annoying, I showed the house 3 times this morning and not a single sale. A bunch of broke people don't come and disturb me anymore. Lu Yinyan glanced at the time, mumbling her dissatisfaction. At this moment, Su Ming walked into Huajiju. Lu Yanyan's eyes lit up, but then she frowned after looking at Su Ming's outfit. He looks decent, but too bad he has no money. Don't come and waste my time. Li Chao, that bastard, is still waiting to take me to eat hairy crabs. Lu Yinyan prayed silently, but Su Ming walked straight toward her, making her very unhappy. Su Ming, upon entering and not seeing Lin Yixue, was about to ask around, and Lu Yinyan happened to be nearby, so he naturally walked over to her. As he approached, Su Ming opened his mouth to ask, "Hello, may I ask?" "It's almost off work, don't bother me. I don't have time to take you to see houses. Why wander around if you can't afford to buy a house?" Before Su Ming could finish speaking, Lu Yinyan interrupted him. Su Ming frowned. What the hell is wrong with her? I'm not even buying a house. However, Su Ming, being magnanimous, didn't plan to argue and prepared to leave. But Lu Yinyan mumbled, "Really, there are all kinds of people, dressed in cheap clothes and coming to Huajiju. Is this really a place for you? How do you know I can't afford a house?" Su Ming turned around, stopping his motion, and said lightly. Lu Yinyan was taken aback and disdainfully glanced at Su Ming of, "Do I need to think about that? I've seen many like you. You just want to experience living in a mansion, how ignorant." Ding. Option triggered. Option 1, slap. Lu Yinyan, reward, a Lamborghini Veneno. Option 2, don't dwell on it, reward, title, magnanimous. Damn, this is too exciting. A Lamborghini Veneno, a global limited edition that is now worth over 80 million. Su Ming did not expect to trigger the option so easily. The moment he heard the notification, he was stunned. This is a car that even money cannot buy. Without hesitation, Su Ming directly chose option 1, and then looked at Lu Yinyan, saying lightly, "What if I can afford it? Aren't you afraid of missing an opportunity?" Oomph. To his surprise, upon hearing Su Ming's words, Lu Yinyan directly laughed scornfully. "With you? Ha ha ha. Stop kidding me, okay? Come, let me show you." Lu Yinyan pointed at a building model and said, "Look at this building, the cheapest one in Huajiju, 2007 per square meter, the cheapest 80 square meters costing 16 million. Tell me you dressed like a street vendor have 16 million to buy a house. If you were dressed a bit more classily, I might reluctantly take you to see it, but with your outfit, are you sure you're not just here to waste my time?" Lu Yinyan spoke without holding back, looking at the time as it drew closer to quitting time. She wanted to leave immediately. 16 million isn't considered expensive. Su Ming shook his head, but he was thinking about how to slap Lu Yinyan in the face. Just as Lu Yinyan was about to mock him again, a voice came through. "Yinyan, why haven't you left yet?" Upon hearing this voice, Su Ming smiled. "This is a perfect opportunity. All right. Just as I was about to get off work, a poor guy came and wasted my time." Lu Yinyan said, casting a disdainful glance at Su Ming. Li Chao glanced at the poor guy Lu Yinyan mentioned and frowned slightly, feeling that the figure looked somewhat familiar. However, Li Chao quickly dismissed the thought and directly spoke to Su Ming from behind. "Brother, if you can't afford it, don't waste time. My girlfriend and I are going to eat hairy crabs. If we are late and can't eat today, you can't afford this loss. Yinyan, let's go, don't waste time talking to this kind of person," Li Chao said, signaling Lu Yinyan to leave. But at that moment, Su Ming turned around and said, "Oh, isn't this Li Chao? How could you think I can't even afford a house worth over 2 million here?" Li Chao had already turned around, but upon hearing this voice, his entire body suddenly trembled. He couldn't help but turn his head to look, and upon seeing Su Ming, Li Chao froze and stuttered, Su Ming, is it you?" "Of course it's me. You said I can't afford a house here. Are you serious?" Su Ming teased him. "Oh, how could that be? You can definitely afford it, definitely." Li Chao laughed insincerely. "Li Chao, what are you talking about? He's dressed like a street vendor. How could he possibly afford a house worth over 2 million? Lu Yinyan looked at Li Chao in confusion, not forgetting to mock Su Ming in the process. "Yinyan, stop talking. Let's hurry up and go." Li Chao did not want to stay here, feeling very pressured looking at Su Ming. But Lu Yinyan was unwilling to leave and frowned, asking, "Li Chao, why are you in such a hurry? Do you know him?" Li Chao scratched his head, feeling very helpless. "Oh dear, why are you so blind?" I know him," Li Chao replied to Lu Yinyan, bracing himself. "Huh, that's great. Come on, tell me, how much is his monthly salary, this pathetic loser?" Lu Yanyan's eyes lit up as she looked at Li Chao. Li Chao stiffened. Who on earth would know? This guy was someone who could send 300,000 in cash by express delivery. How much could his monthly salary possibly be? Li Chao didn't know how to respond and wanted to leave, but Lu Yinyan stood her ground. "What's wrong? What are you afraid of? You don't need to spare him any face. I can't stand losers like him. Just say it. I'll help you calculate how many years he would need to buy a house here," Lu Yinyan urged, unable to contain herself. Li Chao silently lamented, knowing he absolutely could not say anything or it would be a slap to his own face. Reluctantly, he advised Yin Yin, let's leave quickly, the hairy crabs will be sold out soon. Li Chao genuinely did not want to stay here even a moment longer, the pressure was immense. However, Lu Yin was oblivious to this, as she only wanted to mock Su Ming to her heart's content as a price for wasting her time. At that moment, right after Li Chaos' words, Lu Yin suddenly scolded Li Chao, if I ask you to say something, just say it. Why are you stalling? Say it, or not. If you don't, I won't talk to you today. There are plenty of people chasing after me. With just one call, I can have someone lined up to take me out for hairy crabs. Li Chao's face turned bitter, it was exhausting to the core. It felt as if he had to press his face to the ground and let others step on it. Su Ming watched the entire scene unfold, noticing how Li Chaos' expression changed repeatedly, almost making him laugh out loud. Ahem. After a moment's thought, Su Ming cleared his throat to grab their attention. Then Su Ming said directly, Li Chao, just tell her it's not something to be ashamed of. Exactly, look, this pathetic loser has already said it, why don't you hurry up and say it? Lu Yin frowned displeased. Hey. Li Chao sighed helplessly before finally saying, Yin, he's the one who married my sister. Lu Yin was taken aback. Just as she was about to scold Li Chao for not answering her question straightforwardly, she suddenly realized and widened her eyes to look at Su Ming. The more she looked, the more familiar she felt. Suddenly, Lu Yin remembered something, took out her phone, opened the album, and found a video. The video was of Su Ming's wedding, a Douyin video. Looking at the video, and then at Su Ming, their appearances were a perfect match. As the video ended, a box of bright red cash was frozen in the closing frame. He is that guy. 300,000 sent. Sent by Express, a ruthless person. Lu Yin murmured, feeling very awkward. At that moment, all her previous pride vanished, and the words pathetic loser struck her hard like a heavy hammer. The fool was actually me. Sigh. Li Chao sighed again, saying, Yin, let's hurry and leave. Lu Yin nodded blankly, allowing Li Chao to pull her away, ready to depart. However, Su Ming would not let them leave so easily. After being mocked for so long, he hadn't had his fun yet. Stop right there. Su Ming's cold voice resonated. Li Chao and Lu Yin's bodies stiffened, unable to move another step. What do you want? Li Chao looked at Su Ming warily. Nothing much, I just want to ask Miss Lu Yin, can I afford a house here? Su Ming's gaze was piercing, fixated on Lu Yin. Oh. Lu Yin was startled at that moment. Su Ming's aura felt so powerful. Despite his simple attire, it showcased the might of money. I can afford it. Lu Yin stammered in response. Oh, so am I still a pathetic loser? Su Ming asked again. No. Lu Yin continued to answer. Ding. Congratulations, host option completed. You have received a Lamborghini Veneno parked in your garage with the keys inside. Well, then it's all good. Su Ming thought to himself as the system notification rang in his mind. The option was completed, and he no longer wanted to waste time talking to Lu Yin. Huff. Li Chao and Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly turning to leave. But at that moment, a figure appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin was stunned and quickly stopped, respectfully greeting, hello, President Lin. Lin Yixue nodded lightly. Then her gaze fell on Su Ming's face, her small face showing a hint of displeasure as she said sweetly, why didn't you call me when you arrived? Lu Yin caught every nuance of Lin Yixue's expression. In an instant, she was shocked. This was President Lin, the general manager of Changhe Real Estate, and rumored to be the daughter of the company. The expression she just displayed was one of a lover playfully complaining to their partner. But besides Li Chao and her, there was only one other person left. Could it be that he is involved with her? Lu Yin felt a wave of panic, her back breaking out in a cold sweat. No, I must be overthinking, it can't be possible, can it? Lu Yin kept reassuring herself, but soon her reassurances were ruthlessly shattered. Su Ming helplessly smiled and said, I was just planning to come in and find you, but I got held up by some matters. Boom. Lu Yin felt as if thunder had struck her mind. The terrifying impact nearly made her faint. What was going on? It was quite loud here. If I hadn't heard the noise and come out to check, I wouldn't have known you were here. Lin Yixue frowned, her beautiful brows knitting together. Lu Yin's heart dropped, anxiously looking at Su Ming. Su Ming glanced at her, a cold smile forming inside, and said blandly, the employees around here aren't great, their quality is too poor. Perhaps the sales performance isn't that impressive either. I think you should seriously consider hiring new people. Lin Yixue's brows furrowed even tighter, but after a moment's thought, she understood, turning to glare coldly at Lu Yin. President Lin, I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Lu Yin realized she was doomed after Su Ming's words, as she feared she would lose her job. You're fired, Lin Yixue said flatly, completely ignoring Lu Yin's pleas. After saying that, Lin Yixue turned to Su Ming with a sweet smile and said, let's go, I've finished my business here, let's go eat. Okay. Su Ming reached out and directly wrapped his arm around Lin Yixu's shoulders, completely ignoring her flushed cheeks. Lu Yinyan, filled with despair, suddenly remembered Li Chao and urgently grabbed him, saying, "Li Chao, hurry, don't you know him? Please help me, plead for mercy, oh, I can't lose this job." Hearing Lu Yanyan's words, Li Chao couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. They knew each other, and he almost became her brother-in-law, but it was all long gone, ruined by their own actions. Now, whether she even acknowledged him was another matter altogether. Seeing Li Chao standing still, Lu Yinyan grew more anxious. Her expression turned cold. "Li Chao, are you going or not? If you don't go, I'm breaking up with you today." No, Yinyan, I will go, I will go." Hearing the words break up, Li Chao panicked and quickly agreed. Then, with a determined bite of his teeth, Li Chao steeled himself and chased after Su Ming. Su Ming. Upon hearing the shout, Su Ming and Lin Yixue paused. Seeing that it was Li Chao, Su Ming frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" Su Ming had no good feelings towards Li Chao. He was a backstabber comparable to Luo Jin. Su Ming, could you speak to manager Lin and ask her not to hold a grudge against Yin Yan? She won't act like that again in the future. Li Chaos' face turned red as he spoke softly. Heh. A mocking smile flickered across Su Ming's lips. He never expected that Li Chao was such a desperate admirer. Such a thing wouldn't be agreed upon even if he thought about it. Even if he agreed, would Lin Yixue agree? The answer was a resounding no. "Li Chao, let me give you a piece of advice. It's better to break up with a woman like that sooner rather than later. Spending 500,000 on a bride price for such a person isn't worth it. You'd be better off using that money for your sister's treatment." Su Ming said this indifferently before ignoring Li Chao, wrapping his arm around Lin Yixue and walking away. Li Chao stood frozen in place, wanting to explode, but not daring to. Ultimately, he could only turn helplessly and walk toward Lu Yinyan, who had just come out. "How was it? Did he agree? Am I not going to be fired? After all, he almost married your sister. He should give you some face, right?" Lu Yinyan looked at Li Chao with eager eyes. Li Chao remained silent for a long time before saying, "Yinyan, I'm sorry." Lu Yanyan's expression changed instantly. Her voice turned cold. "Li Chao, what do you mean by apologizing to me? Is it that I'm still going to be fired?" Li Chao silently nodded. Useless." Lu Yinyan directly shook off Li Chaos' hand. "What use are you? Get lost. Get as far away as you can. I never want to see you again." With that, Lu Yinyan turned and left. Yinyan, what are you saying? Wait for me." "I'm sorry, Yinyan, it's all my fault, I'm sorry." Li Chao shouted, hurriedly moving forward to grab Lu Yinyan. However, Lu Yinyan shook off his hand and shouted angrily, "Get away. Just seeing you makes me feel sick." "No, Yinyan, you can't treat me like this, Yinyan. How can I live without you?" Li Chao stubbornly clung to Lu Yinyan. "Bastard, get lost." Lu Yinyan lifted her foot, wearing sky-high heels, and kicked out. Bang! Li Chao couldn't dodge in time and was kicked in the stomach, crashing to the ground. However, Li Chao immediately flipped over, crawling towards Lu Yinyan, shouting, "Yinyan, I was wrong. Please forgive me, forgive me." "Damn, did I give you face? Get lost." Lu Yinyan was furious, lifting her foot and stomping down on Li Chao. And Li Chao stubbornly held on to Lu Yinyan, repeatedly apologizing. The two of them ended up in a stalemate, attracting countless onlookers. Su Ming and Lin Yixue watched from the side, their eyes wide. This was simply something they had never seen before. The highest realm of a desperate admirer was nothing compared to this. A desperate admirer, a desperate admirer. In the end, they end up with nothing. Sigh. Su Ming sighed. This was unbelievable. Li Chao was supposed to be quite capable. He even threw stones at his own sister's face, yet he was completely subdued by this green tea BTCH. Truly something one rarely sees. "Let's go, I can't watch this anymore, it's too disgusting," Lin Yixue said. Su Ming nodded, started the car, and drove away. Bai Xianlu, Lin Yixue, and Su Ming entered the private room. This Bai Xianlu was a standout in Jiangzhou, known for its seafood dishes praised by the locals, and most importantly, the prices were very reasonable. Bai Xianlu had over 10 chain stores in Jiangzhou, and Su Ming had occasionally visited with Gao Xiang before, so he was quite familiar with the dishes. He picked up the menu, glanced at it casually, and ordered a few dishes. Finally, looking at Lin Yixue, he teased, "How about a drink?" "Jiang Xiaobai. Lao Bai gone." Lin Yixue shot Su Ming a charming glare, pouting, "You're always thinking of bad ideas. You still have to drive later, and I have to go to work. What can we drink?" "Then fine." Su Ming helplessly set down the menu, casually bringing up a topic, and the two began to chat. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the sales department of Hua Qiju, the commotion between Lu Yinyan and Li Chao was also stopped by the arriving urban management, and the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Suddenly, a flashy red Ferrari stopped by the roadside. From the car, a stunning beauty dressed in professional attire, wearing glasses, and with an extremely hot figure stepped out. After the beauty exchanged a few words with a young man in the driver's seat wearing sunglasses, she walked into the sales department of Hua Qiju. Upon entering, her eyes casually swept the room before directly walking towards a salesperson. The salesperson was about 23 or 24 years old, and upon seeing the beauty for the first time, he knew she was not an ordinary person. She exuded an air of authority, something that only comes from being in a high position for a long time. The bow-tie's gaze held a distinct arrogance, seemingly looking down on everything around her. The salesperson quickly approached and asked, "Miss, are you here to look at houses?" "I'm looking for someone. Is Manager Lin here?" "Mr. Juan from Wanhua Real Estate wants to see her." "No, she's not here. She just went out." The salesperson hurriedly replied, feeling inexplicably flustered in the presence of this woman. The beauty said no more, turning to leave. The salesperson only let out a sigh of relief after she had departed. Arriving in front of the Ferrari, the beauty slightly bent her body and said to the young man in the driver's seat, "Mr. Juan, Manager Lin isn't here. She just went out." The young man said nothing, only raising his hand slightly. Understanding, the beauty took out her phone and quickly dialed a number which was answered on the first ring. "Where's the person Mr. Juan asked you to keep an eye on? Didn't you say they were at the Hua Chi Ju sales department?" The bow-tie's voice was icy. On the other end of the phone, a panicked voice came through. "Assistant Ma, I was just about to call you. Manager Lin just arrived at by Xian Lu with a man." The beauty, also known as Assistant Ma, immediately hung up the phone, bent slightly again, and said, "Mr. Juan, Manager Lin went to buy Xian Lu with a man. Get in the car." The young man pushed his glasses up and said indifferently. Assistant Ma got into the car, and the Ferrari shot off like a rocket. The Ferrari launched off the starting line with a powerful thrust, executing a beautiful drift around the corner, drawing gasps of admiration from onlookers. At by Xian Lu, the dishes for Su Ming and Lin Yishui had already arrived. Lin Yishui occasionally served dishes to Su Ming, displaying her considerate nature, while she herself ate very little, causing Su Ming to feel a twinge of worry. Wouldn't she lose some weight if this continued? Rogue. Lin Yishui could not help but pout playfully under Su Ming's gaze. What the two of them were unaware of was that a Ferrari which had just parked in front of Hua Chi Ju quickly sped over, drifting to smoothly slide into a parking spot next to two cars. All the passers-by turned their eyes to the spectacle, with many young people expressing their astonishment, casting eager glances at the driver Wan Xiao. Wearing sunglasses, Wan Xiao had no expression, seemingly immune to the fervent gazes. Assistant Ma got out of the car again and walked toward Bai Xian Lu. Just as he reached the entrance, a man wearing a baseball cap appeared and whispered a few words to Assistant Ma before leaving. Assistant Ma then walked straight into Bai Xian Lu, heading towards Su Ming and Lin Yishui's private room. Soon Assistant Ma entered the room. Su Ming and Lin Yishui were both taken aback, looking at Assistant Ma with confusion. Assistant Ma glanced at Su Ming indifferently and then turned to Lin Yishui, saying, "Hello, General Manager Lin. I am Maru from Wanhua Real Estate." Su Ming was puzzled. Wanhua Real Estate seemed to be a company from the imperial capital. Did it have some cooperation with Changhe? What's the matter? To Su Ming's surprise, Lin Yishui did not shake hands with Maru, but instead asked coldly. Maru withdrew his hand, not feeling awkward, and continued, "General Manager Lin, Wan Xiao has come to Jiangzhou and would like to meet you." "No time," Lin Yishui said flatly. Su Ming furrowed his brow. There was a tense atmosphere. Wan Xiao? Judging by the title, his status was not low. "Then, when will General Manager Lin be free? I will follow you until you have time." Maru continued, showing no sense of wrongdoing in his insistence. Lin Yishui's pretty face turned cold as she looked up at Maru, saying, "I said I have no time, didn't you hear?" Maru, undaunted, met her gaze directly, stating, "I will wait until General Manager Lin is free. This is Wan Xiao's order." Moreover, General Manager Lin Wan Xiao also said that without seeing you for a day, the plan for Changhe to enter the imperial capital cannot be realized. Lin Yishui fell silent, contemplating for a long time before saying, "Chang's plans have nothing to do with me. Please do not disturb me again." Maru still showed no intention of leaving, instead saying, "General Manager Wan Xiao ordered me to follow you until you are free." Lin Yishui fell silent again, unsure of what to do. Su Ming felt a surge of displeasure. This person looked decent, but why did he behave like a persistent leech? Especially when he saw Lin Yishui's clear displeasure, Su Ming's irritation intensified. Ding. Option triggered. Option 1. Stop Maru from continuing to harass Lin Yishui. Reward Wanhua Real Estate stock will hit the limit down today. Option 2. Take Lin Yishui away to avoid Maru. Reward 50 million. I choose option 1. The moment the system prompt sounded, Su Ming made his choice without hesitation. 50 million was tempting, but Su Ming was not willing to leave in such a cowardly manner. Although he did not know Wanhua Real Estate's market value, hitting the limit down should still have some serious repercussions, right? "Hey, you are Maru, right? You look pretty good, but why are you so shameless?" Su Ming's voice rang out. Maru frowned slightly, glancing at Su Ming with indifference, saying leisurely, "Who are you? You have no place to speak here." Su Ming stood up lazily, looking at Maru, his voice turning cold, and a killing intent from a soldier quietly manifested in his eyes. "And what are you?" What gives you the right to speak here? As soon as the words left his mouth, Ma Ru suddenly felt a chill in her heart, as if a great terror was enveloping her. She was somewhat taken aback. How could a person who looked so shabby give her such a feeling? What do you want? I am Wan Xiao's personal assistant. Ma Ru had to take him seriously now as her earlier calm demeanor had vanished. What do I want? Guess. Su Ming's killing intent became even more pronounced, and he completely ignored the second half of Ma Ru's statement. Ma Ru's heart raced. The feeling intensified as she involuntarily took a step back. Seeing this, Su Ming stepped forward, closing the distance to Ma Ru. At the same time, the hidden energy within his muscles and bones was activated, and in an instant his terrifying killing intent became more concentrated, even generating an invisible pressure that bore down on Ma Ru. Thud, thud, thud. Ma Ru could no longer withstand it, retreating 3 steps, her eyes filled with panic. It was terrifying. Ma Ru did not know how to describe her feelings at that moment, or just now she felt as if she was suffocating. Looking up, Ma Ru saw Su Ming's cold eyes, and that eerie feeling arose again, causing her to hurriedly avert her gaze. General Manager Lin, I hope you reconsider. Finally, Ma Ru hurriedly said a sentence before swiftly turning to leave. She did not want to stay here a moment longer. Ding. Congratulations, host option completed. Wanhua real estate stock will hit the limit down today. What's going on? Yishui, what's the matter? Su Ming disdainfully glanced at Ma Ru's departing figure and then turned to Lin Yishui to ask. However, Lin Yishui did not respond. Instead, she stood up and embraced Su Ming. Su Ming was slightly taken aback, and he instantly sensed that things might not be as simple as they appeared. Without asking further, he reached out and gently patted Lin Yishui's back. Su Ming, I thought I could change everything, but I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Lin Yishui suddenly spoke, her voice filled with a deep sense of helplessness. Su Ming's heart sank, slightly unable to help, but asked, Yishui, what exactly is going on? Tell me, and I will face it with you. Lin Yishui lightly nodded, then pulled Su Ming down to sit, leaning on him as she began to recount the story. Meanwhile, Ma Ru arrived at the front of the Ferrari. Where is he? Wan Xiao, in the driver's seat of the Ferrari, asked lightly. Ma Ru felt a rush of anxiety and hurriedly said, Wan Xiao, I'm sorry just now. Ma Ru quickly recounted what had happened. Wan Xiao raised an eyebrow and fell silent. Ma Ru was extremely anxious inside, but did not dare to speak further, fearing she would disturb Wan Xiao. Get in the car. Finally, with Wan Xiao's words, Ma Ru felt relieved and hurriedly opened the car door to get in. At that moment, Wan Xiao spoke again. Investigate. Yes, Ma Ru quickly replied. Screech. The sound of tires screeching against the ground erupted as the Ferrari leapt forward instantly, leaving its spot the rear swaying as it changed direction and sped away. Wanhua Real Estate, a Yanjing real estate magnate, boasts a market value exceeding 200 billion and ranks among the Fortune Global 500. Most terrifyingly, Wanhua Real Estate is monopolized by the Wanjiao of Yanjing. It is a thoroughly family-controlled enterprise with no financing from any financial conglomerate. Today, the helmsman of Wanhua Real Estate is, as Ma Ru once said, the father of Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao himself, full name Wan Jing, is a decadent scion of the imperial capital. Changhe Real Estate has long aspired to establish a foothold in Daidu. Yet achieving that without the backing of a major Daidu conglomerate is nearly impossible. Even if Changhe spent a lifetime building in Jiangzhou and reached a market value of 100 billion, it still would not suffice. But a single industry banquet opened a sliver of hope for Changhe. That banquet was hosted by a Daidu real estate firm affiliated with Wanhua. Changhe was invited and my father took me along so I could meet veterans of the industry. Yet unexpectedly, Wan Jing was there. At the first glance, he declared he liked me, even proclaiming on the spot that he would take me away. My father found it difficult to refuse, but I adamantly opposed and stormed out of the banquet in a rage. I thought that night would be the end of it. But Wan Jing only grew more relentless. To possess me, he repeatedly leveraged Wanhua's power to coerce Changhe. He silenced the large groups that had been inclined to support Changhe's entry into Daidu. In the end, Wan Jing issued an ultimatum. Entry into Daidu was simple. Attach yourselves to Wanhua and have Lin Yishui marry him, and Wanhua would wholeheartedly support Changhe's move into the capital. Faced with that ultimatum, all Changhe shareholders, including Lin Yishui's father Lin Tianhao, consented unanimously. When Lin Yishui learned of it, she was broken, quarreled with Lin Tianhao, and fled abroad. She stayed overseas for 2 years before returning. She resolved to resist everything and to oppose her own family. She then joined Changhe's headquarters. Over 2 years, through her own efforts, she led Changhe through several leaps, doubling its market value. She had thought her family would change its mind. Lin Yishui and never imagined the Lin family's stance remained unchanged. In fact, some continued to communicate with Wanhua. During that period, contact between the Lin family and Wanhua became ever more frequent. Lin Yishui hoped that securing the Liyuan project might buy them time, yet unexpectedly Wan Jing came calling in person. After telling the story, Lin Yishui felt a sudden loosening inside. The once crushing pressure seemed to split and slowly ease. Su Ming listened in silence, his heart already chilled. As the old saying goes, emperors are heartless. Who would have thought that today's great families could be the same? For the sake of profit, they would even hand their own kin to others. Su Ming tightened his arm around Lin Yixue. Yixue, you have suffered all these years. From now on, you will no longer be alone. I will shoulder this with you. Lin Yixue paused, a sweet warmth flooding her chest, and softly answered, Then Su Ming said, Wanhua real estate is worth over 200 billion ha. Fine. Today let them see 20 billion evaporate. Huh. Lin Yixue furrowed her brow in puzzlement, looking at Su Ming as if seeking an explanation. But Su Ming offered no explanation. He patted her shoulder and said, just wait and see. Anyone who dares bully my woman will pay dearly. Suddenly Lin Yixue sprang up, kissed Su Ming, then jumped out of his arms and teased. Who is your woman? Our fate hasn't even been written yet. Su Ming, exasperated that his caution had been undermined by a sneak attack, sighed and looked at her. Come on to my place. Let's settle this and put that stroke on the characters. Huh. Shameless. Lin Yixue's cheeks flushed, the earlier awkwardness vanished. Huh. What is shame? Can one eat it? Come on, don't delay. Su Ming pulled Lin Yixue into his embrace with a mischievous grin. What are you doing, Su Ming? This is a restaurant, she whispered, mortified, and speaking so softly she feared being overheard. Su Ming chuckled wickedly. Afraid of what? Come, let me kiss you first. He leaned in. Lin Yixue closed her eyes and tried to resist, but his strength was too great. After struggling, she could only surrender to the moment. Just as he was about to succeed, the private room door swung open. Squeak. Sorry, wrong place. A waiter cried, clutching a tray, apologizing as he hurriedly shut the door. Su Ming. Lin Yixue scolded, pushing him away. Both their cheeks blazed like ripe apples. You did that on purpose. I was almost there, and you had to interrupt me. No, try again. Su Ming exclaimed, pulling her back as Lin Yixue cried out. Once more he made his move. Squeak. The door was opened again. Su Ming's brows knitted into a deep furrow. He felt murderous. Hey, bro boss, it's really you. I thought I'd misseen you. The waiter's voice called at precisely that moment. Su Ming's wrath softened. The voice sounded familiar. He turned and saw the courier who had delivered at his wedding, now working as a server. Why are you here? Didn't you see I was about to succeed? You've disturbed me twice. Su Ming growled. Huh, brother, I just wanted to be sure. As for why I'm here, after flying for so long, a bird needs to rest. Freedom is not always within reach, the former courier turned waiter philosophized. Su Ming was stunned. This fellow had more life insights than necessary. Brother. Huh. I won't disturb you further. You're busy, shall I keep the door for you? No need, get lost. Su Ming roared. All right, the waiter replied, closing the door and leaving in a hurry. Su Ming drew a long breath to steady himself. Just as the fire in his chest began to kindle again, the door opened once more. Brother, your sister-in-law is gorgeous, so much prettier than the one at your wedding. With a bang, the door shut, and the intruder departed with swaggering flair. I will kill you. Su Ming bellowed in fury. Lin Yixue, however, burst into laughter, abandoning all concern for decorum. Damn it, not a shred of discernment. Su Ming cursed, flopping into his seat. He no longer intended to press his attack. After all, the annoyance might well return again. At last, Su Ming and Lin Yixue departed from the Baixian restaurant. Lin Yixue asked Su Ming to accompany her on an inspection of the next real estate project. With nothing else occupying his time, Su Ming readily agreed. They then visited a construction site together before finally returning to Chang'e. Su Ming stayed beside Lin Yixue at Chang'e until late into the night before taking his leave. Notably, Lin Yixue resided at the Chang'e headquarters, an arrangement that began when she joined the company following a falling out with her father. By the time Su Ming departed, it was already midnight. Yet far away in the imperial capital, the capital city, every senior executive of the Wan family had gathered in the conference room. What exactly transpired today? Our Wanhua stock has plunged relentlessly, hit the daily trading limit repeatedly, and showed no signs of recovery by market close. Over 200 billion yuan in market value has evaporated. Who knows? I've dispatched personnel to investigate, yet no adverse rumors or negative coverage have surfaced online. Rumors suggest we were ambushed by an unknown force, but the precise cause remains undetermined. Inside the Wan residence, executives were engaged in heated discussion. At that moment, the conference hall doors swung open and a middle-aged man in a bespoke suit strode in. The group instantly fell silent, their gazes converging upon the newcomer. His expression remained stern and unreadable as he walked straight to the head seat and sat down. He swept his gaze across the assembled executives and asked in a low, resonant voice, "Where's Wan Jing?" One of the men seated beside him hastily rose and whispered something into the elder's ear. A useless fool. Even now, when crisis looms, he still indulges in women. The elder sneered coldly, then added, "Enough. Let us set him aside for now. Everyone here is aware of today's incident, correct?" "Yes." All nodded vigorously. "Do you know its cause?" he pressed. No one answered. Only shaken heads met his gaze. A flash of fury flickered in his eyes as he commanded, "Investigate, immediately, and resolve it the moment the root cause is uncovered." "Understood." This time every voice responded without hesitation. "Dismissed." With those final words, the executives rose and filed out of the conference room. Almost instantly, the Wan family's vast resources mobilized, launching a full-scale inquiry into the abrupt stock collapse. Half of Yinjing City trembled with the aftershocks. Yet by dawn, the Wan family had uncovered nothing. In stark contrast to their frantic desperation, Su Ming drove leisurely toward his villa. He hummed a light tune all the way, his mood exceptionally buoyant. After all, he was no ordinary man, having such a stunning beauty as Lin Yixue beside him so late at night inevitably promised something more. Alas, he failed to cross that final threshold, a source of profound regret. "No, I must find some outlet. To be kept perpetually on edge like this is unsustainable. Perhaps I should turn to Fan Qianqian instead." Su Ming mused as he steered the car. "Damn it!" Su Ming suddenly cried out, wrenching the steering wheel violently while slamming his foot to the floor on the accelerator. Ahead, racing out from an intersection, a van hurtled directly toward his driver's side door. Screech. Tires shrieked against asphalt as his vehicle spun sideways in a controlled drift. But it was too late. He barely avoided direct impact to the driver's seat. The van slammed squarely into his rear bumper. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the van, showing no sign of deceleration, shoved his car sideways, slamming it hard into the roadside barrier. Boom! Another thunderous impact followed. Every part of Su Ming's vehicle, except the driver's seat, was crushed into a mangled wreck. What the hell? Who is this? A female driver. Having narrowly escaped death, Su Ming shuddered with lingering shock and looked up. No woman stood there. Instead, a burly, broad-shouldered man leapt down from the van and began striding toward him. Premeditated. Su Ming sensed it immediately. The man bore no trace of anxiety. Only a faint glimmer of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Without hesitation, Su Ming unbuckled his seatbelt, kicked open the severely deformed door with brute force, and sprang from the wreckage. Impressive reflexes. I'd hoped to complete my mission under the guise of an accident, but it seems I must resort to action after all, the man said calmly, watching Su Ming descend. "Who are you?" Su Ming didn't waste breath asking the foolish question. "Why did you hit me?" It was glaringly obvious this was deliberate. "It doesn't matter. You need not know more," the man replied coolly. Then his eyes blazed with a chilling, razor-edged killing intent. Su Ming recognized it instantly. It mirrored his own, forged in the crucible of life-and-death battlefields. Ding! A choice has been triggered. In option 1, defeat the retired elite soldier and issue a formal challenge to Wan Jing. Reward: Wanhua real estate stock will remain locked at its daily limit throughout tomorrow's trading session. Option 2, retreat and yield. Reward 10% of Wan Jing's personal assets. The sudden system prompt startled Su Ming momentarily. This choice appears precisely now. Could he truly be sent by Wan Jing? Su Ming murmured inwardly, then swiftly concluded, aside from Wan Jing, who else would dare such audacity? To stage a fatal accident in broad daylight. If not for Su Ming's lightning-fast reflexes, he would already be dead. I choose option 1. With that decision made, he declared aloud, "Return to Wan Jing and tell him he has provoked someone he cannot possibly withstand." As Su Ming spoke, the man's pupils contracted sharply. Then, without warning, he lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. Just as I thought. Su Ming observed the man's reaction with perfect clarity, now certain beyond doubt this assassin had been dispatched by Wan Jing. Facing the blindingly swift assault, Su Ming's expression betrayed not a shred of fear. Already paralyzed with terror, how could such a man possibly rival young Master Wan for a woman's affections? The man sneered inwardly at Su Ming's motionless stance, yet his strike did not waver. If anything, he accelerated further. His fist tore through the air, aimed straight for Su Ming's chest. At that instant, Su Ming raised his hand slowly and closed it gently. Thud! A heavy, muffled impact reverberated as the man's devastating punch struck Su Ming's palm, only to be effortlessly seized and immobilized. Su Ming didn't even stagger backward a single step. "What a—" The man's eyes widened in utter disbelief. "Remember my words. Do not forget to deliver them." Su Ming's voice rang out, calm, resonant, unshaken. In that very instant, a wave of primal dread washed over the assailant. Years spent dancing on the razor's edge of death had honed his instincts to supernatural acuity. He tried desperately to recoil, but Su Ming's grip locked like iron vices, rendering escape impossible. Wham! A blur of motion struck him with bone-shattering force. Spurt! Blood erupted from his mouth as his body launched airborne, landing 10 meters away in a crumpled heap. Damn it! Even as he crashed down, the man suppressed the urge to vomit blood once more. Rolling deftly, he sprang upright and fled sideways at breakneck speed, vanishing from the highway into the roadside greenery in an instant. Watching the man disappear, Su Ming pulled out his phone and dialed Ning Fengqing. What's going on? Ning Fengqing arrived at Su Ming's location with a team of officers in 3 police cruisers. Surveying the chaotic scene, everyone instinctively drew a sharp breath. I was just heading home, then. Su Ming briefly recounted the incident. Check whether the surveillance footage shows anything unusual. With a swift wave of her hand, Ning Fengqing dispatched several officers toward the traffic cameras scattered across the intersection, while the rest moved toward the nearly totaled van. 2 minutes later, an officer rushed over breathless. Chief Ning, all surveillance cameras have been sabotaged. No evidence remains at the scene except that minivan. Ning Fengqing's pupils contracted sharply. Meanwhile, the officers inspecting the vehicles approached and reported, Chief Ning, the van's license plate is forged and the entire vehicle has been heavily modified. Su Ming's car is completely wrecked, whereas the van sustained only superficial damage. Understood. A flash of grave intensity flickered in Ning Fengqing's eyes as she fixed her solemn gaze upon Su Ming. Someone is targeting you. Who exactly have you offended? Su Ming gave a slight nod, then replied calmly. I'm not certain, but the assailant struck with ruthless precision, aiming exclusively for vital points. He's no ordinary man. Ning Fengqing nodded faintly, then asked, Be careful. You'd like protection detail? No need, Su Ming shook his head. I'll stay vigilant. Very well, watch your safety closely. Your car is beyond repair. I'll drive you home first, the rest is ours to handle. If you uncover any leads, notify me immediately. I'll inform you the moment I find anything, Ning Fengqing affirmed. Agreed, Su Ming replied, following her toward a waiting patrol car. As for notifying her of leads, Su Ming gave it little thought. A Fortune 500 conglomerate would likely overwhelm even Ning Fengqing's authority. Confident in his system, Su Ming felt no need for outside aid. Soon he arrived home, retrieved his phone, downloaded a stock trading app, and pulled up the share chart for Wanhua Real Estate. Gazing at the sea of red on Wanhua's ticker, Su Ming smiled faintly. Heh, Wanjing, is that your name? Then let us play this game properly. He set the phone aside, took a shower, and fell asleep. Meanwhile, atop the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, home to the city's most opulent imperial suite, Wanjing sat deep in a massive leather sofa, holding a dossier. Su Ming holds 30% of Hongdao Real Estate. Previously an ordinary man who couldn't raise even several 100,000 yuan, suddenly wealthy. Highly suspicious. Wanjing's expression turned pensive. Maru stood respectfully nearby. Enough. This is merely Jiangzhou, a speck on the map. Even if he wields influence here, he remains but an ant beneath my heel. Muttering to himself, Wanjing suddenly shifted his gaze toward Maru. How is the matter progressing? Duo Lang has already departed. By now the issue may well be resolved. Maru spoke with deference, her lips curling into a sly, venomous smile. She still vividly recalled the humiliation of that afternoon, the indignity of being treated so by Su Ming. Since joining Wanjing's inner circle, no one had dared treat her thus. To her it had been nothing short of a profound affront. Well done, Wanjing murmured, nodding lightly. Thank you, young master. Maru bowed deeply before him. Wanjing's brow furrowed, and flames ignited in his eyes. Knock, knock. Yet before he could act, a sharp rap echoed at the door. Open up. Wanjing's face darkened, irritated by the intrusion upon his private contemplation. Maru's expression soured as well. She turned and opened the door. There stood a burly, broad-shouldered man, his face deathly pale. Duo Lang. Maru raised an eyebrow. Duo Lang said nothing, merely strode into the room and halted directly before Wanjing. Young master, I failed. He's still alive. He dropped to his knees. Oh, give me your reason. Wanjing's tone remained calm, detached. He is no ordinary man. His reflexes are extraordinary. My meticulously engineered collision inflicted no harm. When I engaged him personally, I was gravely wounded within a single exchange. Moreover, young master, he instructed me to deliver a message. Duo Lang paused, hesitating, weighing whether to speak further. What message? Wanjing asked coolly. He said, You've provoked someone you cannot afford to cross. Oh, how intriguing. Here in tiny Jiangzhou, there exists someone I dare not provoke. A ripple stirred in Wanjing's otherwise impassive eyes. After a long silence, he finally asked, Is this true? I dare not deceive you, young master. Duo Lang answered hastily. Wanjing lapsed once more into silent reflection, while Duo Lang remained motionless, head bowed low, awaiting judgment. At last, after an indeterminate span of time, Wanjing spoke again, this time addressing Maru. Assistant Ma, give him 1 million yuan. Maru bowed her head in quick assent. Rest and recover well, Wan Jing added, looking directly at Duo Lang. Thank you, young master, Duo Lang replied gratefully. Wan Jing fell silent. Duo Lang rose and departed swiftly. The room settled into a heavy hush, as Wan Jing murmured softly to himself. Su Ming, it seems you've been concealing far more than I imagined. Very well, let us play. You've issued a challenge. Now let us see whether you possess the stamina to see it through. Buzz. His phone vibrated on the desk. TCH. What does the old man want at a time like this? Wan Jing grumbled irritably. Maru stepped forward briskly, picked up the phone, pressed the answer button, and activated speaker mode. Father, Wan Jing answered reluctantly. Yesterday, Wanhua's stock plunged into consecutive daily limits. 200 billion yuan in market value evaporated. Was this your doing? His father Wan Tong's voice crackled through the line. Wan Jing frowned. The undertone of suppressed fury was unmistakable. Father, I'm in Jiangzhou, and I've done absolutely nothing. Wan Jing replied without delay. Then abruptly, an improbable notion flickered in his mind. Could it possibly involve Su Ming? But he instantly dismissed the idea. It was preposterous. To erase 200 billion yuan from a Fortune 500 corporation's valuation in a single day demanded powers beyond mortal reckoning. Did Su Ming possess such power? Clearly, not in Wan Jing's estimation. Better be so. Humph. Beep, beep, beep. Wan Tong ended the call with a cold, contemptuous snort. Damn it. Wan Jing's composure finally shattered, his father's tone igniting a fierce blaze of resentment deep within his chest. I'm seething right now. Wan Jing lifted his gaze toward Maru. Time flew by swiftly, and a night had passed in the blink of an eye. After a restful night, Su Ming felt invigorated and headed straight to the garage with his car keys. In the garage, the deep blue Lamborghini Veneno instantly caught Su Ming's attention. The streamlined body appeared flawless under the illumination of the lights. He chuckled, hee. I just scrapped a 3 million yuan car, and now I'm about to drive an 8 million yuan one. Could it be that the system knows my car was scrapped? Shaking his head, Su Ming unlocked the car and got inside. Starting the vehicle, the roar reminiscent of a howling wolf was utterly intoxicating. Gently pressing the accelerator, the entire car sprang to life akin to a beast breaking free from its cage. Driving away from Yunshang Ufu, the security guard stood straight at the entrance, saluting Su Ming. Su Ming chuckled. He had never seen the guard act like this when he drove the Porsche 911. Viru. With a thunderous roar, Su Ming departed from Yunshang Ufu, heading towards Changha. He had promised Lin Yixue the night before that he would accompany her today, as she was genuinely afraid that Wan Jing would come to harass her again. Meanwhile, at the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, Wan Jing was doing his morning exercises, after which he was attended by Maru while showering and dressing. Young master, what are the plans for today? Are we going to Changha? Maru inquired. Not in the mood, I'm not going. Send an invitation to Lin Yixue. Wan Jing casually replied. All right, Maru respectfully responded. Su Ming accompanied Lin Yixue at work, and the company's employees occasionally cast envious glances, with some male colleagues even harboring hostility. However, they quickly recalled the scene from that morning when this man drove an 8 million yuan Lamborghini Veneno to Changha, and the hostility in their eyes quietly dissipated. There was no way to compare. An 8 million yuan car was something they might never afford. Perhaps only such a person deserved Lin Yixue's status. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. An employee entered the general manager's office, opening the door. President Lin, a woman, sent this, saying it was from Wan Xiao. I got it, you can go back to work now. Okay. The employee came in quickly and left just as fast. Lin Yixue casually glanced at the gilded invitation on the table before turning back to her work. Curiously, Su Ming picked up the invitation and opened it. The content was quite simple, with just a few words: Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, Emperor's Room. The signature featured a flamboyant character for Wan. He really doesn't know when to give up. I wonder if today Wanhua's market cap will drop again. Does he still have the mind to engage in these flashy affairs? Su Ming's lips curled into a sly smile. What scheme are you hatching now? Lin Yixue glanced at the smile on Su Ming's lips and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. What scheme? At most I'll just complete that stroke. Su Ming teased. Pa, perverted rogue. Lin Yixue's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head back to work, ignoring Su Ming. Su Ming didn't disturb her and played on his phone instead. Time flew by, and it wasn't until night fell that Su Ming left Changha, of course, with a bit of playful touching before he departed. At this moment, in the distant imperial capital, the Wan family, Wan Tong stood up from his seat, yelling, "What the hell is going on? Are all of you useless? A whole day has passed, and you haven't uncovered anything." All the high-ranking members of the Wan family fell silent. Not only Wan Tong, but they were also utterly perplexed. Today, Wanhua's market value dropped again, hitting its limit down with no signs of recovery in sight. 200 billion had evaporated again, and it was close to falling below 2 trillion. In just 2 days, the loss totaled 400 billion, which even Wan Hua couldn't withstand. Investigate. Find out. If no results are found by tomorrow, hand over your shares and go retire. Wan Tong roared one last time before storming out of the conference room. Wow. As soon as Wan Tong left, everyone in the conference room erupted into a commotion, each leaving to leverage their own resources to start investigating. Undoubtedly, they still found nothing. Filled with rage, Wan Tong had no place to vent and pulled out his phone to call Wan Jing. As soon as the call connected, Wan Tong shouted angrily, "Wan Jing, are you sure you haven't caused me any trouble?" At that moment, Wan Jing was bewildered. He had not left the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel all day, only sending out an invitation. Could an invitation possibly cause issues? Still, what was the problem? Dad, what exactly happened? What happened? Are you even my son? Today, Wan Hua stocks dropped again, 200 billion has disappeared again, and it's already below 2 trillion. Wan Tong roared. What? Wan Jing exclaimed in disbelief. Have you offended some big shot? You better tell me everything that happened in the past 2 days. If you leave out even the slightest detail, it'll sever our father-son relationship. Wan Tong shouted without holding back. Wan Jing was stunned. Severing their relationship would be devastating. Without Wan Hua, he would be a lost soul. He hurriedly recounted everything he had done in Jiangzhou over the past 2 days. Su Ming. Even the poison wolf was severely injured in one blow, and you dare say you haven't offended anyone. You bastard, get back here right now. Wan Tong roared and hung up the phone. Wan Jing's expression darkened, feeling as if water could drip from it. Young master, are we leaving now? Ma Ru's voice came. Wan Jing's expression softened a bit as he asked lightly, hasn't she arrived yet? No. Maru shook her head and continued, young master, with your status, if you go find her directly, would she dare refuse? Why make it so troublesome? What do you know? Wan Jing snapped. What's the point of going directly? Isn't she strong-willed? Humph. I want her to come to me willingly. Go have Lin Tianhao and Lin Tiancheng come to see me. Understood, young master. Maru agreed and left the room immediately. About an hour later, 2 Mercedes-Benz cars arrived simultaneously at the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. 2 middle-aged men resembling each other quickly got out of the cars, exchanged glances, and hurried to the elevator, soon reaching the top floor of the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. Follow me. Maru had been waiting for them at the elevator door. The 2 men dared not delay and quickly followed. Soon the 3 entered the emperor's room. Wan Jing leaned back on the sofa. The 2 men hurried forward, respectfully calling, Wan Xiao. Sit. Wan Jing replied indifferently. Thank you, Wan Xiao. The 2 quickly expressed their gratitude and then sat beside him. I called you here for 2 matters, Wan Jing stated. If Lin Tianhao's attitude were to be seen by the upper circles of Jiangzhou, it would surely leave many jaws dropped. After all, Lin Tianhao is the helm of Jiangzhou Changhao real estate, a terrifying figure whose mere stamp of the foot could send tremors throughout Jiangzhou, yet at this moment, he is bowing and scraping to a young man. However, even Lin Tiancheng, another capable aide of Changha, who came with him, felt no sense of impropriety. There was no way around it. The person they were facing had a status that was simply too terrifying. At this moment, Wan Jing nodded and said, there is one matter you should know. Lin Tianhao's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, what young master Wan means is my daughter. Indeed, even after that time, I still cannot let go of Yishua. Tomorrow night, I will return to the imperial capital, and I hope she will come to meet me and leave with me. Wan Jing said casually. Both Lin Tianhao and Lin Tiancheng fell silent. After a long pause, Lin Tiancheng spoke up. Young master Wan, rest assured I will go with my brother to find Yishua tomorrow and definitely make her come to meet you. Good. Wan Jing nodded and continued, if the first matter is handled well, then we can start on the second matter. May I ask, young master Wan, what is the second matter? We will definitely do our utmost to assist you. Lin Tianhao inquired. Wan Jing did not waste words and directly said, if the first matter is accomplished, then you should prepare for where the headquarters in the imperial capital will be located. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao and Lin Tiancheng were momentarily stunned, and the next second they were filled with wild joy. Before they could express their gratitude, Wan Jing added, I will fully support you until you establish your footing in the imperial capital. Thank you, young master Wan. The 2 quickly expressed their gratitude, bowing deeply to Wan Jing. At that moment, Wan Jing's voice turned indifferent. The premise is that you must handle the first matter well. Rest assured, young master, my father's command cannot be defied. Tomorrow my daughter will definitely come in person. Lin Tianhao assured. Good. Assistant Ma, see them off. Wan Jing waved his hand. Please follow me. Young master Wan, goodbye. The 2 left the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, heading straight for the Lin family. Time passed quickly, and the next day the sky was bright in the imperial capital at the Wan family conference room. The senior executives had gathered, each holding a tablet with the stock software open, all of them fixated on the sea of green light on the screen. At 9:30, the stock market opened. Suddenly, the sea of green began to fluctuate, slowly turning red. Finally some progress, haha. Someone laughed out loud. The continuous drop had finally ceased, and the stocks began to improve. Everyone's faces showed the relief of a clear sky after rain. Wantong's previously grim face also eased off. Fortunately, it was only 2 days, and now it was beginning to get better. Alright, since there is improvement, it means the low point has passed. Everyone, let's get moving and strive to make gains today. However, this matter cannot just be left as is. Continue to investigate for me. Yes. Everyone responded full of energy. Soon the group left the conference room. Wangu, how is the matter I asked you to investigate? Wantong suddenly asked the person beside him. Brother, it has been clarified, and all the information is on the computer, Wangu said, handing the tablet to Wantong. Wantong glanced through it, his expression darkening slightly. So suspicious. Yes, it is indeed too strange. I feel we cannot let our guard down, Wangu said. Wantong nodded and said, continue to dig deeper, mobilize all resources. I have a feeling this matter is not simple. Understood, brother. The two did not chat further and went their separate ways. In Jiangzhou, Su Ming arrived at Changhe Real Estate early in the morning. What is going on? Upon entering, Su Ming felt a sense of oppression. Each employee was sitting upright, as if a leader had come to inspect. Looking curiously towards the general manager's office, Su Ming's gaze suddenly sharpened. At that moment, inside the general manager's office, the curtains were tightly drawn, and with Su Ming's keen eyesight, he could easily see Lin Yixue, standing there, her head lowered, her shoulders slightly trembling. Bastard! A surge of anger welled up as Su Ming quickly made his way to the general manager's office. However, just as he reached the door, 2 bodyguards in black walked over from the side and blocked his way. The chairman is here for an inspection. Get back to work. The 2 bodyguards, thinking Su Ming was an employee, said coldly. Get lost. At this moment, Su Ming was burning with anxiety, a murderous intent evident in his eyes as he shouted lowly. The 2 bodyguards were clearly taken aback, a wave of unease rising within them. Bang! Su Ming kicked the door open and walked straight in. Hiss! The employees had long been stealing glances this way, and upon seeing Su Ming's violent action, they couldn't help but gasp. Stop! The 2 bodyguards reacted and raised their hands to grab Su Ming, but he had already stepped forward and leaped into the general manager's office. The 2 bodyguards hurriedly followed him in, but soon they saw Lin Tianhao slightly raise his hand, prompting them to step back and close the door again. Yixue, what is going on? Su Ming entered the general manager's office, not even looking at anyone else, and went straight to Lin Yixue's side. At this moment, Lin Yixue's eyes were red and tear stains had already soaked her cheeks. Hearing Su Ming's words, Lin Yixue gently shook her head, appearing very helpless. Su Ming felt a pang in his heart, his gaze turning icy. Looking up, 2 familiar faces appeared before Su Ming's eyes. Lin Tianhao, Lin Tianqing. Lin Yixue's father and uncle, whom Su Ming had seen before in high school and later on television. In the past, Lin Tianhao had even personally spoken to Su Ming because Lin Yixue had feelings for him. Director Su, is this not a bit impolite? This is Changhe, not your Hongda. Lin Tianqing slowly began to speak upon seeing Su Ming. To be honest, after leaving Jiangzhou Grand Hotel last night, they had gathered information on Lin Yixue's activities during this time. To their surprise, they discovered that Su Ming had spent a considerable amount of time with Lin Yixue. They then mobilized their resources to gather more information on Su Ming, and even more surprising things occurred. It turned out that Su Ming was a major shareholder of Hongda, holding 30% of the shares. Lin Tianhao could not have imagined that the poor boy he had once summoned, forcing him to stay away from his daughter with 20,000 yuan, would one day reach such heights. If it weren't for the initial intention of entering the imperial capital being the founding of Changhe, Lin Tianhao would truly not oppose Lin Yixue being with Su Ming. But now the situation was different, an opportunity lay before him, and if not seized, it would be a great pity. At this moment, hearing Lin Tianqing's words, a deeper chill settled in Su Ming's eyes. You too, Yixue is your closest kin, is this how you treat her? Su Ming suppressed his anger. After all, these 2 were Lin Yixue's father and uncle, and he did not want to worsen the relationship between them because of himself. Mr. Su, this is a matter internal to the Lin family of Changhe. Your interference would be inappropriate. Lin Tianqing had never imagined he would one day speak as an equal to a man who had once been a penniless youth. Yet reality was undeniable. That same penniless youth now commanded a fortune worth billions, fully entitled to stand on equal footing with him. What if I intervene not as a businessman, but as Yixue's boyfriend? Su Ming extended his arm and gently drew Lin Yixue close. Outrageous. Lin Tianhao, who had remained silent until now, slammed his palm onto the table and surged to his feet, his face contorted with fury as he glared at Su Ming. Su Ming, do you truly believe your recent success grants you license to disregard the Lin family? Whatever transpires here today, regardless of your status, you shall have no say in it. Su Ming said nothing. His expression darkened further. Dismissing the two men without another word, he turned tenderly to Lin Yishua and asked softly, "Yishua, I told you, I will shoulder life's burdens with you from this day forward. Today I'll take you away. May I?" Lin Yishua stifled a quiet sob. After a long, heavy silence, she nodded, firmly, resolutely. "Then let us go." Without glancing back at Lin Tianhao or Lin Tianqing, Su Ming slipped his arm around her shoulders and began to walk out. "Su Ming, have you grown utterly lawless?" Lin Tianqing roared. "Stop right there." Lin Tianhao bellowed in equal fury. A chime rang out, clear, sharp, resonant. A choice had been triggered. Option 1, take Lin Yishua away. Reward Wanhua Group stock plunges into consecutive trading halts. Option 2, stay and persuade Lin Tianhao. Reward 20% equity in Changhua Group. Ha, ha, ha. Who among you dares hold me back today? Su Ming laughed, cold, unshaken, while inwardly selecting option 1, his gaze brimming with disdain. Such audacity. Seize him. Enraged Lin Tianqing gestured sharply, and two burly bodyguards burst through the door, their eyes locked on Su Ming with unmistakable menace. "Yishua, wait for me just a moment," Su Ming murmured gently. In that instant, before his fingers even loosened their hold on her, he moved. Like lightning uncoiling from stillness, he appeared before one of the guards. The guard's face paled in shock. He twisted sideways to evade, but too late. Su Ming struck with blinding speed, seizing his wrist and twisting with ruthless precision. "Af!" The guard shrieked in agony as his arm went limp, dislocated in a single brutal motion. At that moment, the second guard reacted, lunging sideways, fingers clawing towards Su Ming's flank. Iron Mountain Strike. Su Ming didn't even glance his way. His foot planted, his hidden inner force surged and erupted like thunder beneath his skin. A deep, muffled thud echoed through the room. The guard, still mid-lunge, was hurled backward, crashing headlong from the CEO's office into the open workspace, skidding several meters across the floor. A collective gasp tore through the office as the guard crumpled onto the tiles. Then panic erupted, voices overlapping in startled chaos. Without pause, Su Ming delivered a swift, devastating kick. The first guard, his arm already useless, soared out of the office and slammed hard into the corridor outside. Lin Tianhao and Lin Tianqing stood frozen, stunned, disbelieving. Is he even human? These were elite guards handpicked at exorbitant cost. In all of Jiangzhou, none were stronger. And yet, they'd been subdued in seconds. Su Ming, however, showed no trace of exertion, as if he'd merely brushed aside dust. Calmly, he reclaimed Lin Yishua's hand and resumed walking toward the exit. "Su Ming." Lin Tianhao forced down his shock and shouted, "If you truly love Yishua, why won't you give her a radiant future?" Su Ming paused and almost smiled. At last he understood why Lin Tianhao and Lin Tianqing had come to Changhua's headquarters. It was surely all tied to Wan Jing. Seeing Su Ming halt, Lin Tianqing seized the opening. "Su Ming, do you know what awaits Yishua if she accompanies young Master Wan to the imperial capital? Endless wealth, boundless prestige. She'll ascend into the highest echelons of nobility in a single stride. Su Ming, if you truly love Yishua, you won't take her away. You'll gift her a dream, a future beyond imagination." Lin Tianhao pressed on. Su Ming ignored them both, and instead gazed at Lin Yishua, voice soft as silk. "Yishua, tell me, is that future truly what you desire?" Lin Yishua shook her head, slow, solemn, unwavering. Su Ming lifted his eyes. His gaze turned glacial. "Lin Tianhao, I confess for the first time in my life I've met a man whose shamelessness knows no bounds." "You." Lin Tianhao recoiled, fury flaring, only for Su Ming to cut him off before he could utter another word. "Lin Tianhao, you'd sacrifice your own daughter for selfish ambition. Tell me, do you still consider yourself a human being?" "Preposterous. Only by joining young Master Wan can Yishua secure her brightest path." Lin Tianhao's voice trembled with indignation. "Su Ming, I grant you've achieved something, but your vision is narrow, provincial. Do you even comprehend the significance of the imperial capital? Men like us spend lifetimes striving simply to set foot within its walls. And Yishua, she holds that chance now. One nod and she enters the imperial capital, not as a visitor, but as a pillar of Wanhua. Do you grasp how rare such an opportunity truly is?" "Umph." Su Ming scoffed, dry, dismissive. "Lin Tianhao, you overestimate both the imperial capital and Wanhua." Lin Tianhao and Lin Tianqing exchanged stunned glances. Then Su Ming spoke again, calm, deliberate. "Have you not heard? Wanhua's assets are collapsing fast." What do you mean?" Lin Tianhao froze. A chilling dread coiled through his chest. Lin Tianqing's pupils contracted sharply. "No meaning at all. Yishua, we leave. This place, so cold, so hollow, is no longer worth our presence." Lin Yishua gave a quiet, weary nod, and together they walked toward the door. Lin Tianhao snapped back to himself, too rattled to dwell on Su Ming's words, and bellowed, "Lin Yishu, If you dare walk out that door today, you are severed from me, utterly, irrevocably. Lin Yixue shuddered, her heart turning to ice. She halted, turned slowly, and met Lin Tianhao's furious gaze with unwavering clarity. Yixue, come back. Listen to your uncle. Your father only wants what's best for you. Lin Tianqing's voice cracked with sudden alarm as he rushed to intervene. But Lin Yixue did not look at him. Her eyes remained fixed on Lin Tianhao as she spoke, voice steady-edged with sorrow. Lin Tianhao, I never imagined you'd sink so low for your own gain. All these years, I've strived, I've built, I've bled for Chang'e. Did you see none of it? Must we truly rely on others to break into the imperial capital? Once I revered you for your courage, your grit. But now, I despise you. To take the easy path, you'd sell your own daughter to another man. Very well. From this day forth, Lin Yixue has no father. We are done. As the final words left her lips, her strength vanished. Her knees buckled, her body collapsing inward like a spent flame. Su Ming caught her instantly, his arms firm, his eyes locking onto Lin Tianhao with glacial contempt. Lin Tianhao, you've proven yourself a truly exemplary father. The day will come when you realize how catastrophically foolish you were today. And the day will come when she rises so far above you that you'll never ever touch her shadow. With that, Su Ming lifted Lin Yixue into his arms and walked out of Chang'e Group, out of that desolate, broken place, carrying her toward a future no one else dared imagine. Bang! Lin Tianhao collapsed into his office chair, bitterness etched across his face. He could not find words to describe the turmoil within. He had acted only to advance Chang'e real estate. Yet why? Why had it come to this? Was it truly this difficult? At this moment, no one could give him an answer. Su Ming cradled Lin Yixue in his arms, opened the car door, settled her gently into the front passenger seat, then climbed in himself and drove away. The system's notification escaped his attention entirely. His entire being was fixed upon Lin Yixue. Yixue, I'm sorry. Perhaps I shouldn't have come today, Su Ming murmured softly as the car glided forward. Lin Yixue closed her eyes gently and whispered, Thank you, Su Ming. You needn't blame yourself. Had you not come, we would likely have reached this point all the same. Meanwhile, far away in the imperial capital, at Wanhua Real Estate's headquarters, every senior executive had assembled. As the stock price steadily rose, relief bloomed across their faces like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Yet just as jubilation peaked, the stock flickered, barely perceptible. Many noticed the tremor but dismissed it. After all, market fluctuations were ordinary, even inevitable. But then it flickered again and again, growing ever more frequent, until the once rising red chart abruptly turned emerald green. Silence descended upon the entire headquarters, thick and suffocating. The stock, indifferent to their stunned silence, continued its plunge, unrestrained, unrelenting, galloping downward like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. How is this possible? Oh. At last, one executive cracked under the pressure, screaming, clawing desperately at his own hair until strands tore loose, still unable to stop. Quick, investigate. Find out what's happening now. Wan Tong roared and chaos erupted. Traders scrambled, fingers flying across keyboards in frantic, futile attempts to stabilize the collapse. Yet no matter how they intervened, hedging, countertrading, artificial price support, not a single measure held. The descent persisted. Within hours, the stock hit another limit, down, evaporating nearly 20 billion yuan from Wanhua's market capitalization. In just 3 days, Wanhua's valuation had plummeted from over 240 billion to barely 170 billion. A quarter of its value vanished. How long would it take Wanhua to recover that loss? Why? Why is this happening? Wan Tong slumped into his chair, muttering the question like a broken incantation. Meanwhile, at the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, Lin Tianhao and Lin Tianqing ascended to the top floor and entered the imperial suite. What are you two doing here? Where is Lin Yixue? Wan Jing's brow furrowed, fury blazing unmasked across his features. Their faces paled instantly. Bowing low, trembling, they stammered, Young master, one, we failed. Yixue was on the verge of agreeing, until Su Ming appeared out of nowhere, injured our bodyguards, and forcibly took her away. They had rehearsed this story carefully, shifting full blame onto Su Ming to avoid retribution. What they did not know was that Wanhua was already engulfed in crisis, too desperate, too consumed to concern itself with their petty failures. Su Ming again. A furnace of rage ignited in Wan Jing's eyes. Seeing his reaction, Lin Tianhao and Lin Tianqing exhaled in quiet relief. The immediate danger had passed. But before their tension could fully ease, Wan Jing's next words hurled them into an abyss. Worthless, both of you. Utterly incompetent. You can't even handle a simple task, yet you dare dream of entering the imperial capital. His voice turned glacial. Assistant Ma, issue a directive. Any corporation that dares to partner with or acquire Chang'e real estate will be declared an enemy of Wanhua. Chang'e? You'll never set foot in the imperial capital, not in this lifetime. Yes, sir. Assistant Ma bowed sharply. What? Young Master Wan, you're joking, right? Lin Tianhao cried out in panic. Who the hell has time for jokes? Get out of my sight. I'll deal with Su Ming myself. With a vicious kick, Wan Jing sent Lin Tianhao sprawling, and without glancing back strode out of the imperial suite. Young Master Wan, wait. Please wait. Let us try again. Give us one more chance. This time, we'll pay any price to ensure Ishua comes to you. They lunged forward, grasping at his coat. Gone was the arrogance they'd worn at Chang'e. Now they crouched like beggars pleading for mercy. Still begging for another chance. Give me. A shrill ring cut him off. Frowning at the caller ID, Wan Tong, he answered immediately. You son of a bitch. I want you back in the imperial capital tonight. If I don't see you by dusk, I'll flay you alive. Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead. Wan Jing's expression darkened like thunderclouds gathering before a storm. He turned coldly toward Lin Tianhao and Lin Tianqing. One final chance. I'm returning to the imperial capital now. If Lin Ishu, it does not come to me within 3 days, Chang'e may as well prepare its own funeral rites. Yes, yes. Thank you, young Master Wan. Thank you. Rest assured, young Master Wan. We'll leave no stone unturned to bring Ishua to you. They bowed repeatedly, overwhelmed with gratitude, as if granted divine pardon. Humph. Wan Jing gave one last contemptuous snort. Assistant Ma, let's go. And with that he swept out of the suite. Brother, what do we do now? In the imperial suite, Lin Tianqing regained his composure, his face hardening with venomous resolve. Let's go home first. We'll decide there. Lin Tianhao, utterly at a loss, could offer nothing more than retreat. Time slipped swiftly by. Su Ming brought Lin Ishua back to the villa, guided her to rest in his room, and then left to buy groceries at the local market. That evening, Su Ming prepared an extravagant dinner for Lin Ishua, teasing her gently throughout the meal. Only when the last dish was cleared did her spirits begin to lift. Later that night, Lin Ishua leaned quietly against Su Ming as they talked, softly, tenderly, until her breathing deepened and she drifted into peaceful sleep. Su Ming lifted her gently into bed, tucked the blanket around her, and slipped out, closing the door with silent care. Thank you, Su Ming. Unseen by him, Lin Ishua opened her eyes the moment he stepped outside and whispered those words into the quiet dark. Then, with a faint, sweet smile playing on her lips, she sank once more into slumber. Su Ming spent the night on the living room sofa. At dawn, he awoke to find Lin Ishua seated before him, her gaze steady, unwavering. You're awake. Come, breakfast is ready. Her voice flowed like warm honey, and before he could react, she leaned in and pressed a soft kiss to his forehead. Then, as he stirred to respond, she darted away, laughing, racing toward the dining room. Still too slow, my vigilance needs sharpening. Su Ming reflected briefly, sprang up from the sofa, washed and dressed, and strode into the dining room.